It was the Sunday after Easter and the last bullfight of the season in Mexico City. 4 special bulls had been brought over from Spain for the occasion, since Spanish bulls are more fiery than Mexican. Perhaps it is the altitude, perhaps just the spirit of the Western continent which is to blame for the lack of pep, as Owen put it, in the native animal. Although Owen, who was a great socialist, disapproved of bullfights, "We have never seen one. We shall have to go," he said. "Oh yes, I think we must see it," said Kate. "And it's our last chance," said Owen. Away he rushed to the place where they sold tickets, to book seats, and Kate went with him. As she came into the street, her heart sank. It was as if some little person inside her were sulking and resisting. Neither she nor Owen spoke much Spanish. There was a fluster at the ticket place, and an unpleasant individual came forward to talk American for them. It was obvious they ought to buy tickets for the shade, but they wanted to economize, and Owen said he preferred to sit among the crowd. Therefore, against the resistance of the ticket man and the onlookers, they bought reserved seats in the sun. The show was on Sunday afternoon. All the tram cars and the frightful little Ford omnibuses called camions were labeled Torero and were surging away towards Chapultepec. Kate felt that sudden dark feeling that she didn't want to go. "I'm not very keen on going," she said to Owen. "Oh, but why not? I don't believe in them on principle, but we've never seen one, so we shall have to go." Owen was an American, Kate was Irish. Never having seen one meant having to go. But it was American logic rather than Irish, and Kate only let herself be overcome. Villiers, of course, was keen. But then he too was American, and he too had never seen one, and being younger more than anybody, he had to go. They got into a Ford taxi and went. The busted car careered away down the wide, dismal street of asphalt and stone and Sunday dreariness. Stone buildings in Mexico have a peculiar, hard, dry dreariness. The taxi drew up in a side street under the big iron scaffolding of the stadium. In the gutters, rather lousy men were selling poke and sweets, cakes, fruit, and greasy food. Crazy motor cars rushed up and hobbled away. Little soldiers in washed-out cotton uniforms, pinky drab, hung around an entrance. Above all loomed the network iron frame of the huge, ugly stadium. Kate felt she was going to prison, but Owen excitedly surged to the entrance that corresponded to his ticket. In the depths of him, he too didn't want to go. But he was a born American, and if anything was on show, he had to see it. That was life. The man who took the tickets at the entrance suddenly, as they were passing in, stood in front of Owen, put both his hands on Owen's chest, and pawed down the front of Owen's body. Owen started, bridled, transfixed for a moment. The fellow stood aside. Kate remained petrified. Then Owen jerked into a smiling composure as the man waved them on. "Feeling for firearms?" he said, rolling his eyes with pleased excitement at Kate. But she had not got over the shock of horror, fearing the fellow might paw her. They emerged out of a tunnel in the hollow of the concrete and iron amphitheater. A real gutter lout came to look at their counterslips to see which seats they had booked. He jerked his head downwards and slouched off. Now Kate knew she was in a trap, a big concrete beetle trap. They dropped down the concrete steps till they were only 3 tiers from the bottom. That was their row. They were to sit on the concrete with a loop of thick iron between each numbered seat. This was a reserved place in the sun. Kate sat gingerly between her 2 iron loops and looked vaguely around. "I think it's thrilling," she said. Like most modern people, she had a will to happiness. "Isn't it thrilling?" cried Owen, whose will to happiness was almost a mania. "Don't you think so, Bud?" "Why, yes, I think it may be," said Villiers, non-committal. But then Villiers was young. He was only over 20, while Owen was over 40. The younger generation calculates its happiness in a more business-like fashion. Villiers was out after a thrill, but he wasn't going to say he'd got one till he got it. Kate and Owen Kate was also nearly 40, must enthuse a thrill out of a sort of politeness to the great showman Providence. "Look here," said Owen. "Supposing we try to protect our extremity on this concrete," and thoughtfully he folded his raincoat and laid it along the concrete ledge so that both he and Kate could sit on it. They sat and gazed around. They were early. Patches of people mottled the concrete slope opposite, like eruptions. The ring just below was vacant, neatly sanded, and above the ring, on the encircling concrete, great advertisements for hats, with a picture of a city man's straw hat, and advertisements for spectacles, with pairs of spectacles supinely folded, glared and shouted. "Where is the shade, then?" said Owen, twisting his neck. At the top of the amphitheater near the sky were concrete boxes. This was the shade, where anybody who was anything sat. "Oh, but," said Kate, "I don't want to be perched right up there, so far away." "Why, no," said Owen. "We're much better where we are, in our sun, which isn't going to shine a great deal after all." The sky was cloudy, preparing for the rainy season. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the crowd was filling in, but still only occupied patches of the bare concrete. The lower tiers were reserved, so the bulk of the people sat in the midway levels, and gentry like our trio were more or less isolated. But the audience was already a mob, mostly of fattish townmen in black tight suits and little straw hats, and a mixing in of the dark-faced laborers in big hats. The men in black suits were probably employees and clerks and factory hands. Some had brought their women in sky-blue chiffon with brown chiffon hats and faces powdered to look like white marshmallows. Some were families with 2 or 3 children. The fun began. The fun began. The game was to snatch the hard straw hat off some fellow's head and send it skimming away down the slope of humanity, where some smart bounder down below would catch it and send it skimming across in another direction. There were shouts of jeering pleasure from the mass, which rose almost to a yell as 7 straw hats were skimming, meteor-like, at one moment across the slope of people. "Look at that!" said Owen. "Isn't that fun?" "No," said Kate, her little alter ego speaking out for once in spite of her will to happiness. "No, I don't like it. I really hate common people." As a socialist, Owen disapproved, and as a happy man, he was disconcerted, because his own real self, as far as he had any left, hated common rowdiness just as much as Kate did. "It's awfully smart, though," he said, trying to laugh in sympathy with the mob. "There now, see that?" "Yes, it's quite smart, but I'm glad it's not my hat," said Villiers. "Oh, it's all in the game," said Owen largely. But he was uneasy. He was wearing a big straw hat of native make, conspicuous in the comparative isolation of the lower tiers. After a lot of fidgeting, he took off this hat and put it on his knees. But unfortunately he had a very definitely bald spot on a sunburnt head. Behind, above, sat a dense patch of people in the unreserved section. Already they were throwing things. Bum! Came an orange, aimed at Owen's bald spot and hitting him on the shoulder. He glared round rather ineffectually through his big shell spectacles. "I'd keep my hat on if I were you," said the cold voice of Villiers. "Yes, I think perhaps it's wiser," said Owen, with assumed nonchalance, putting on his hat again, whereupon a banana skin rattled on Villiers' tidy and ladylike little Panama. He glared round coldly, like a bird that would stab with its beak if it got the chance, but which would fly away at the first real menace. "How I detest them," said Kate. A diversion was created by the entrance opposite of the military bands, with their silver and brass instruments under their arms. There were 3 sets. The chief band climbed and sat on the right, in the big, bare tract of concrete reserved for the authorities. These musicians wore dark gray uniforms trimmed with rose color and made Kate feel almost reassured, as if it were Italy and not Mexico City. A silver band in pale buff uniform sat opposite our party, high up across the hollow distance, and still a third musica threaded away to the left, on the remote, scattered hillside of the amphitheater. The newspapers had said that the president would attend. But the presidents are scarce at bullfights in Mexico nowadays. There sat the bands, in as much pomp as they could muster, but they did not begin to play. Great crowds now patched the slopes, but there were still bare tracks, especially in the authorities section. Only a little distance above Kate's Row was a mass of people, as it were impending, a very uncomfortable sensation. It was 3 o'clock, and the crowds had a new diversion. The bands, due to strike up at 3, still sat there in lordly fashion, sounding not a note. La musica, la musica, shouted the mob with the voice of mob authority. They were the people, and the revolutions had been their revolutions, and they had won them all. The bands were their bands, present for their amusement. But the bands were military bands, and it was the army which had won all the revolutions. So the revolutions were their revolutions, and they were present for their own glory alone. Musica pagata tocca mal tono. Spasmodically, the insolent yelling of the mob rose and subsided. La musica! La musica! The shout became brutal and violent. Kate always remembered it. La musica! The band peacocked its nonchalance. The shouting was a great yell, the degenerate mob of Mexico City. At length, at its own leisure, the band in gray with dark rose facings struck up, crisp, martial, smart. "That's fine," said Owen. "But that's really good, and it's the first time I've heard a good band in Mexico, a band with any backbone." The music was smart, but it was brief. The band seemed scarcely to have started when the piece was over. The musicians took their instruments from their mouths with a gesture of dismissal. They played just to say they'd played, making it as short as possible. Musica pagata tocca mal tono. There was a ragged interval, then the silver band piped up. And at last it was 3:30, or more. Whereupon, at some given signal, the masses in the middle, unreserved seats suddenly burst and rushed down onto the lowest reserved seats. It was a crash like a burst reservoir, and the populace in black Sunday suits poured down round and about our astonished, frightened trio, and in 2 minutes it was over. Without any pushing or shoving, everybody careful, as far as possible, not to touch anybody else. You don't elbow your neighbor if he's got a pistol on his hip and a knife at his belly. So all the seats in the lower tiers filled in one rush, like the flowing of water. Kate now sat among the crowd, but her seat, fortunately, was above one of the trackways that went round the arena, so at least she would not have anybody sitting between her knees. Men went uneasily back and forth along this gangway past the feet, wanting to get in next their friends, but never venturing to ask. 3 seats away, on the same row, sat a Polish Bolshevist fellow who had met Owen. He leaned over and asked the Mexican next to Owen if he might change seats with him. "No," said the Mexican. "I'll sit in my own seat." "Muy bien, señor, muy bien," said the Pole. The show did not begin, and men like lost mongrels still prowled back and forth on the track that was next step down from Kate's feet. They began to take advantage of the ledge on which rested the feet of our party, to squat there. Down sat a heavy fellow, plumb between Owen's knees. "I hope they won't sit on my feet," said Kate anxiously. "We won't let them," said Villiers with bird-like decision. "Why don't you shove him off, Owen? Shove him off!" And Villiers glared at the Mexican fellow ensconced between Owen's legs. Owen flushed and laughed uncomfortably. He was not good at shoving people off. The Mexican began to look round at the 3 angry white people. And in another moment another fat Mexican in a black suit and a little black hat was lowering himself into Villiers' footspace. But Villiers was too quick for him. He quickly brought his feet together under the man's sinking posterior, so the individual subsided uncomfortably onto a pair of boots, and at the same time felt a hand shoving him quietly but determinedly on the shoulder. "No," Villiers was saying in good American. "This place is for my feet. Get off. You get off." And he continued quietly but very emphatically to push the Mexican's shoulder, to remove him. The Mexican half raised himself and looked around murderously at Villiers. Physical violence was being offered, and the only retort was death. But the young American's face was so cold and abstract, only the eyes showing a primitive bird-like fire, that the Mexican was nonplussed, and Kate's eyes were blazing with Irish contempt. The fellow struggled with his Mexican city-bred inferiority complex. He muttered an explanation in Spanish that he was only sitting there for a moment till he could join his friends, waving his hand towards a lower tier. Villiers did not understand a word, but he reiterated, "I don't care what it is. This place is for my feet, and you don't sit there. Oh, home of liberty! Oh, land of the free!" Which of these two men was to win in the struggle for conflicting liberty? Was the fat fellow free to sit between Villiers' feet, or was Villiers free to keep his foot space? There are all sorts of inferiority complex, and the city Mexican has a very strong sort that makes him all the more aggressive once it is roused. Therefore the intruder lowered his posterior with a heavy, sudden bounce on Villiers' feet, and Villiers, out of very distaste, had to extricate his feet from such a compression. The young man's face went white at the nostrils, and his eyes took on that bright, abstract look of pure democratic anger. He pushed the fat shoulders more decisively, repeating, "Go away! Go away! You're not to sit there." The Mexican, on his own ground and heavy on his own base, let himself be shoved, oblivious. "Insolence," said Kate loudly. "Insolence!" She glared at the fat back in the shoddily fitting black coat, which looked as if a woman dressmaker had made it, with loathing. How could any man's coat collar look so homemade, so en famille? Villiers remained with a fixed, abstract look on his thin face, rather like a death's head. All his American will was summoned up, the bald eagle of the north bristling in every feather. The fellow should not sit there. But how to remove him? The young man sat tense with will to annihilate his beetle-like intruder, and Kate used all her Irish malice to help him. "Don't you wonder who was his tailor?" she asked, with a flicker in her voice. Villiers looked at the femalish black coat of the Mexican, and made an arch grimace at Kate. "I should say he hadn't one. Perhaps did it himself." "Very likely," Kate laughed venomously. It was too much. The man got up and betook himself, rather diminished, to another spot. "Triumph!" said Kate. "Can't you do the same, Owen?" Owen laughed uncomfortably, glancing down at the man between his knees as he might glance at a dog with rabies when it had its back to him. "Apparently not yet, unfortunately," he said with some constraint, turning his nose away again from the Mexican, who was using him as a sort of chair-back. There was an exclamation. Two horsemen in gay uniforms and bearing long staffs had suddenly ridden into the ring. They went round the arena, then took up their posts, sentry-wise, on either side the tunnel entrance through which they had come in. In marched a little column of 4 toreadors wearing tight uniforms plastered with silver embroidery. They divided, and marched smartly in opposite directions, 2 and 2, around the ring, till they came to the place facing the section of the authorities where they made their salute. So this was a bullfight. Kate already felt a chill of disgust. In the seats of the authorities were very few people, and certainly no sparkling ladies in high tortoise-shell combs and lace mantillas. A few common-looking people, bourgeois with not much taste, and a couple of officers in uniform. The president had not come. There was no glamour, no charm. A few commonplace people in an expanse of concrete were the elect, and below, 4 grotesque and effeminate-looking fellows in tight, ornate clothes were the heroes. With their rather fat posteriors and their squiffs of pigtails and their clean-shaven faces, they looked like eunuchs or women in tight pants, these precious toreadors. The last of Kate's illusions concerning bullfights came down with a flop. These were the darlings of the mob. These were the gallant toreadors. Gallant? Just about as gallant as assistants in a butcher's shop. Lady killers? Ugh. There was an ah of satisfaction from the mob. Into the ring suddenly rushed a smallish, dun-colored bull with long, flourishing horns. He ran out, blindly, as if from the dark, probably thinking that now he was free. Then he stopped short, seeing he was not free, but surrounded in an unknown way. He was utterly at a loss. A toreador came forward and switched out a pink cloak like a fan not far from the bull's nose. The bull gave a playful little prance, neat and pretty, and charged mildly on the cloak. The toreador switched the cloak over the animal's head, and the neat little bull trotted on round the ring, looking for a way to get out. Seeing the wooden barrier around the arena, finding he was able to look over it, he thought he might as well take the leap. So over he went into the corridor or passageway which circled the ring, and in which stood the servants of the arena. Just as nimbly these servants vaulted over the barrier into the arena that was now bull-less. The bull in the gangway trotted inquiringly round till he came to an opening onto the arena again. So back he trotted into the ring, and back into the gangway vaulted the servants, where they stood again to look on. The bull trotted waveringly and somewhat irritated. The toreadors waved their cloaks at him, and he swerved on, till his vague course took him to where one of the horsemen with lances sat motionless on his horse. Instantly, in a pang of alarm, Kate noticed that the horse was thickly blindfolded with a black cloth. Yes, and so was the horse on which sat the other picador. The bull trotted suspiciously up to the motionless horse, bearing the rider with the long pole, a lean old horse that would never move till doomsday unless someone shoved it. Oh, shades of Don Quixote! Oh, 4 Spanish horsemen of the apocalypse! This was surely one of them. The picador pulled his feeble horse round slowly to face the bull, and slowly he leaned forward and shoved his lance point into the bull's shoulder. The bull, as if the horse were a great wasp that had stung him deep, suddenly lowered his head in a jerk of surprise and lifted his horn straight up into the horse's abdomen. And without more ado, over went horse and rider like a tottering monument upset. The rider scrambled from under the horse and went running away with his lance. The old horse, in complete dazed amazement, struggled to rise, as if overcome with dumb incomprehension. And the bull, with a red place on his shoulder welling a trickle of dark blood, stood looking around in equally hopeless amazement. But the wound was hurting. He saw the queer sight of the horse half-reared from the ground trying to get to its feet, and he smelled blood and bowels. So rather vaguely, as if not quite knowing what he ought to do, the bull once more lowered his head and pushed his sharp, flourishing horns in the horse's belly, working them up and down inside there with a sort of vague satisfaction. Kate had never been taken so completely by surprise in all her life. She had still cherished some idea of a gallant show. And before she knew where she was watching a bull whose shoulders trickled blood, goring his horns up and down inside the belly of a prostrate and feebly plunging old horse. The shock almost overpowered her. She had come for a gallant show. This she had paid to see. Human cowardice and beastliness, a smell of blood, a nauseous whiff of bursten bowels. She turned her face away. She turned her face away. When she looked again, it was to see the horse feebly and dazedly walking out of the ring, with a great ball of its own entrails hanging out of its abdomen and swinging reddish against its own legs as it automatically moved. And once more the shock of amazement almost made her lose consciousness. she heard the confused, small applause of amusement from the mob. And that Pole, to whom Owen had introduced her, leaned over and said to her in horrible English, "Now, Miss Leslie, you are seeing life. Now you will have something to write about in your letters to England." She looked at his unwholesome face in complete repulsion, and wished Owen would not introduce her to such sordid individuals. She looked at Owen. His nose had a sharp look, like a little boy who may make himself sick, but who is watching at the shambles with all his eyes, knowing it is forbidden. Villiers, the younger generation, looked intense and abstract, getting the sensation. He would not even feel sick. He was just getting the thrill of it, without emotion, coldly and scientifically, but very intent. And Kate felt a real pang of hatred against this Americanism which is coldly and unscrupulously sensational. "Why doesn't the horse move? Why doesn't it run away from the bull?" she asked in repelled amazement of Owen. Owen cleared his throat. "Didn't you see? It was blindfolded," he said. "But can't it smell the bull?" she asked. "Apparently not. They bring the old wrecks here to finish them off. I know it's awful, but it's part of the game." How Kate hated phrases like, "part of the game." What do they mean, anyhow? She felt utterly humiliated, crushed by a sense of human indecency, cowardice of two-legged humanity. In this brave show she felt nothing but reeking cowardice. Her breeding and her natural pride were outraged. The ring servants had cleaned away the mess and spread new sand. The toreadors were playing with the bull, unfurling their foolish cloaks at arm's length. And the animal, with the red sore running on his shoulder, foolishly capered and ran from one rag to the other, here and there. For the first time, a bull seemed to her a fool. She had always been afraid of bulls, fear tempered with reverence of the great Mithraic beast. And now she saw how stupid he was in spite of his long horns and his massive maleness. Blindly and stupidly he ran at the rag each time, and the toreadors skipped like fat-hipped girls showing off. Probably it needed skill and courage, but it looked silly. Blindly and foolishly the bull ran, ducking its horns each time at the rag, just because the rag fluttered. "Run at the men, idiot," said Kate aloud in her overwrought impatience. "Run at the men, not at the cloaks." "They never do, isn't it curious?" replied Villiers with cool scientific interest. "They say no toreador will face a cow, because a cow always goes for him instead of the cloak. If a bull did that, there'd be no bullfights. Imagine it." She was bored now. The nimbleness and the skipping tricks of the toreadors bored her. Even when one of the banderilleros reared himself on tiptoe, his plump posterior much in evidence, and from his erectness pushed two razor-sharp darts with frills at the top into the bull's shoulder, neatly and smartly, Kate felt no admiration. One of the darts fell out anyway, and the bull ran on with the other swinging and waggling in another bleeding place. The bull now wanted to get away, really. He leaped the fence again, quickly into the attendants' gangway. The attendants vaulted over into the arena. The bull trotted in the corridor, then nicely leaped back. The attendants vaulted once more into the corridor. The bull trotted round the arena, ignoring the toreadors, and leaped once more into the gangway. Over vaulted the attendants. Kate was beginning to be amused, now that the mongrel men were skipping for safety. The bull was in the ring again, running from cloak to cloak foolishly. A banderillero was getting ready with two more darts. But first another picador put nobly forward on his blindfolded old horse. The bull ignored this little lot, too, and trotted away again, as if all the time looking for something, excitedly looking for something. He stood still and excitedly pawed the ground, as if he wanted something. A toreador advanced and swung a cloak. Up pranced the bull, tail in air, and with a prancing bound charged, upon the rag, of course. The toreador skipped round with a ladylike skip, then tripped to another point. Very pretty. The bull, in the course of his trotting and prancing and pawing, had once more come near the bold picador. The bold picador shoved forward his ancient steed, leaned forwards, and pushed the point of his lance in the bull's shoulder. The bull looked up, irritated and arrested. What the devil? He saw the horse and rider. The horse stood with that feeble monumentality of a milk horse, patient as if between the shafts, waiting while his master delivered the milk. How strange it must have been to him when the bull, giving a little bound like a dog, ducked its head and dived its horns upwards into his belly, rolling him over with his rider as one might push over a hat stand. The bull looked with irritable wonder at the incomprehensible medley of horse and rider kicking on the ground a few yards away from him. He drew near to investigate. The riders scrambled out and bolted, and the toreadors, running up with their cloaks, drew off the bull. He went caracoling round, charging at more silk-lined rags. Meanwhile, an attendant had got the horse on its feet again, and was leading it totteringly into the gangway and round to the exit, under the authorities. The horse crawled slowly. The bull, running from pink cloak to red cloak, rag to rag, and never catching anything, was getting excited, impatient of the rag game. He jumped once more into the gangway and started running, alas, on towards where the wounded horse was still limping its way to the exit. Kate knew what was coming. Before she could look away, the bull had charged on the limping horse from behind. The attendants had fled. The horse was up-ended absurdly, one of the bull's horns between his hind legs and deep in his inside. Down went the horse, collapsing in front, but his rear was still heaved up, with the bull's horn working vigorously up and down inside him, while he lay on his neck all twisted. And a huge heap of bowels coming out, and a nauseous stench, and the cries of pleased amusement among the crowd. This pretty event took place on Kate's side of the ring, and not far from where she sat, below her. Most of the people were on their feet, craning to look down over the edge to watch the conclusion of this delightful spectacle. Kate knew if she saw any more she would go into hysterics. She was getting beside herself. She looked swiftly at Owen, who looked like a guilty boy spellbound. "I'm going," she said, rising. "Going!" he cried in wonder and dismay, his flushed face and his bald, flushed forehead a picture, looking up at her. But she had already turned and was hurrying away towards the mouth of the exit tunnel. Owen came running after her, flustered and drawn in all directions. "Really going?" he said in chagrin, as she came to the high, vaulted exit tunnel. "I must. I've got to get out," she cried. "Don't you come?" "Really?" he echoed, torn all ways. The scene was creating a very hostile attitude in the audience. To leave the bullfight is a national insult. "Don't come, really. I shall take a tramcar," she said hurriedly. "Really? Do you really think you'll be all right?" "How?" "Perfectly. You stay. Goodbye. I can't smell any more of this stink." He turned like Orpheus looking back into hell, and wavering made towards his seat again. It was not so easy, because many people were now on their feet and crowding to the exit vault. The rain, which had sputtered a few drops, suddenly fell in a downward splash. People were crowding to shelter, but Owen, unheeding, fought his way back to his seat and sat in his raincoat with the rain pouring on his bald head. He was as nearly in hysterics as Kate. But he was convinced that this was life. He was seeing life, and what can an American do more? They might just as well sit and enjoy somebody else's diarrhea, was the thought that passed through Kate's distracted but still Irish mind. There she was, in the great concrete archway under the stadium, with the lousy press of the audience crowding in after her. Facing outwards, she saw the straight downpour of the rain, and a little beyond, the great wooden gates that opened to the free street. Oh, to be out of this, to be free! But it was pouring tropical rain. The little shoddy soldiers were pressing back under the brick gateway for shelter, and the gates were almost shut. Perhaps they would not let her out. Oh, horror! She stood hovering in front of the straight downpour. She would have dashed out, but for the restraining thought of what she would look like when her thin gauze dress was plastered to her body by drenching rain. On the brink she hovered. Behind her, from the inner end of the stadium tunnel, the people were surging in waves. She stood horrified and alone, looking always out to freedom. The crowd was in a state of excitement, cut off in its sport, on tenterhooks lest it should miss anything. Thank goodness the bulk stayed near the inner end of the vault. She hovered near the outer end, ready to bolt at any moment. The rain crashed steadily down. She waited on the outer verge, as far from the people as possible. Her face had that drawn, blank look of a woman near hysterics. She could not get out of her eyes the last picture of the horse lying twisted on its neck with its hind quarters hitched up and the horn of the bull goring slowly and rhythmically in its vitals. The horse so utterly passive and grotesque, and all its bowels slipping onto the ground. But a new terror was the throng inside the tunnel entrance. The big arched place was filling up, but still the crowd did not come very near her. They pressed towards the inner exit. They were mostly loutish men in city clothes, the mongrel men of a mongrel city. Two men stood making water against the wall, in the interval of their excitement. One father had kindly brought his little boys to the show, and stood in fat, sloppy paternal benevolence above them. They were pale mites, the elder about 10 years old, highly dressed up in Sunday clothes. And badly they needed protecting from that paternal benevolence, for they were oppressed, peaked, and a bit wan from the horrors. To those children at least bullfights did not come natural, but would be an acquired taste. There were other children, however, and fat mammas in black satin that was greasy and gray at the edges, with an overflow of face powder. These fat mammas had a pleased, excited look in their eyes, almost sexual and very distasteful in contrast to their soft, passive bodies. Kate shivered a little in her thin frock, for the ponderous rain had a touch of ice. She stared through the curtain of water at the big, rickety gates of the enclosure surrounding the amphitheater, at the midget soldiers cowering in their shoddy, pink-white cotton uniforms, and at the glimpse of the squalid street outside, now running with dirty brown streams. The vendors had all taken refuge in dirty white clusters in the poke shops, one of which was sinisterly named Averquesal. She was afraid more of the repulsiveness than of anything. She had been in many cities of the world, but Mexico had an underlying ugliness, a sort of squalid evil which made Naples seem debonair in comparison. She was afraid, she dreaded the thought that anything might really touch her in this town, and give her the contagion of its crawling sort of evil. But she knew that the one thing she must do was to keep her head. A little officer in uniform wearing a big, pale blue cape made his way through the crowd. He was short, dark, and had a little black beard like an imperial. He came through the people from the inner entrance and cleared his way with a quiet, silent unobtrusiveness, yet with the peculiar, heavy Indian momentum. Even touching the crowd delicately with his gloved hand and murmuring almost inaudibly the con permiso formula, he seemed to be keeping himself miles away from contact. He was brave, too, because there was just the chance some lout might shoot him because of his uniform. The people knew him, too. Kate could tell that by the flicker of a jeering, self-conscious smile that passed across many faces, and the exclamation, "General Viedma!" "Don Cipriano?" He came towards Kate, saluting and bowing with a brittle shyness. "I am General Viedma. Did you wish to leave?" "Let me get you an automobile," he said in very English. English that sounded strange from his dark face and a little stiff on his soft tongue. His eyes were dark, quick, with the glassy darkness that she found so wearying. But they were tilted up with a curious slant under arched black brows. It gave him an odd look of detachment, as if he looked at life with raised brows. His manner was superficially assured, underneath perhaps half savage, shy and farouche, and deprecating. "Thank you so much," she said. He called to a soldier in the gateway. "I will send you in the automobile of my friend," he said. "It will be better than a taxi. You don't like the bullfight." "No, horrible," said Kate. "But do get me a yellow taxi. That is quite safe." "Well, the man has gone for the automobile. You are English, yes?" "Irish," said Kate. "Ah, Irish," he replied with the flicker of a smile. "You speak English awfully well," she said. "Yes, I was educated there. I was in England 7 years." "Were you?" "My name is Mrs. Leslie." "Ah, Leslie, I knew James Leslie in Oxford. He was killed in the war." "Yes, that was my husband's brother." "Oh, really? How small the world is," said Kate. "Yes, indeed," said the general. There was a pause. "And the gentlemen who are with you, they are T. American," said Kate. "Ah, Americans. Ah, yes. The older one is my cousin, Owen Reese. Owen Reese. Ah, yes. I think I saw in the newspaper you were here in town, visiting Mexico." He spoke in a peculiar, quiet voice, rather suppressed, and his quick eyes glanced at her and at his surroundings like those of a man perpetually suspecting an ambush. But his face had a certain silent hostility under his kindness. He was saving his nation's reputation. "They did put in a not very complimentary note," said Kate. "I think they don't like it that we stay in the Hotel San Remo. It is too poor and foreign. But we are none of us rich, and we like it better than those other places. The Hotel San Remo, where is that? In the Avenida del Peru. Won't you come and see us there, and meet my cousin and Mr. Thompson?" "Thank you, thank you. I hardly ever go out. But I will call if I may, and then perhaps you will all come to see me at the house of my friend, Senor Ramon Carrasco." "We should like to," said Kate. "Very well. And shall I call then?" She told him a time and added, "You mustn't be surprised at the hotel. It is small and nearly all Italians. But we tried some of the big ones, and there is such a feeling of lowness about them. Awful. I can't stand the feeling of prostitution. And then the cheap insolence of the servants. No, my little San Remo may be rough, but it's kindly and human, and it's not rotten. It is like Italy as I always knew it, decent and with a bit of human generosity. I do think Mexico City is evil underneath." "Well," he said, "the hotels are bad. It is unfortunate, but the foreigners seem to make the Mexicans worse than they are, naturally. And Mexico, or something in it, certainly makes the foreigners worse than they are at home." He spoke with a certain bitterness. "Perhaps we should all stay away," she said. "Perhaps," he said, lifting his shoulders a little. "But I don't think so." He relapsed into a slightly blank silence. Peculiar how his feelings flushed over him, anger, diffidence, wistfulness, assurance, and an anger again, all in little flushes and somewhat naive. "It doesn't rain so much," said Kate. "When will the car come?" "It is here now. It has been waiting some time," he replied. "Then I'll go," she said. "Well," he replied, looking at the sky, "it is still raining, and your dress is very thin. You must take my cloak." "Oh," she said, shrinking, "it is only 2 yards. It is still raining fairly fast. Better either wait, or let me lend you my cloak." He swung out of his cloak with a quick little movement and held it up to her. Almost without realizing, she turned her shoulders to him, and he put the cape on her. She caught it round her and ran out to the gate as if escaping. He followed with a light yet military stride. The soldier saluted rather slovenly, and he responded briefly. A not very new Fiat stood at the gate with a chauffeur in a short red and black check coat. The chauffeur opened the door. Kate slipped off the cloak as she got in and handed it back. He stood with it over his arm. "Goodbye," she said. "Thank you ever so much, and we shall see you on Tuesday. Do put your cape on." "On Tuesday, yes. Hotel San Remo, Calais de Peru," he added to the chauffeur. Then turning again to Kate, "The hotel, no?" "Yes," she said, and instantly changed. "No, take me to Sanborn's, where I can sit in a corner and drink tea to comfort me." "To comfort you after the bullfight," he said with another quick smile. "To Sanborn's, Gonzales." He saluted and bowed and closed the door. The car started. Kate sat back, breathing relief. Relief to get away from that beastly place. Relief even to get away from that nice man. He was awfully nice. But he made her feel she wanted to get away from him, too. There was that heavy, black Mexican fatality about him that put a burden on her. His quietness and his peculiar assurance almost aggressive, and at the same time a nervousness and uncertainty. His heavy sort of gloom, and yet his quick, naive, childish smile. Those black eyes, like black jewels that you couldn't look into, and which were so watchful, yet which, perhaps, were waiting for some sign of recognition and of warmth. Perhaps. She felt again, as she felt before, that Mexico lay in her destiny almost as a doom. Something so heavy, so oppressive, like the folds of some huge serpent that seemed as if it could hardly raise itself. She was glad to get to her corner in the tea-house, to feel herself in the cosmopolitan world once more, to drink her tea and eat strawberry shortcake and try to forget. Chap 2. Tea party in Tea-Alakalula. Owen came back to the hotel at about 6:30, tired, excited, a little guilty, and a good deal distressed at having let Kate go alone. And now the whole thing was over, rather dreary in spirit. "Oh, how did you get on?" he cried, the moment he saw her, afraid almost like a boy of his own sin of omission. "I got on perfectly. Went to Sanborn's for tea, and had strawberry shortcake. So good." "Oh, good for you," he laughed in relief. "Then you weren't too much overcome. I'm so glad. I had such awful qualms after I'd let you go. Imagined all the things that are supposed to happen in Mexico. Chauffeur driving away with you into some horrible remote region, and robbing you, and all that. But then I knew, really, you'd be all right. Oh, the time I had. The rain, and the people throwing things at my bald patch, and those horses. Wasn't that horrible? I wonder I'm still alive." And he laughed with tired excitement, putting his hand over his stomach and rolling his eyes. "Aren't you drenched?" she said. "Drenched," he replied. "Or at least I was. I've dried off quite a lot. My raincoat is no good. I don't know why I don't buy another. Oh, but what a time! The rain streaming on my bald head, and the crowd behind throwing oranges at it. Then simply gored in my inside about letting you go alone. Yet it was the only bullfight I shall ever see. I came then before it was over. Bud wouldn't come. I suppose he's still there. Was it as awful as the beginning?" she asked. "No, no, it wasn't. The first was worst. That horse Shambles. Oh, they killed 2 more horses, and 5 bulls. Yes, a regular butchery. But some of it was very neat work. Those toreadors did some very pretty feats. One stood on his cloak while a bull charged him." "I think," interrupted Kate, "if I knew that some of those toreadors were going to be tossed by the bull, I'd go to see another bullfight. Ugh, how I detest them. The longer I live, the more loathsome the human species becomes to me. How much nicer the bulls are." "Oh, quite," said Owen vaguely. "Exactly. But still there was some very skillful work, very pretty, really very plucky." "Yah!" snarled Kate. "Plucky!" "They with all their knives and their spears and cloaks and darts, and they know just how a bull will behave. It's just a performance of human beings torturing animals, with those common fellows showing off how smart they are at hurting a bull. Dirty little boys maiming flies. That's what they are. Only grown up, they are bastards, not boys. Oh, I wish I could be a bull, just for 5 minutes. Bastard, that's what I call it. Well, laughed Owen uneasily, it is rather. Call that manliness, cried Kate. Then thank God 1,000,000 times that I'm a woman, and no poltroonery and dirty-mindedness when I see it. Again Owen laughed uncomfortably. Go upstairs and change, she said. You'll die. I think I'd better. I feel I might die any minute, as a matter of fact. Well, till dinner then. I'll tap at your door in half an hour. Kate sat trying to sew, but her hand trembled. She could not get the bull ring out of her mind, and something felt damaged in her inside. She straightened herself and sighed. She was really very angry, too, with Owen. He was naturally so sensitive and so kind, but he had the insidious modern disease of tolerance. He must tolerate everything, even a thing that revolted him. He would call it life. He would feel he had lived this afternoon, greedy even for the most sordid sensations. Whereas she felt as if she had eaten something which was giving her ptomaine poisoning. If that was life. Ah, men. They all had this soft rottenness of the soul, a strange perversity which made even the squalid, repulsive things seem part of life to them. Life. And what is life? A louse lying on its back and kicking. Ugh. At about 7 o'clock Villiers came tapping. He looked wan, peaked, but like a bird that had successfully pecked a bellyful of garbage. Oh, it was great, he said, lounging on one hip. Great! They killed 7 bulls. No calves, unfortunately, said Kate, suddenly furious again. He paused to consider the point, then laughed. Her anger was another slight sensational amusement to him. No calves, he said. The calves have come home to be fattened, but several more horses after you'd gone. I don't want to hear, she said coldly. He laughed, feeling rather heroic. After all, one must be able to look on blood and bursten bowels calmly, even with a certain thrill. The young hero! But there were dark rings round his eyes, like a debauch. Oh, but, he began, making a rather coy face, don't you want to hear what I did after? I went to the hotel of the chief toreador, and saw him lying on his bed all dressed up, smoking a fat cigar. Rather like a male Venus who is never undressed. So funny. Who took you there? She said. That Pole, you remember? And a Spaniard who talked English. The toreador was great, lying on his bed in all his get-up, except his shoes, and quite a crowd of men going over it all again. Wow, 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 wow. You never heard such a row. Aren't you wet? Said Kate. No, not at all. I'm perfectly dry. You see, I had my coat. Only my head, of course. My poor hair was all streaked down my face like streaks of dye. He wiped his thin hair across his head with rather self-conscious humor. Hasn't Owen come in? He asked. Yes, he's changing. Well, I'll go up. I suppose it's nearly supper time. Oh, yes, it's after. At which discovery he brightened as if he'd received a gift. Oh, by the way, how did you get on? Rather mean of us to let you go all alone like that, he said as he hung poised in the open doorway. Not at all, she said. You wanted to stay, and I can look after myself at my time of life. Well, he said with an American drawl, maybe you can. Then he gave a little laugh. But you should have seen all those men rehearsing in that bedroom, throwing their arms about, and the toreador lying on the bed like Venus with a fat cigar, listening to her lovers. I'm glad I didn't, said Kate. Villiers disappeared with a wicked little laugh, and as she sat her hands trembled with outrage and passion. Immoral? How could one be immoral or non-moral when one's soul was revolted? How could one be like these Americans, picking over the garbage of sensations and gobbling it up like carrion birds? At the moment, both Owen and Villiers seemed to her like carrion birds, repulsive. She felt, moreover, that they both hated her first because she was a woman. It was all right so long as she fell in with them in every way. But the moment she stood out against them in the least, they hated her mechanically for the very fact that she was a woman. They hated her womanness. And in this Mexico, with its great underdrift of squalor and heavy reptile-like evil, it was hard for her to bear up. She was really fond of Owen, but how could she respect him, so empty and waiting for circumstance to fill him up? Swept with an American despair of having lived in vain, or of not having really lived, having missed something, which fearful misgiving would make him rush like mechanical steel filings to a magnet towards any crowd in the street. And then all his poetry and philosophy gone with the cigarette, and he threw away. He would stand craning his neck in one more frantic effort to see, just to see. Whatever it was, he must see it. Or he might miss something. And then, after he'd seen an old ragged woman run over by a motor car and bleeding on the floor, he'd come back to Kate, pale at the gills, sick, bewildered, daunted, and yet, yes, glad he'd seen it. It was life. Well, said Kate, I always thank God I'm not Argus. 2 eyes are often too many for me in all the horrors. I don't feed myself on street accidents. At dinner they tried to talk of pleasanter things than bullfights. Villiers was neat and tidy and very nicely mannered, but she knew he was keeping a little mocking laugh up his sleeve because she could not stomach the afternoon's garbage. He himself had black rings under his eyes, but that was because he had lived. The climax came with the dessert. In walked the Pole and that Spaniard who spoke American. The Pole was unhealthy and unclean-looking. She heard him saying to Owen, who of course had risen with automatic cordiality, "We thought we'd come here to dinner. Well, how are you?" Kate's skin was already goose-flesh. But the next instant she heard that dingy voice that spoke so many languages dingily, assailing her with familiarity. "Ah, Miss Leslie, you missed the best part of it. You missed all the fun." "Oh, I say." Rage flew into her heart and fire into her eyes. She got up suddenly from her chair and faced the fellow behind her. "Thank you," she said. "I don't want to hear. I don't want you to speak to me. I don't want to know you." She looked at him once, then turned her back, sat down again, and took a pitahaya from the fruit plate. The fellow went green and stood a moment speechless. "Oh, all right," he said mechanically, turning away to the Spaniard who spoke American. "Well, see you later," said Owen rather hurriedly, and he went back to his seat at Kate's table. The 2 strange fellows sat at another table. Kate ate her cactus fruit in silence and waited for her coffee. By this time she was not so angry, she was quite calm. And even Villiers hid his joy in a new sensation under a manner of complete, quiet composure. When coffee came, she looked at the 2 men at the other table, and at the 2 men at her own table. "I've had enough of canaille of any sort," she said. "Oh, I understand perfectly," said Owen. After dinner she went to her room, and through the night she could not sleep, but lay listening to the noises of Mexico City, then to the silence and the strange, grisly fear that so often creeps out onto the darkness of a Mexican night. Away inside her she loathed Mexico City. She even feared it. In the daytime it had a certain spell, but at night the underneath grisliness and evil came forth. In the morning, Owen also announced that he had not slept at all. "Oh, I never slept so well since I was in Mexico," said Villiers, with a triumphant look of a bird that has just pecked a good morsel from the garbage heap. "Look at the frail aesthetic youth," said Owen in a hollow voice. "His frailty and his aestheticism are both bad signs to me," said Kate ominously. "And the youth. Surely that's another," said Owen with a dead laugh, but Villiers only gave a little snort of cold, pleased amusement. "Someone was calling Miss Leslie on the telephone," said the Mexican chambermaid. It was the only person Kate knew in the capital, or in the Distrito Federal, A Mrs. Norris, widow of an English ambassador of 30 years ago. She had a big, ponderous old house out in the village of Tlacolula. Yes, yes, this is Mrs. Norris. How are you? That's right, that's right. Now, Mrs. Leslie, won't you come out to tea this afternoon and see the garden? I wish you would. Two friends are coming in to see me, two Mexicans, Don Ramon Carrasco and General Viedma. They are both charming men, and Don Ramon is a great scholar. I assure you they are both entirely the exception among Mexicans. Oh, but entirely the exception. So now, my dear Mrs. Leslie, won't you come with your cousin? I wish you would. Kate remembered the little general. He was a good deal smaller than herself. She remembered his erect, alert little figure, something bird-like, and the face with eyes slanting under arched eyebrows, and the little black tuft of an imperial on the chin, a face with a peculiar Chinese suggestion, without being Chinese in the least, really. An odd, detached, yet cocky little man, a true little Indian, speaking Oxford English in a rapid, low, musical voice, with extraordinarily gentle intonation. Yet those black, inhuman eyes. Till this minute she had not really been able to recall him to herself, to get any sharp impression. Now she had it. He was an Indian, pure and simple. And in Mexico, she knew, there were more generals than soldiers. There had been 3 generals in the Pullman coming down from El Paso, 2, more or less educated, in the drawing-room, and the Who looked as if she had fallen into a flour sack. Her face was so deep in powder, and her frizzy hair and her brown silk dress so douched with the white dust of it. Neither this general nor this woman had ever been in a Pullman before. But the general was sharper than the woman. He was a tall, wiry fellow with a reddened, pock-marked face and sharp little black eyes. He followed Owen to the smoking room and watched with sharp eyes to see how everything was done, and soon he knew, and he would wipe his washbowl dry as neatly as anybody. There was something of a real man about him. But the poor, half-white woman, when she wanted the ladies' toilet, got lost in the passage and wailed aloud, "I don't know where to go. No sé a dónde." No sé a dónde. Until the general sent the Pullman boy to direct her. But it had annoyed Kate to see this general and this woman eating chicken and asparagus and jelly in the Pullman, paying 15 pesos for a rather poor dinner, when for a peso and a half apiece they could have eaten a better meal, and real Mexican at the meal-stop station. And all the poor, barefoot people clamoring on the platform, while the general, who was a man of their own sort, nobly swallowed his asparagus on the other side of the window-pane. But this is how they save the people, in Mexico and elsewhere. Some tough individual scrambles up out of the squalor and proceeds to save himself. Who pays for the asparagus and jelly and face powder? Nobody asks, because everybody knows. And so much for Mexican generals, as a rule, a class to be strictly avoided. Kate was aware of all this. She wasn't much interested in any sort of Mexican in office. There is so much in the world that one wants to avoid, as one wants to avoid the lice that creep on the unwashed crowd. Being rather late, Owen and Kate bumped out to Tlacolula in a Ford taxi. It was a long way through the peculiar, squalid endings of the town, then along the straight road between trees into the valley. The sun of April was brilliant. There were piles of cloud about the sky, where the volcanoes would be. The valley stretched away to its somber, atmospheric hills, in a flat, dry bed, parched except where there was some crop being irrigated. The soil seemed strange, dry, blackish, artificially wetted and old. The trees rose high and hung bare boughs or withered shade. The buildings were either new and alien like the country club, or cracked and dilapidated with all the plaster falling off. The falling of thick plaster from cracked buildings, one could almost hear it. Yellow tramcars rushed at express speed away down the fenced-in car lines, rushing round towards Xochimilco or Tlalpan. The asphalt road ran outside these lines, and on the asphalt rushed incredibly dilapidated Ford omnibuses, crowded with blank, dark natives in dirty cotton clothes and big straw hats. At the far edge of the road, on the dust tracks under the trees, little donkeys under huge loads loitered towards the city, driven by men with blackened faces and bare, blackened legs. Threefold went the traffic. The roar of the tram trains, the clatter of the automobiles, the straggle of asses and of outside-seeming individuals. Occasional flowers would splash out in color from a ruin of falling plaster. Occasional women with strong, dark brown arms would be washing rags in a drain. An occasional horseman would ride across to the herd of motionless black and white cattle on the field. Occasional maize fields were already coming green. And the pillars that mark the water conduits passed one by one. They went through the tree-filled plaza of Tlacolula, where natives were squatting on the ground selling fruits or sweets, then down a road between high walls. They pulled up at last at big gate doors, beyond which was a heavy pink and yellow house, and beyond the house high, dark cypress trees. In the road 2 motor cars were already standing. That meant other visitors. Owen knocked on the studded fortress doors. There was an imbecile barking of dogs. At last, a little footman with a little black mustache opened silently. The square inner patio, dark with sun lying on the heavy arches of one side, had pots of red and white flowers, but was ponderous, as if dead for centuries. A certain dead, heavy strength and beauty seemed there, unable to pass away, unable to liberate itself and decompose. There was a stone basin of clear but motionless water, and the heavy reddish and yellow arches went round the courtyard with warrior-like fatality, their bases in dark shadow. Dead, massive house of the conquistadores, with a glimpse of tall-grown garden beyond, and further Aztec cypresses rising to strange dark heights. And dead silence, like the black, porous, absorptive lava rock, save when the tramcars battered past outside the solid wall. Kate went up the jet-like stone staircase, through the leather doors. Mrs. Norris came forward on the terrace of the upper patio to receive her guests. "I'm so glad, my dear, that you came. I should have rung you up before, but I've had such trouble with my heart, and the doctor wanting to send me down to a lower altitude. I said to him, 'I've no patience. If you're going to cure me at an altitude of 7,000 feet, or else admit your incompetence at once.' Ridiculous, this rushing up and down from one altitude to another. I've lived at this height all these years. I simply refuse to be bundled down to Cuernavaca or some other place where I don't want to go. Well, my dear, and how are you?" Mrs. Norris was an elderly woman, rather like a conquistador herself, in her black silk dress and her little black shoulder shawl of fine cashmere, with a short silk fringe and her ornaments of black enamel. Her face had gone slightly gray, her nose was sharp and dusky, and her voice hammered almost like metal, a slow, distinct, peculiar, hard music of its own. She was an archaeologist, and she had studied the Aztec remains so long that now some of the black-gray look of the lava rock and some of the experience of the Aztec idols, with sharp nose and slightly prominent eyes and an expression of tomb-like mockery, had passed into her face. A lonely daughter of culture, with a strong mind and a dense will, she had browsed all her life on the hard stones of archaeological remains, and at the same time she had retained a strong sense of humanity and a slightly fantastic, humorous vision of her fellow men. From the first instant, Kate respected her for her isolation and her dauntlessness. The world is made up of a mass of people and a few individuals. Mrs. Norris was one of the few individuals. True, she played her social game all the time, but she was an odd number, and all alone she could give the even numbers a bad time. "But come in. Do come in," she said, after keeping her 2 guests out on the terrace that was lined with black idols and dusty native baskets and shields and arrows and tapa. like a museum. In the dark sitting room that opened onto the terrace were visitors. An old man in a black morning coat and white hair and beard, and a woman in black crepe de chine with the inevitable hat of her sort upon her gray hair, a stiff satin turned up on three sides and with black ospreys underneath. She had the baby face and the faded blue eyes and the Middle West accent inevitable. Judge and Mrs. Burlap. The third visitor was a youngish man, very correct and not quite sure. He was Major Law, American military attaché at the moment. The three people eyed the newcomers with cautious suspicion. They might be shady. There are indeed so many shady people in Mexico that it is taken for granted if you arrive unannounced and unexpected in the capital that you are probably under an assumed name and have some dirty game up your sleeve. "Been long in Mexico?" snapped the judge. The police inquiry had begun. "No," said Owen resonantly, his gorge rising. "About 2 weeks. You are an American." "I," said Owen, "am American. Mrs. Leslie is English, or rather Irish. Been in the club yet?" "No," said Owen, "I haven't. American clubs aren't much in my line, though Garfield Spence gave me a letter of introduction." "Who?" "Garfield Spence." The judge started as if he had been stung. "Why, the fellow's nothing better than a Bolshevist. Why, he went to Russia." "I should rather like to go to Russia myself," said Owen. "It is probably the most interesting country in the world today." "But weren't you telling me," put in Mrs. Norris in her clear metal musical voice, "that you loved China so much, Mr. Riss?" "I did like China very much," said Owen, "and I'm sure you made some wonderful collections. Tell me now, what was your particular fancy?" "Perhaps after all," said Owen, "it was jade." "Ah, jade. Yes, jade. Jade is beautiful. Those wonderful little fairylands they carve in jade, and the stone itself." "It was the delicate stone that fascinated me," said Owen. "The wonderful quality of it. Ah, wonderful, wonderful." "Tell me now, dear Mrs. Leslie, what you have been doing since I saw you." "We went to a bullfight and hated it," said Kate. "At least I did. We sat in the sun near the ring, and it was all horrible. Horrible, I am sure. I never went to a bullfight in Mexico. Only in Spain, where there is wonderful color. Did you ever try a bullfight, Major?" "Yes, I have been several times." "You have? Then you know all about it. And how are you liking Mexico, Mrs. Leslie?"
"Not much," said Kate. "It strikes me as evil."
It does, said Mrs. Norris.
"Ah, if you had known it before."
"Mexico before the Revolution. It was different then. What is the latest news, Major?" "About the same," said the Major. "There is a rumor that the new president will be turned down by the army a few days before he comes into office. But you never know. I think it would be a great shame not to let him have a try," put in Owen hotly. "He seems a sincere man, and just because he is honestly a labor man, they want to shut him out. Ah, my dear Mr. Reese, they all talk so nobly beforehand. If only their deeds followed their words, Mexico would be heaven on earth." "Instead of hell on earth," snapped the judge. A young man and his wife, also Americans, were introduced as Mr. and Mrs. Henry. The young man was fresh and lively.
"We were talking about the new president," said Mrs. Norris.
"Well, why not?" said Mr. Henry breezily. "I'm just back from Oaxaca, and do you know what they've got pasted up on the walls? Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna. Viva el Jesus Cristo de Mexico, Socrates Tomas Montes." "Why, did you ever hear of such a thing?" said Mrs. Norris. "Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna to the new Labor president." "I think it's rich," said Henry. The judge stamped his stick on the ground in a speechless access of irritability. "They pasted on my luggage," said the major. "When I came through Veracruz, la degenerada media clausa será regenerada por mi Montes. The degenerate middle class shall be regenerated by me, Montes."
Poor Montes, said Kate. He seems to have got his work cut out.
"He has indeed," said Mrs. Norris. "Poor man! I wish he might come in peacefully and put a strong hand on the country. But there's not much hope, I'm afraid." There was a silence, during which Kate felt that bitter hopelessness that comes over people who know Mexico well, a bitter, barren hopelessness. How can a man who comes in on a labor vote, even a doctored one, put a strong hand on a country? Snapped the judge. Why, he came in on the very cry of "down with the strong hand." And again the old man stamped his stick in an access of extreme irritability. This was another characteristic of the old residents of the city, a state of intense, though often suppressed, irritation, an irritation amounting almost to rabies. Oh, but mayn't it be possible that he will change his views a little on coming into power, said Mrs. Norris. So many presidents have done so. I should say very probable if ever he gets into power, said young Henry. He'll have all his work cut out saving Socrates Tomas. He won't have much time left for saving Mexico. He's a dangerous fellow and will turn out a scoundrel, said the judge. Myself, said Owen. As far as I have followed him, I believe he is sincere, and I admire him. I thought it was so nice, said Kate, that they received him in New York with loud music by the street sweepers band. The street sweepers' band they sent to receive him from the ship. You see, said the major, no doubt the labor people themselves wish to send that particular band. But to be president-elect and to be received by the street sweepers' band, said Kate. No, I can't believe it. Oh, it actually was so, said the major. But that is labor hailing labor, surely. The latest rumor, said Henry, is that the army will go over en bloc to General Angulo about the 23rd, a week before the inauguration. But how is it possible, said Kate, when Montes is so popular? Montes popular, they all cried at once. Why, snapped the judge, he's the most unpopular man in Mexico. Not with the Labor Party, said Owen almost at bay. The Labor Party, the judge fairly spat like a cat. There is no such thing. What is the Labor Party in Mexico? A bunch of isolated factory hands here and there, mostly in the state of Veracruz. The Labor Party, they've done what they could already. We know them. That's true, said Henry. The Laborites have tried every little game possible. When I was in Oaxaca, they marched to the Hotel Francia to shoot all the gringos and the gachapines. The hotel manager had pluck enough to harangue them, and they went off to the next hotel. When the man came out there to talk to them, they shot him before he got a word out. It's funny, really. If you have to go to the town hall and you're dressed in decent clothes, they let you sit on a hard bench for hours. But if a street sweeper comes in, or a fellow in dirty cotton drawers, it is buenos dios, senor, pase usted. Quiere usted algo, while you sit there waiting their pleasure. Oh, it's quite funny. The judge trembled with irritation like an access of gout. The party sat in gloomy silence, that sense of doom and despair overcoming them, as it seems to overcome all people who talk seriously about Mexico. Even Owen was silent. He too had come through Veracruz, and had had his fright. The porters had charged him 20 pesos to carry his trunk from the ship to the train. 20 pesos is $10 for 10 minutes' work. And when Owen had seen the man in front of him arrested and actually sent to jail, a Mexican jail at that, for refusing to pay the charge, the legal charge, he himself had stumped up without a word. I walked into the National Museum the other day, said the major quietly, just into that room on the patio where the stones are. It was rather a cold morning, with a norte blowing. I'd been there about 10 minutes when somebody suddenly poked me on the shoulder. I turned round, and it was a lout in tight boots. "You speak English?" I said. "Yes." Then he motioned me to take my hat off. I'd got to take my hat off. "What for?" said I, and I turned away and went on looking at their idols and things. Ugliest set of stuff in the world, I believe. Then up came the fellow with the attendant. The attendant, of course, wearing his cap. They began gabbling that this was the National Museum, and I must take off my hat to their national monuments. Imagine it, those dirty stones. I laughed at them and jammed my hat on tighter and walked out. They are really only monkeys when it comes to nationalism. "Exactly," cried Henry. "When they forget all about the patria in Mexico and all that stuff, they're as nice a people as you'd find. But as soon as they get national, they're just monkeys." A man up from Mixcoatl told me a nice story. Mixcoatl is a capital way in the south, and they've got a sort of labor bureau there. Well, the Indians come in from the hills as wild as rabbits, and they get them into that bureau, and the laboristas, the agitator fellows, say to them, "Now, senores, have you anything to report from your native village? Haven't you anything for which you would like redress?" Then, of course, the Indians start complaining about one another, and the secretary says, "Wait a minute, gentlemen. Let me ring up the governor and report this." So he goes to the telephone and starts ringing. "Ah, is that the palace? Is the governor in? Tell him Signor Fulano wants to speak to him." The Indians sit gaping with open mouths. To them it's a miracle. "Ah, is that you? Governor, good morning. How are you? Can I have your attention for a moment? Many thanks." "Well, I've got some gentlemen here down from a paxtol in the hills, Jose Garcia, Jesus Corrido, etc. And they wish to report so-and-so. Yes, that's it, yes. What? You will see that justice is done and the thing is made right. Ah, senor, many thanks. In the name of these gentlemen from the hills, from the village of Apaxel, many thanks." There sit the Indians, staring as if heaven had opened, and the Virgin of Guadalupe was standing tiptoe on their chins. And what do you expect? The telephone is a dummy. It isn't connected with anywhere. Isn't that rich? But it's Mexico. The moment's fatal pause followed this funny story. "Oh, but," said Kate, "it's wicked. It is wicked. I'm sure the Indians would be all right if they were left alone." "Well," said Mrs. Norris, "Mexico isn't like any other place in the world." But she spoke with fear and despair in her voice.
They seem to want to betray everything,
said Kate. "They seem to love criminals and ghastly things. They seem to want the ugly things. They seem to want the ugly things to come up to the top. All the foulness that lies at the bottom, they want to stir up to the top. They seem to enjoy it, to enjoy making everything fouler. Isn't it curious?" "It is curious," said Mrs. Norris. "But that's what it is," said the judge. "They want to turn the country into one big crime. They don't like anything else. They don't like honesty and decency and cleanliness. They want to foster lies and crime. What they call liberty here is just freedom to commit crime. That's what labor means. That's what they all mean. Free crime, nothing else." "I wonder all the foreigners don't go away," said Kate. "They have their occupations here," snapped the judge. "And the good people are all going away. They have nearly all gone, those that have anything left to go to," said Mrs. Norris. "Some of us who have our property here, and who have made our lives here, and who know the country, we stay out of a kind of tenacity. But we know it's hopeless. The more it changes, the worse it is. Ah, here is Don Ramon and Don Cipriano. So pleased to see you. Let me introduce you." Don Ramon Carrasco was a tall, big, handsome man who gave the effect of bigness. He was middle-aged, with a large black mustache and large, rather haughty eyes under straight brows. The general was in civilian clothes, looking very small beside the other man, and very smartly built, almost cocky. "Come," said Mrs. Norris. "Let us go across and have tea." The Major excused himself and took his departure. Mrs. Norris gathered her little shawl round her shoulders and led through a somber antechamber to a little terrace where creepers and flowers bloomed thick on the low walls. There was a bellflower, red and velvety like blood that is drying, and clusters of white roses and tufts of bougainvillea, papery magenta color.
"How lovely it is here," said
Kate, having the great dark trees beyond, but she stood in a kind of dread. "Yes, it is beautiful," said Mrs. Norris with the gratification of a possessor. "I have such a time trying to keep these apart." And going across in her little black shawl, she pushed the bougainvillea away from the rust-scarlet bellflowers, stroking the little white roses to make them intervene. "I think the two reds together interesting," said Owen.
"Do you really?"
said Mrs. Norris automatically, paying no heed to such a remark. The sky was blue overhead, but on the lower horizon was a thick pearl haze. The clouds had gone. "One never sees Popocatépetl nor Ixtaccíhuatl," said Kate, disappointed. "No, not at this season. But look, through the trees there you see a Josco." Kate looked at the somber-seeming mountain between the huge dark trees. On the low stone parapet were Aztec things, obsidian knives, grimacing, squatting idols in black lava, and a queer, thickish stone stick, or bâton. Owen was balancing the latter. It felt murderous even to touch. Kate turned to the general, who was near her, his face expressionless yet alert.
"Aztec things oppress me," she said.
"They are oppressive," he answered, in his beautiful cultured English, that was nevertheless a tiny bit like a parrot talking. "There is no hope in them," she said. "Perhaps the Aztecs never asked for hope," he said, somewhat automatically. "Surely it is hope that keeps one going," she said. "You, maybe. But not the Aztec nor the Indian today." He spoke like a man who has something in reserve, who is only half attending to what he hears, and even to his own answer. "What do they have if they don't have hope?" she said. "They have some other strength, perhaps," he said evasively. "I would like to give them hope," she said. "If they had hope, they wouldn't be so sad, and they would be cleaner, and not have vermin." "That, of course, would be good," he said with a little smile. "But I think they are not so very sad. They laugh a good deal and are gay." "No," she said, "they oppress me like a weight on my heart. They make me irritable, and I want to go away." "From Mexico?" "Yes, I feel I want to go away from it and never, never see it again. It is so oppressive and gruesome." "Try it a little longer," he said. "Perhaps you will feel differently. But perhaps not," he ended vaguely, driftingly. She could feel in him a sort of yearning towards her, as if a sort of appeal came to her from him, from his physical heart in his breast, as if the very heart gave out dark rays of seeking and yearning. She glimpsed this now for the first time, quite apart from the talking, and it made her shy. "And does everything in Mexico oppress you?" he added almost shyly, but with a touch of mockery, looking at her with a troubled, naive face that had its age heavy and resistant beneath the surface. "Almost everything," she said. "It always makes my heart sink, like the eyes of the men in the big hats. I call them the peons. Their eyes have no middle to them. Those big, handsome men under their big hats, they aren't really there. They have no center, no real eye. Their middle is a raging black hole, like the middle of a maelstrom." She looked with her troubled gray eyes into the black, slanting, watchful, calculating eyes of the small man opposite her. He had a pained expression, puzzled, like a child, and at the same time something obstinate and mature, a demonish maturity, opposing her in an animal way. "You mean we aren't real people, we have nothing of our own except killing and death," he said, quite matter-of-fact.
"I don't know," she said, startled by his interpretation.
"I only say how it makes me feel." "You are very clever, Mrs. Leslie," came Don Ramon's quiet but heavy teasing voice behind her. "It is quite true. Whenever a Mexican cries, 'Viva!' he ends up with 'muera' when he says 'viva.' He really means death for somebody or other. I think of all the Mexican revolutions, and I see a skeleton walking ahead of a great number of people waving a black banner with 'Viva la Muerte' written in large white letters. Long live death, not Viva Cristo Rey, but Viva Muerte Rey. Vamos, viva." Kate looked round. Don Ramon was flashing his knowing brown Spanish eyes, and a little sardonic smile lurked under his mustache. Instantly, Kate and he, Europeans in essence, understood one another. He was waving his arm to the last viva.
"But," said Kate, "I don't want to say Viva la Muerte.
But when you are real Mexican," he said, teasing.
"I never could be,"
she said hotly, and he laughed. "I'm afraid Viva la Muerte hits the nail on the head," said Mrs. Norris rather stonily.
"But won't you come to tea? Do."
She led the way in her black little shawl and neat gray hair, going ahead like a conquistador herself and turning to look with her Aztec eyes through her pince-nez to see if the others were coming. "We are following," said Don Ramon in Spanish, teasing her. Stately in his black suit, he walked behind her on the narrow terrace, and Kate followed with the small, strutting Don Cipriano, also in a black suit, lingering oddly near her. "Do I call you General or Don Cipriano?" she asked, turning to him. An amused little smile quickly lit his face, though his eyes did not smile. They looked at her with a black, sharp look. "As you wish," he said. "You know General is a term of disgrace in Mexico." "Shall we say Don Cipriano?"
"Yes, I like that much the best," she said, and he seemed pleased.
It was a round tea table with shiny silver tea service, and silver kettle with a little flame, and pink and white oleanders. The little neat young footman carried the teacups in white cotton gloves. Mrs. Norris poured tea and cut cakes with a heavy hand. Don Ramon sat on her right hand, the judge on her left. Kate was between the judge and Mr. Henry. Everybody except Don Ramon and the judge was a little nervous. Mrs. Norris always put her visitors uncomfortably at their ease, as if they were captives and she the chieftainess who had captured them. She rather enjoyed it heavily, archaeologically queening at the head of the table. But it was evident that Don Ramon, by far the most impressive person present, liked her. Cipriano, on the other hand, remained mute and disciplined, perfectly familiar with the tea-table routine, superficially quite at ease, but underneath remote and unconnected. He glanced from time to time at Kate. She was a beautiful woman, in her own unconventional way, and with a certain richness. She was going to be 40 next week. Used to all kinds of society, she watched people as one reads the pages of a novel, with a certain disinterested amusement. She was never in any society, too Irish, too wise. "But of course nobody lives without hope," Mrs. Norris was saying banteringly to Don Ramon. "If it's only the hope of a real, to buy a liter of poke." "Ah, Mrs. Norris," he replied in his quiet yet curiously deep voice like a violoncello, "if poke is the highest happiness,
then we are fortunate, because a tostón will buy paradise," she said.
"It is a bon mot, señora mia," said Don Ramon, laughing and drinking his tea. "Now won't you try these little native cakes with sesame seeds on them?" said Mrs. Norris to the table at large. "My cook makes them, and her national feeling is flattered when anybody likes them. Mrs. Leslie, do take one."
"I will," said Kate. "Does one say open sesame?"
"If one wishes," said Mrs. Norris. "Won't you have one?" said Kate, handing the plate to Judge Burlap. "Don't want any," he snapped, turning his face away as if he had been offered a plate of Mexicans and leaving Kate with the dish suspended. Mrs. Norris quickly but definitely took the plate, saying, "Judge Burlap is afraid of sesame seed. He prefers the cave shut." And she handed the dish quietly to Cipriano, who was watching the old man's bad manners with black, snake-like eyes. "Did you see that article by Willis Rice Hope in the Excelsior?" suddenly snarled the judge to his hostess. "I did. I thought it very sensible. The only sensible thing that's been said about these agrarian laws." "Sensible? I should think so. Why, Rice Hope came to me, and I put him up to a few things. But his article says everything, doesn't miss an item of importance."
"Quite," said Mrs. Norris with rather stony attention. "If only saying would alter things, Judge Burlap."
"Saying the wrong thing has done all the mischief," snapped the judge. "Fellows like Garfield Spence coming down here and talking a lot of criminal talk. Why, the town's full of socialists and sinvergüenzas, for Mrs. Norris adjusted her pince-nez. Fortunately, she said, they don't come out to Tlacolula, so we needn't think about them. Mrs. Henry, let me give you some more tea." "Do you read Spanish?" the judge spat out at Owen. Owen, in his big shell spectacles, was evidently a red rag to his irritable fellow countryman. "No," said Owen, round as a cannon shot. Mrs. Norris once more adjusted her eyeglasses. "It's such a relief to hear someone who is altogether innocent of Spanish, and altogether unashamed," she said. "My father had us all speaking 4 languages by the time we were 12, and we have none of us ever quite recovered. My stockings were all dyed blue for me before I put my hair up. By the way, how have you been for walking, Judge? You heard of the time I had with my ankle?"
"Of course we heard," cried Mrs. Burlap, seeing dry land at last.
"I've been trying so hard to get out to see you, to ask about it. We were so grieved about it."
"What happened?" said Kate.
"Why, I foolishly slipped on a piece of orange peel in town, just at the corner of San Juan de Letran and Madero, and I fell right down. And of course the first thing I did when I got up was to push the piece of orange peel into the gutter. And would you believe it, that lot of Mex—" She caught herself up. "That lot of fellows standing there at the corner laughed heartily at me when they saw me doing it. They thought it an excellent joke." "Of course they would," said the judge. "They were waiting for the next person to come along and fall."
"Did nobody help you?" asked Kate.
"Oh, no. If anyone has an accident in this country, you must never, never help. If you touch them even, you may be arrested for causing the accident." "That's the law," said the judge. "If you touch them before the police arrive, you are arrested for complicity. Let them lie and bleed is the motto."
"Is that true?"
said Kate to Don Ramon. "Fairly true," he replied. "Yes, it is true. You must not touch the one who is hurt." "How disgusting!" said Kate. "Disgusting!" cried the judge. "A great deal is disgusting in this country, as you'll learn if you stay here long. I nearly lost my life on a banana skin, lay in a darkened room for days, between life and death, and lame for life from it."
"How awful," said Kate. "What did you do when you fell? What did I do?"
"Just smashed my hip." It had truly been a terrible accident, and the man had suffered bitterly. "You can hardly blame Mexico for a banana skin," said Owen, elated. "I fell on one in Lexington Avenue, but fortunately I only bruised myself on a soft spot." "That wasn't your head, was it?" said Mrs. Henry. "No," laughed Owen, "the other extreme." "We've got to add banana skins to the list of public menaces," said young Henry. "I'm an American, and I may any day turn Bolshevist to save my pesos, so I can repeat what I heard a man saying yesterday. He said there are only 2 great diseases in the world today, Bolshevism and Americanism is the worst of the 2, because Bolshevism only smashes your house or your business or your skull, but Americanism smashes your soul." "Who was he?" snarled the judge. "I forget," said Henry wickedly. "One wonders," said Mrs. Norris slowly, "what he meant by Americanism." "He didn't define it," said Henry. "Cult of the dollar, I suppose." "Well," said Mrs. Norris, The cult of the dollar, in my experience, is far more intense in the countries that haven't got the dollar than in the United States. Kate felt that the table was like a steel disc to which they were all, as victims, magnetized and bound. "Where is your garden, Mrs. Norris?" she asked. They trooped out, gasping with relief, to the terrace. The judge hobbled behind, and Kate had to linger sympathetically to keep him company. They were on the little terrace. "Isn't this strange stuff?" said Kate, picking up one of the Aztec stone knives on the parapet. "Is it a sort of jade?" "Jade," snarled the judge. "Jade's green, not black." "That's obsidian." "Jade can be black," said Kate. "I've got a lovely little black tortoise of jade from China. You can't have. Jade's bright green. But there's white jade, too. I know there is." The judge was silent from exasperation for a few moments, then he snapped, "Jade's bright green." Owen, who had the ears of a lynx, had heard. "What's that?" he said. "Surely there's more than green jade," said Kate. "What?" cried Owen. "More? Why, there's every imaginable tint. White, rose, lavender." "And black?" said Kate. "Black? Oh, yes, quite common. Why, you should see my collection. The most beautiful range of color. Only green jade. Ha ha ha." And he laughed a rather stage laugh. They had come to the stairs, which were old stone, waxed and polished in some way till they were a glittering black. "I'll catch hold of your arm down here," said the judge to young Henry. "This staircase is a death trap," Mrs. Norris heard without comment. She only tilted her pince-nez on her sharp nose. In the archway downstairs, Don Ramon and the general took their leave. The rest trailed on into the garden. Evening was falling. The garden was drawn up tall under the huge, dark trees on the one side and the tall reddish and yellow house on the other. It was like being at the bottom of some dusky, flowering garden down in Hades. Hibiscus hung scarlet from the bushes, putting out yellow, bristling tongues. Some roses were scattering scentless petals on the twilight, and lonely-looking carnations hung on weak stalks. From a huge, dense bush, the mysterious white bells of the datura were suspended, large and silent like the very ghosts of sound, and the datura scent was moving thick and noiseless from the tree into the little alleys. Mrs. Burlap had hitched herself onto Kate, and from her silly, social baby face was emitting searching questions. "What hotel are you staying at?" Kate told her. "I don't know it." "Where is it?" "In the Avenida del Peru." "You wouldn't know it. It is a little Italian hotel. Are you staying long?" "We aren't certain." "Is Mr. Reese on a newspaper?" "No, he's a poet." "Does he make a living by poetry?" "No, he doesn't try to." It was the sort of Secret Service investigation one is submitted to in the capital of shady people, particularly shady foreigners. Mrs. Norris was lingering by a flowering arch of little white flowers. Already a firefly was sparking. It was already night. "Well, goodbye, Mrs. Norris. Won't you come and lunch with us?" "I don't mean come out to our house. Only let me know, and lunch with me anywhere you like in town." "Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much." "Well, I'll see." Mrs. Norris was almost regal, stonily Aztec regal. At last they had all made their adieus, and the great doors were shut behind them. "How did you come out?" Mrs. Burlap asked, impertinent. "In an old Ford taxi." "But where is it?" said Kate, peering into the dark. "It should have been under the Fresno trees opposite, but it wasn't." "What a curious thing," said Owen, and he disappeared into the night. "Which way do you go?" said Mrs. Burlap. "To the Zocalo," said Kate. "We have to take a tram the opposite way," said the baby-faced, withered woman from the Middle West. The judge was hobbling along the pavement like a cat on hot bricks to the corner. Across the road stood a group of natives in big hats and white calico clothes, all a little the worse for the pulque they had drunk. Nearer, on this side of the road, stood another little gang of workmen in town clothes. "There you have them," said the judge, flourishing his stick with utter vindictiveness. "There's the 2 lots of 'em." "What 2 lots?" said Kate, surprised. "Those peon fellows and those obreros, all drunk, the lot of them, the lot of them." And in a spasm of pure, frustrated hate, he turned his back on her. At the same time, they saw the lights of a tramcar rushing dragon-like up the dark road between the high wall and the huge trees. "Here's our car," said the judge, beginning to scramble excitedly with his stick. "You go the other way!" flung the baby-faced, faded woman in the 3-cornered satin hat, also beginning to fluster as if she were going to swim off the pavement. The couple clambered avidly into the brightly lighted car, first class, hobbling up. The natives crowded into the second class. Away whizzed the tren. The burlap couple had not even said good night. They were terrified lest they might have to know somebody whom they might not want to know, whom it might not pay to know. "You commonplace little woman," said Kate aloud, looking after the retreating tramcar. "You awful ill-bred little pair." She was a bit afraid of the natives, not quite sober, who were waiting for the car in the opposite direction. But stronger than her fear was a certain sympathy with these dark-faced, silent men in their big straw hats and naive little cotton blouses. Anyhow, they had blood in their veins. They were columns of dark blood, whereas the other bloodless, acidulous couple from the Middle West with their nasty whiteness, she thought of the little tale the natives tell. When the Lord was making the first men, he made them of clay and put them into the oven to bake. They came out black. "They're baked too much," said the Lord. So he made another batch and put them in. They came out white. "They're baked too little," he said. So he had a third try. "These came out a good warm brown. They're just right," said the Lord. The couple from the Middle West, that withered baby face and that limping judge, they weren't baked. They were hardly baked at all. Kate looked at the dark faces under the arc lamp. They frightened her. They were a sort of menace to her, but she felt they were at least baked hot and to a certain satisfactory color. The taxi came lurching up, with Owen poking his head out and opening the door. "I found the man in a pulqueria," he said, "but I don't think he's quite drunk." "Would you risk driving back with him?" "The pulqueria was called La Flor de un Dia, the flower of a day," said Owen with an apprehensive laugh. Kate hesitated, looking at her man. "We may as well," she said. Away gallivanted the Ford, full speed to hell. "Do tell him not so fast," said Kate. "I don't know how," said Owen. He shouted in good English, "Hey, chauffeur, not so fast!" "Don't drive so fast. No presto. Troppo presto. Va troppo presto," said Kate. The man looked at them with black, dilated eyes of fathomless incomprehension. Then he put his foot on the accelerator. "He's only going faster," laughed Owen nervously. "Ah, let him alone," said Kate with utter weariness. The fellow drove like a devil incarnate, as if he had the devil in his body. But also he drove with the devil's own nonchalant skill. There was nothing to do but let him rip. "Wasn't that a ghastly tea party?" said Owen. "Ghastly," said Kate. "Chap 3. 40th birthday." Kate woke up one morning aged 40. She did not hide the fact from herself, but she kept it dark from the others. It was a blow, really. To be 40, one had to cross a dividing line. On this side there was youth and spontaneity and happiness. On the other side, something different, reserve, responsibility, a certain standing back from fun. She was a widow and a lonely woman now. Having married young, her 2 children were grown up. The boy was 21 and her daughter 19. They stayed chiefly with their father, from whom she had been divorced 10 years before, in order to marry James Joachim Leslie. Now Leslie was dead, and all that half of life was over. She climbed up to the flat roofs of the hotel. It was a brilliant morning, and for once, under the blue sky of the distance, Popocatépetl stood aloof, a heavy giant presence under heaven with a cape of snow, and rolling a long, dark roll of smoke like a serpent. Ixtaccíhuatl, the white woman, glittered and seemed near, but the other mountain, Popocatépetl, stood further back and in shadow, a pure cone of atmospheric shadow with glinting flashes of snow. There they were, the two monsters, watching gigantically and terribly over their lofty, bloody cradle of men, the Valley of Mexico. Alien, ponderous, the white-hung mountains seemed to emit a deep, purring sound, too deep for the ear to hear, and yet audible on the blood, a sound of dread. There was no soaring or uplift or exaltation, as there is in the snowy mountains of Europe, rather a ponderous, white-shouldered weight, pressing terribly on the earth and murmuring like two watchful lions. Superficially, Mexico might be all right, with its suburbs of villas, its central fine streets, its thousands of motor cars, its tennis and its bridge parties. The sun shone brilliantly every day, and big, bright flowers stood out from the trees. It was a holiday, until you were alone with it. And then the undertone was like the low, angry, snarling purring of some jaguar spotted with night. There was a ponderous, down-pressing weight upon the spirit, the great folds of the dragon of the Aztecs, the dragon of the Toltecs winding around one and weighing down the soul. And on the bright sunshine was a dark steam of an angry, impotent blood, and the flowers seemed to have their roots in spilt blood. The spirit of place was cruel, down-dragging, destructive. Kate could so well understand the Mexican who had said to her, "El grito mexicano es siempre el grito del odio." The Mexicano shout is always a shout of hate. The famous revolutions, as Don Ramon said, began with viva, but ended always with muera. Death to this, death to the other, it was all death, 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 as insistent as the Aztec sacrifices. Something forever gruesome and macabre. Why had she come to this high plateau of death? As a woman, she suffered even more than men suffer, and in the end, practically all men go under. Once, Mexico had had an elaborate ritual of death. Now it has death, ragged, squalid, vulgar, without even the passion of its own mystery. She sat on a parapet of the old roof. The street beyond was like a black abyss, but around her was the rough glare of uneven flat roofs with loose telephone wires trailing across, and the sudden, deep, dark wells of the patios showing flowers blooming in shade. Just behind was a huge old church, its barrel roof humping up like some crouching animal, and its domes, like bubbles inflated, glittering with yellow tiles and blue and white tiles against the intense blue heaven. Quiet native women in long skirts were moving on the roofs, hanging out washing or spreading it on the stones. Chickens perched here and there. An occasional bird soared huge overhead, trailing a shadow. And not far away stood the brownish tower stumps of the cathedral, the profound old bell trembling huge and deep, so soft as to be almost inaudible, upon the air. It ought to have been all gay, allegro, allegretto, in that sparkle of bright air and old roof surfaces. But no, there was the dark undertone, the black serpent-like fatality all the time. It was no good Kate's wondering why she had come. Over in England, in Ireland, in Europe, she had heard the consummatum est of her own spirit. It was finished in a kind of death agony. But still, this heavy continent of dark-souled death was more than she could bear. She was 40, the first half of her life was over. The bright page with its flowers and its love and its stations of the cross ended with a grave. Now she must turn over, and the page was black, black and empty. The first half of her life had been written on the bright, smooth vellum of hope, with initial letters all gorgeous upon a field of gold. But the glamour had gone from station to station of the cross, and the last illumination was the tomb. Now the bright page was turned, and the dark page lay before her. How could one write on a page so profoundly black? She went down, having promised to go and see the frescoes in the university and schools. Owen and Villiers and a young Mexican were waiting for her. They set off through the busy streets of the town, where automobiles and the little omnibuses called camions run wild, and where the natives in white cotton clothes and sandals and big hats linger like heavy ghosts in the street among the bourgeoisie, the young ladies in pale pink crêpe de chine and high heels, the men in little shoes and American straw hats. A continual bustle in the glitter of sunshine. Crossing the great shadeless plaza in front of the cathedral, where the tram cars gather as in a corral and slide away down their various streets, Kate lingered again to look at the things spread for sale on the pavement, the little toys, the painted gourd shells, brilliant in a kind of lacquer, the novadades from Germany, the fruits, the flowers, and the natives squatting with their wares, large-limbed, silent, handsome men looking up with their black, centerless eyes, speaking so softly, and lifting with small, sensitive brown hands the little toys they had so carefully made and painted. A strange, gentle appeal and wistfulness, strange male voices, so deep, yet so quiet and gentle. Or the women, the small, quick women in their blue rebozos, looking up quickly with dark eyes and speaking in their quick, coaxing voices. The man just setting out his oranges, wiping them with a cloth so carefully, almost tenderly, and piling them in bright, tiny pyramids, all neat and exquisite. A certain sensitive tenderness of the heavy blood, a certain chirping charm of the bird-like women, so still and tender with a bud-like femininity. And at the same time, the dirty clothes and the unwashed skin, the lice and the peculiar hollow glint of the black eyes, at once so fearsome and so appealing. Kate knew the Italian fruit vendors, vigorously polishing their oranges on their coat sleeves. Such a contrast, the big, handsome Indian, sitting so soft and, as it were, lonely by the curb, softly, lingeringly polishing his yellow oranges to a clean gleam, and lingeringly, delicately arranging the little piles, the pyramids for 2 or 3 cents each. Queer work for a big, handsome, male-looking man. But they seemed to prefer these childish jobs. The university was a Spanish building that had been done up spick and span and given over to the young artists to decorate. Since the revolutions, nowhere had authority and tradition been so finally overthrown as in the Mexican fields of science and art. Science and art are the sport of the young. Go ahead, my boys. The boys had gone ahead. But even then, the one artist of distinction was no longer a boy, and he had served a long apprenticeship in Europe. Kate had seen the reproductions of some of Ribeiras's frescoes. Now she went round the patios of the university, looking at the originals. They were interesting. The man knew his craft. But the impulse was the impulse of the artist's hate. In the many frescoes of the Indians, there was sympathy with the Indian, but always from the ideal, social point of view. Never the spontaneous answer of the blood. These flat Indians were symbols in the great script of modern socialism. They were figures of the pathos of the victims of modern industry and capitalism. That was all they were used for, symbols in the weary script of socialism and anarchy. Kate thought of the man polishing his oranges half an hour before, his peculiar beauty, a certain richness of physical being, a ponderous power of blood within him, and a helplessness, a profound unbelief that was fatal and demonish. And all the liberty, all the progress, all the socialism in the world would not help him. Nay, it would only help further to destroy him. On the corridors of the university, young misses in bobbed hair and boys' jumpers were going around, their chins pushed forward with the characteristic, deliberate youth and eagerness of our day, very much aware of their own youth and eagerness, and very American. Young professors were passing in soft amiability, young and apparently harmless. The artists were at work on the frescoes, and Kate and Owen were introduced to them. But they were men, or boys, whose very pigment seemed to exist only to épater le bourgeois. And Kate was weary of épatisme just as much as of the bourgeoisie. She wasn't interested in épatant le bourgeois. The épateurs were as boring as the bourgeois, two halves of one dreariness. The little party passed on to the old Jesuit convent, now used as a... But they were by another man, and there were caricatures so crude and so ugly that Kate was merely repelled. They were meant to be shocking, but perhaps the very deliberateness prevents them from being so shocking as they might be. But they were ugly and vulgar. Strident caricatures of the capitalist and the church, and of the rich woman and of Mammon painted life-size and as violently as possible round the patios of the gray old building where the young people are educated. To anyone with the spark of human balance, the things are a misdemeanor. "Oh, but how wonderful!" cried Owen. His susceptibilities were shocked, therefore, as at the bullfight he was rather pleased. He thought it was novel and stimulating to decorate your public buildings in this way. The young Mexican who was accompanying the party was a professor in the university, too, a rather short, soft young fellow of 27 or 8, who wrote the inevitable poetry of sentiment, had been in the government, even as a member of the House of Deputies, and was longing to go to New York. There was something fresh and soft, petulant about him. Kate liked him. He could laugh with real hot young amusement, and he was no fool. Until it came to these maniacal ideas of socialism, politics, and la patria. Then he was as mechanical as a mousetrap, very tedious. "Oh, no," said Kate in front of the caricatures. "They are too ugly. They defeat their own ends." "But they are meant to be ugly," said young Garcia. "They must be ugly, no? Because capitalism is ugly, and Mammon is ugly, and the priest holding his hand to get the money from the poor Indians is ugly. No?" He laughed rather unpleasantly. "But," said Kate, "these caricatures are too intentional. They are like vulgar abuse, not art at all." "Isn't that true?" said Garcia, pointing to a hideous picture of a fat female in a tight short dress with hips and breasts as protuberances, walking over the faces of the poor. "That is how they are, no?"
"Who is like that?" said Kate. "It bores me. One must keep a certain balance."
"Not in Mexico," said the young Mexican brightly, his plump cheeks flushing. "In Mexico you can't keep a balance because things are so bad. In other countries, yes, perhaps you can remain balanced because things are not so bad as they are here. But here they are so very bad you can't be human. You have to be Mexican." "You have to be more Mexican than human, no? You can't do no other. You have to hate the capitalist, you have to, in Mexico, or nobody can live. We can't live. Nobody can live. If you are Mexican, you can't be human. It is impossible. You have to be a socialist Mexican, or you have to be a capitalist Mexican, and you hate. What else is there to be done? We hate the capitalist because he ruins the country and the people. We must hate him. But after all," said Kate, "what about the 12 million poor, mostly Indians, whom Montez talks about? You can't make them all rich, whatever you do. And they don't understand the very words, capital and socialism. They are Mexico, really, and nobody ever looks at them except to make a casus belli of them. Humanly, they never exist for you." "Humanly they can't exist. They are too ignorant," cried Garcia. "But when we can kill all the capitalists, then—" "You'll find somebody killing you," said Kate. "No, I don't like it. You aren't Mexico. You aren't even Mexican, really. You are just half Spaniards full of European ideas, and you care for asserting your own ideas and nothing else. You have no real bowels of compassion. You are no good." The young man listened with round eyes going rather yellow in the face. At the end, he lifted his shoulders and spread his hands in a pseudo-Mediterranean gesture. "Well, it may be," he said with a certain jeering flippancy. "Perhaps you know everything, maybe. Foreigners, they usually know everything about Mexico." And he ended on a little cackling laugh. "I know what I feel," said Kate, "and now I want a taxi, and I want to go home. I don't want to see any more stupid, ugly pictures." Off she drove back to the hotel, once more in a towering rage. She was amazed at herself. Usually she was so good-tempered and easy, but something about this country irritated her and put her into such a violent anger she felt she would die. Burning, furious rage. And perhaps, she thought to herself, the white and half-white Mexicans suffered some peculiar reaction in their blood which made them that they too were almost always in a state of suppressed irritation and anger, for which they must find a vent. They must spend their lives in a complicated game of frustration of life in its ebbing and flowing. Perhaps something came out of the earth, the dragon of the earth, some effluence, some vibration which militated against the very composition of the blood and nerves in human beings. Perhaps it came from the volcanoes, or perhaps even from the silent, serpent-like dark resistance of those masses of ponderous natives whose blood was principally the old, heavy, resistant Indian blood. Who knows? But something there was, and something very potent. Kate lay on her bed and brooded her own organic rage. There was nothing to be done, but young Garcia was really nice. He called in the afternoon and sent up his card. Kate, feeling sore, received him unwillingly. "I came," he said, with a little stiff dignity, like an ambassador on a mission, "to tell you that I, too, don't like those caricatures. I, too, don't like them. I don't like the young people, boys and girls, no? To be seeing them all the time. I, too, don't like. But I think also that here in Mexico we can't help it. People are very bad, very greedy, no? They only want to get money here, and they don't care. So we must hate them. Yes, we must. But I, too, I don't like it." He held his hat in his two hands and twisted his shoulders in a conflict of feelings. Kate suddenly laughed, and he laughed too, with a certain pain and confusion in his laughter.
"That's awfully nice of you to come and say so," she said, warming to him.
"No, not nice," he said, frowning, "but I don't know what to do. Perhaps you think I am different. I am not the thing that I am, and I don't want it." He flushed and was uncomfortable. There was a curious, naive sincerity about him, since he was being sincere. If he had chosen to play a game of sophistication, he could have played it better. But with Kate, he wanted to be sincere. "I know, really," laughed Kate. "You feel a good deal like I do about it. I know you only pretend to be fierce and hard." "No," he said, suddenly making solemn, flashing eyes. "I do also feel fierce. I do hate these men who only take everything from Mexico, money and all, everything." He spread his hands with finality. "I hate them because I must, no? But also, I am sorry I have to hate so much. Yes, I think I am sorry." "I think so." He knitted his brows rather tense, and over his plump, young, fresh face was a frown of resentment and hatred, quite sincere, too. Kate could see he wasn't really sorry. Only the two moods of natural, soft, sensuous flow and of heavy resentment and hate alternated inside him like shadow and shine on a cloudy day in swift, unavoidable succession. What was nice about him was his simplicity in spite of the complication of his feelings and the fact that his resentments were not personal but beyond persons, even beyond himself. She went out with him to tea, and while she was out, Don Ramon called and left cards with the corners turned down and an invitation to dinner for her and Owen. There seemed an almost old-fashioned correctness in those cards. Looking over the newspaper, she came on an odd little item. She could read Spanish without much difficulty. The trouble lay in talking it when Italian got in her way and caused a continual stumble. She looked on the English page of the Excelsior or the Universal for the news, if there was any. Then she looked through the Spanish pages for bits of interest. This little item was among the Spanish information and was headed, "The Gods of Antiquity, Return to Mexico." There was a ferment in the village of Sayula, Jalisco, on the lake of Sayula, owing to an incident of more or less comic nature yesterday morning towards midday. The women who inhabit the shores of the lake are to be seen each day soon after sunrise descending to the water's edge with large bundles. They kneel on the rocks and stones, and in little groups, like waterfowl, they wash their dirty linen in the soft water of the lake, pausing at times as an old canoe sails by with large single sail. The scene is little changed since the days of Montezuma, when the natives of the lake worshipped the spirit of the waters and threw in little images and idols of baked clay, which the lake sometimes returns to the descendants of the dead idolaters to keep them in mind of practices not yet altogether forgotten. As the hot sun rises in the sky, the women spread their washing on the sand and pebbles of the shore, and retire to the shade of the willow trees that grow so gracefully and retain their verdant hue through the driest season of the year. While thus reposing after their labors, these humble and superstitious women were astonished to see a man of great stature rise naked from the lake and wade towards the shore. His face, they said, was dark and bearded, but his body shone like gold. As if unaware of any watchful eyes, he advanced calmly and majestically towards the shore. There he stood a moment, and selecting with his eye a pair of the loose cotton pants worn by the peasants in the fields, that was spread whitening in the sun, he stooped and proceeded to cover his nakedness with the said garment. The woman who thus saw her husband's apparel robbed beneath her eye, rose, calling to the man and summoning the other women. Whereupon the stranger turned his dark face upon them and said in a quiet voice, "Why are you crying? Be quiet. It will be given back to you. Your gods are ready to return to you. Quetzalcoatl and Tlaloc, the old gods, are minded to come back to you. Be quiet. Don't let them find you crying and complaining. I have come from out of the lake to tell you the gods are coming back to Mexico. They are ready to return to their own home." Little comforted by this speech, the woman who had lost her washing was overcome and said no more. The stranger then appropriated a cotton blouse, which he donned and disappeared. After a while, the simple women gathered courage to return to their humble dwellings. The story thus reached the ears of the police, who had once set out to search for the thief. The story, however, is not yet concluded. The husband of the poor woman of the lake shore, returning from his labors in the field, approached the gates of the village towards sunset, thinking, no doubt, of nothing but repose and the evening meal. A man in a black serape stepped towards him from the shadows of a broken wall and asked, "Are you afraid to come with me?" The laborer, a man of spirit, promptly replied, "No, señor." He therefore followed the unknown man through the broken wall and through the bushes of a deserted garden. In a dark room, or cellar, a small light was burning, revealing a great basin of gold, into which 4 little men, smaller than children, were pouring sweet-scented water. The astounded peasant was now told to wash and put on clean clothes, to be ready for the return of the gods. He was seated in the golden basin and washed with sweet-smelling soap, while the dwarfs poured water over him. This, they said, is the bath of Quetzalcoatl. The bath of fire is yet to come. They gave him clean clothing of pure white cotton, and a new hat with star embroidery, and sandals with straps of white leather. But beside this, a new blanket, white with bars of blue and black, and flowers like stars at the center, and 2 pieces of silver money. "Go," he was told. "And when they ask you, Where did you get your blanket? Answer that Quetzalcoatl is young again." The poor fellow went home in sore fear, lest the police should arrest him for possessing stolen goods. The village is full of excitement, and Don Ramon Carrasco, our eminent historian and archaeologist whose hacienda lies in the vicinity, has announced his intention of proceeding as soon as possible to the spot to examine the origin of this new legend. Meanwhile, the police are watching attentively the development of affairs without taking any steps for the moment. Indeed, these little fantasies create a pleasant diversion in the regular order of banditry, murder, and outrage, which it is usually our duty to report. Kate wondered what was at the back of this, if anything more than a story. Yet, strangely, a different light than the common light seemed to gleam out of the words of even this newspaper paragraph. She wanted to go to Sayula. She wanted to see the big lake where the gods had once lived, and whence they were due to emerge. Amid all the bitterness that Mexico produced in her spirit, there was still a strange beam of wonder and mystery, almost like hope. A strange, darkly iridescent beam of wonder, of magic. The name Quetzalcoatl, too, fascinated her. She had read bits about the god. Quetzal is the name of a bird that lives high up in the mists of tropical mountains and has very beautiful tail feathers, precious to the Aztecs. Cotl is a serpent. Quetzalcoatl is the plumed serpent, so hideous in the fanged, feathered, writhing stone of the National Museum. But Quetzalcoatl was, she vaguely remembered, a sort of fair-faced, bearded god, the wind, the breath of life, the eyes that see and are unseen, like the stars by day. The eyes that watch behind the wind, as the stars beyond the blue of day. And Quetzalcoatl must depart from Mexico to merge again into the deep bath of life. He was old. He had gone eastwards, perhaps into the sea. Perhaps he had sailed into heaven like a meteor returning from the top of the volcano of Oaxaca, gone back as a peacock streaming into the night, or as a bird of paradise, its tail gleaming like the wake of a meteor. Quetzalcoatl. Who knows what he meant to the dead Aztecs, and to the older Indians who knew him before the Aztecs raised their deity to heights of horror and vindictiveness. All a confusion of contradictory gleams of meaning, Quetzalcoatl. But why not? Her Irish spirit was weary to death of definite meanings, and a god of one fixed purport. Gods should be iridescent, like the rainbow in the storm. Man creates a god in his own image, and the gods grow old along with the men that made them. But storms sway in heaven, and the god stuff sways high and angry over our heads. Gods die with men who have conceived them, but the god stuff roars eternally like the sea, with too vast a sound to be heard, like the sea in storm that beats against the rocks of living, stiffened men, slowly to destroy them. Or like the sea of the glimmering ethereal plasm of the world that bathes the feet and the knees of men as earth sap bathes the roots of trees. Ye must be born again. Even the gods must be born again. We must be born again. In her vague woman's way, Kate knew this. She had lived her life. She had had her lovers, her 2 husbands. She had her children. Joachim Leslie, her dead husband, she had loved as much as a woman can love a man, that is, to the bounds of human love. Then she had realized that human love has its limits, that there is a beyond. And Joachim dead, willy-nilly her spirit had passed the bounds. She was no longer in love with love. She no longer yearned for the love of a man, or the love even of her children. Joachim had gone into eternity in death, and she had crossed with him into a certain eternity in life. There, the yearning for companionship and sympathy and human love had left her. Something infinitely intangible but infinitely blessed took its place, a peace that passes understanding. At the same time, a wild and angry battle raged between her and the thing that Owen called life, such as the bullfight, the tea party, the enjoyments, like the arts in their modern aspect of hate effusion. The powerful, degenerate thing called life, wrapping one or other of its tentacles round her. And then, when she could escape into her true loneliness, the influx of peace and soft, flower-like potency which was beyond understanding. It disappeared even if you thought about it, so delicate, so fine. And yet, the only reality, ye must be born again. Out of the fight with the octopus of life, the dragon of degenerate or of incomplete existence, one must win this soft bloom of being that is damaged by a touch. No, she no longer wanted love, excitement, and something to fill her life. She was 40, and in the rare, lingering dawn of maturity, the flower of her soul was opening. Above all things, she must preserve herself from worldly contacts. Only she wanted the silence of other unfolded souls around her, like a perfume, the presence of that which is forever unsaid. And in the horror and climax of death rattles, which is Mexico, she thought she could see it in the black eyes of the Indians. She felt that Don Ramon and Don Cipriano both had heard the soundless call, across all the hideous choking. Perhaps this had brought her to Mexico, away from England and her mother, away from her children, away from everybody. To be alone with the unfolding flower of her own soul, in the delicate, chiming silence that is at the midst of things. The thing called life is just a mistake we have made in our own minds. Why persist in the mistake any further? Owen was the mistake itself, so was Villiers, so was that Mexico City. She wanted to get out, to disentangle herself again. They had promised to go out to dinner to the house of Don Ramon. His wife was away in the United States with her 2 boys, one of whom had been ill, not seriously, at his school in California. But Don Ramon's aunt would be hostess. The house was out at Clapham. It was May, the weather was hot, the rains were not yet started. The shower at the bullfight had been a sort of accident. "I wonder," said Owen, "whether I ought to put on a dinner coat. Really, I feel humiliated to the earth every time I put on evening dress." "Then don't do it," said Kate, who was impatient of Owen's kicking at these very little social pricks and swallowing the whole porcupine. She herself came down in a simple gown with a black velvet top and a loose skirt of delicate brocaded chiffon, of a glimmering green and yellow and black. She also wore a long string of jade and crystal. It was a gift she had of looking like an oceanic goddess, a certain feminine strength and softness glowing in the very material of her dress. But she was never smart. "Why, you're dressed up to the eyes," cried Owen in chagrin, pulling at his soft collar. "Bare shoulders notwithstanding." They went out to the distant suburb in the tram-car, swift in the night with big clear stars overhead, dropping and hanging with a certain gleam of menace. In Clapham there was a heavy scent of night flowers, a feeling of ponderous darkness with a few sparks of intermittent fireflies, and always the heavy calling of night flower scents. To Kate, there seemed a faint whiff of blood in all tropical scented flowers, of blood or sweat. It was a hot night. They banged on the iron doors of the entrance. Dogs barked, and a mozo opened to them warily, closing fast again the moment they had entered the dark garden of trees. Don Ramon was in white, a white dinner jacket, Don Cipriano the same. But there were other guests, young Garcia, another pale young man called Mirabal, and an elderly man in a black cravat named Toussaint. The only other woman was Doña Isabel, aunt to Don Ramon. She wore a black dress with a high collar of black lace and some strings of pearls, and seemed shy, frightened, absent as a nun before all these men. But to Kate she was very kind, caressive, speaking English in a plaintive, faded voice. This dinner was a sort of ordeal and ritual combined to the cloistered elderly soul. But it was soon evident that she was trembling with fearful joy. She adored Ramon with an uncritical, nun-like adoration. It was obvious she hardly heard the things that were said. Words skimmed the surface of her consciousness without ever penetrating. Underneath, she was trembling in nun-like awareness of so many men and in almost sacred excitement at facing Don Ramon as hostess. The house was a fairly large villa, quietly and simply furnished with natural taste. "Do you always live here?" said Kate to Don Ramon. "Never at your hacienda. How do you know I have a hacienda?" he asked. "I saw it in a newspaper near Sayula." "Aha!" he said, laughing at her with his eyes. "You saw about the returning of the gods of antiquity." "Yes," she said. "Don't you think it is interesting?" "I think so," he said. "I love the word Quetzalcoatl." "The word," he repeated. His eyes laughed at her teasingly all the time. "What do you think, Mrs. Leslie?" cried the pale-faced young Mirabal in curiously resonant English with a French accent. "Don't you think it would be wonderful if the gods came back to Mexico? Our own gods." He sat in intense expectation, his blue eyes fixed on Kate's face, his soup spoon suspended. Kate's face was baffled with incomprehension. "Not those Aztec horrors," she said. "The Aztec horrors. The Aztec horrors. Well, perhaps they were not so horrible after all. But if they were, it was because the Aztecs were all tied up. They were in a cul-de-sac, so they saw nothing but death. Don't you think so?"
I don't know enough, said
Kate. "Nobody knows any more. But if you like the word Quetzalcoatl, don't you think it would be wonderful if he came back again? Ah, the names of the gods. Don't you think the names are like seeds so full of magic, of the unexplored magic? Huitzilopochtli, how wonderful, and Tlaloc. Ah, I love them. I say them over and over, like they say Mani Padma Om in Tibet. I believe in the fertility of sound. It's Papalotl, the obsidian butterfly. It's Papalotl. But say it, and you will see it does good to your soul. It's Papalotl, Tezcatlipoca. They were old when the Spaniards came. They needed the bath of life again. But now, rebathed in youth, how wonderful they must be. Think of Jehovah, Jehovah. Think of Jesus Christ. How thin and poor they sound. Or Jesus Christo. They are dead names, all the life withered out of them. Ah, it is time now for Jesus to go back to the place of the death of the gods and take the long bath of being made young again. He is an old, old young god, don't you think? He looked long at Kate, then dived for his soup. Kate widened her eyes in amazement at this torrent from the young Mirabal. Then she laughed.
I think it's a bit overwhelming, she said, non-committal.
Ah, yes, exactly. But how good to be overwhelmed. How splendid if something will overwhelm me. Ah, I am so glad. The last word came with a clapping French resonance, and the young man dived for his soup again. He was lean and pale, but burning with an intense, crazy energy.
You see,
said young Garcia, raising his full, bright, dark eyes to Kate, half aggressive and half bashful, we must do something for Mexico. If we don't, it will go under, no? You say you don't like socialism. I don't think I do either. But if there is nothing else but socialism, we will have socialism, if there is nothing better. But perhaps there is.
Why should Mexico go under?
Said Kate. There are lots of children everywhere. Yes, but the last census of Porfirio Diaz gave 17 million people in Mexico, and the census of last year gave only 13 millions. Maybe the count was not quite right. But you count 4 million people fewer. In 20 years, then in 60 years, there will be no Mexicans, only foreigners who don't die. Oh, but figures always lie, said Kate. Statistics are always misleading. Maybe 2 and 2 don't make 4, said Garcia. I don't know if they do. But I know if you take 2 away from 2, it leaves none.
Do you think Mexico might die out? She said to Don Ramon.
Why? He replied. It might die out and become Americanized. I quite see the danger of Americanization, said Owen. That would be ghastly. Almost better die out. Owen was so American, he invariably said these things. But, said Kate, the Mexicans look so strong. They are strong to carry heavy loads, said Don Ramon. But they die easily. They eat all the wrong things, they drink the wrong things, and they don't mind dying. They have many children, and they like their children very much. But when the child dies, the parents say, "Ah, he will be an angelito," so they cheer up and feel as if they had been given a present. Sometimes I think they enjoy it when their children die. Sometimes I think they would like to transfer Mexico and Bloc into paradise, or whatever lies behind the walls of death. It would be better there. There was a silence. "But how sad you are," said Kate, afraid. Doña Isabel was giving hurried orders to the manservant. "Whoever knows Mexico below the surface is sad," said Julio Toussaint, rather sententiously over his black cravat. "Well," said Owen, "it seems to me, on the contrary, a gay country, a country of gay, irresponsible children, or rather they would be gay if they were properly treated, if they had comfortable homes and a sense of real freedom, if they felt that they could control their lives and their own country. But being in the grip of outsiders, as they have been for hundreds of years, life of course seems hardly worthwhile to them. Naturally, they don't care if they live or die. They don't feel free." "Free for what?" asked Toussaint. "To make Mexico their own, not to be so poor and at the mercy of outsiders." "They are at the mercy of something worse than outsiders," said Toussaint. "Let me tell you, they are at the mercy of their own natures. It is this way: 50% of the people in Mexico are pure Indian, more or less. Of the rest, a small proportion are foreigners or Spaniard. You have then the mass which is on top of mixed blood, Indian and Spaniard mixed chiefly. These are the Mexicans, those with the mixed blood. Now, you take us at this table. Don Cipriano is pure Indian. Don Ramon is almost pure Spaniard, but most probably he has the blood of Tlaxcalan Indians in his veins as well. Senor Mirabal is mixed French and Spanish. Senor Garcia most probably has a mixture of Indian blood with Spanish. I myself have French, Spanish, Austrian, and Indian blood. Very well. Now you mix blood of the same race, and it may be all right. Europeans are all Aryan stock, the race is the same. But when you mix European and American Indian, you mix different blood races, and you produce the half-breed. Now the half-breed is a calamity, for why? He is neither one thing nor another. He is divided against himself. His blood of one race tells him one thing, his blood of another race tells him another. He is an unfortunate, a calamity to himself, and it is hopeless. And this is Mexico. The Mexicans of mixed blood are hopeless. Well then, there are only 2 things to be done. All the foreigners and the Mexicans clear out and leave the country to the Indians, the pure-blooded Indians. But already you have a difficulty. How can you distinguish the pure-blooded Indian after so many generations? Or else the half-breed or mixed-blood Mexicans who are all the time on top shall continue to destroy the country till the Americans from the United States flood in. We are as California and New Mexico now are, swamped under the dead White Sea. But let me tell you something further. I hope we are not Puritans. I hope I may say that it depends on the moment of coition. At the moment of coition, either the spirit of the father fuses with the spirit of the mother to create a new being with a soul, or else nothing fuses but the germ of procreation. Now consider, how have these Mexicans of mixed blood been begotten for centuries? In what spirit? What was the moment of coition like? Answer me that, and you have told me the reason for this Mexico which makes us despair, and which will go on making everybody despair, till it destroys itself. In what spirit have the Spanish and other foreign fathers gotten children of the Indian women? What sort of spirit was it? What sort of coition? And then, what sort of race do you expect? But what sort of a spirit is there between white men and white women? Said Kate. At least, replied the didactic Toussaint, the blood is homogeneous, so that consciousness automatically unrolls in continuity. I hate its unrolling in automatic continuity, said Kate. Perhaps. But it makes life possible. Without developing continuity in consciousness, you have chaos, and this comes of mixed blood. And then, said Kate, surely the Indian men are fond of their women. The men seem manly, and the women seem very lovable and womanly. It is possible that the Indian children are pure-blooded, and there is the continuity of blood. But the Indian consciousness is swamped under the stagnant water of the white man's Dead Sea consciousness. Take a man like Benito Juarez, a pure Indian. He floods his old consciousness with the new white ideas, and there springs up a whole forest of verbiage, new laws, new constitutions, and all the rest. But it is a sudden weed. It grows like a weed on the surface, saps the strength of the Indian soil underneath, and helps the process of ruin. No, madam, there is no hope for Mexico short of a miracle. Ah! Cried Mirabal, flourishing his wine-glass. Isn't that wonderful, when only the miracle will save us, when we must produce the miracle? We must make the miracle. He hit his own breast emphatically. Ah, I think that is marvelous. And he returned to his turkey and black sauce. Look at the Mexicans, Toussaint flared on. They don't care about anything. They eat food so hot with chili it burns holes in their insides, and it has no nourishment. They live in houses that a dog would be ashamed of, and they lie and shiver with cold, but they don't do anything. They could make, easily, a bed of maize leaves or similar leaves, but they don't do it. They don't do anything. They roll up in a thin sarape and lie on a thin mat on the bare ground, whether it is wet or dry. And Mexican nights are cold. But they lie down like dogs anyhow, as if they lay down to die. I say dogs, but you will see the dogs looking for a dry, sheltered place. The Mexicans know. Anywhere, nothing, and it is terrible, as if they wanted to punish themselves for being alive.
But then, why do they have so many children? Said Kate.
Why do they? The same, because they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about money, they don't care about making anything, they don't care about nothing. Only they get an excitement out of women, as they do out of chili. They like to feel the red pepper burning holes in their insides, and they like to feel the other thing, the sex, burning holes in them too. But after the moment they don't care. They don't care a bit, and that is bad. I tell you, excuse me, but everything depends on the moment of coition. At that moment many things can come to a crisis. All a man's hope, his honor, his faith, his trust, his belief in life and creation and God, all these things can come to a crisis in the moment of coition. And these things will be handed on in continuity to the child. Believe me, I am a crank on this idea, but it is true. It is certainly absolutely true.
I believe it is true, said Kate rather coldly.
Ah, you do? Well then, look at Mexico. The only conscious people are half-breeds, people of mixed blood, begotten in greed and selfish brutality. Some people believe in the mixed blood, said Kate. Ha, they do they? Who? Some of your serious-minded men. They say the half-breed is better than the Indian. Better? Well, the Indian has his hopelessness. The moment of coition is his moment of supreme hopelessness, when he throws himself down the pit of despair. The Austrian, European blood, which fans into fire of conscious understanding, died down again, leaving what was Mexican in Julio Toussaint sunk in irredeemable gloom. It is true, said Mirabeau out of the gloom. The Mexicans who have any feeling always prostitute themselves one way or another, and so they can never do anything. And the Indians can never do anything either because they haven't got hope in anything. But it is always darkest before the dawn. We must make the miracle come. The miracle is superior even to the moment of coition. It seemed, however, as if he said it by an effort of will. The dinner was ending in silence. During the whirl of talk or of passionate declaration, the servants had carried round the food and wine. Doña Isabel, completely oblivious of the things that were being said, watched and directed the servants with nervous anxiety and excitement, her hands with their old jewelry trembling with agitation. Don Ramon had kept his eye on his guest's material comfort, at the same time listening, as it were, from the back of his head. His big brown eyes were inscrutable, his face but when he had anything to say, it was always with a light laugh and a teasing accent. And yet his eyes brooded and smoldered with an incomprehensible, unyielding fire. Kate felt she was in the presence of men. Here were men face to face, not with death and self-sacrifice, but with the life issue. She felt, for the first time in her life, a pang almost like fear of men who were passing beyond what she knew, beyond her depth. Cipriano, his rather short but intensely black, curved eyelashes lowering over his dark eyes, watched his plate, only sometimes looking up with a black, brilliant glance either at whomsoever was speaking, or at Don Ramon, or at Kate. His face was changeless and intensely serious, serious almost with a touch of childishness. But the curious blackness of his eyelashes lifted so strangely, with such intense unconscious maleness from his eyes. The movement of his hand was so odd, quick, light as he ate, so easily a movement of shooting or of flashing a knife into the body of some adversary, and his dark-colored lips were so helplessly savage as he ate or briefly spoke, that her heart stood still. There was something undeveloped and intense in him, the intensity and the crudity of the semi-savage. She could well understand the potency of the snake upon the Aztec and Maya imagination. Something smooth, undeveloped, yet vital in this man suggested the heavy ebbing blood of reptiles in his veins. That was what it was, the heavy ebbing blood of powerful reptiles, the dragon of Mexico. So that unconsciously she shrank when his black, big, glittering eyes turned on her for a moment. They were not, like Don Ramon's, dark eyes. They were black as jewels into which one could not look without a sensation of fear, and her fascination was tinged with fear. She felt somewhat as the bird feels when the snake is watching it. She wondered almost that Don Ramon was not afraid, because she had noticed that usually, when an Indian looked to a white man, both men stood back from actual contact, from actual meeting of each other's eyes. They left a wide space of neutral territory between them. But Cipriano looked at Ramon with a curious intimacy, glittering, steady, warrior-like, and at the same time betraying an almost menacing trust in the other man. Kate realized that Ramon had a good deal to stand up to, but he kept a little foiling laugh on his face and lowered his beautiful head with the black hair touched with gray, as if he would put a veil before his countenance. "Do you think one can make this miracle come?" she asked of him. The miracle is always there, he said, for the man who can pass his hand through to it to take it. They finished dinner and went to sit out on the veranda, looking into the garden where the light from the house fell uncannily on the blossoming trees and the dark tufts of yucca and the strange, great, writhing trunks of the laurel de India. Cipriano had sat down next to her, smoking a cigarette.
"It is a strange darkness, the Mexican darkness,"
she said. "Do you like it?" he asked.
"I don't know yet," she said. "Do you?"
"Yes, very much. I think I like best the time when the day is falling and the night coming on like something else. Then one feels more free, don't you think? Like the flowers that send out their scent at night, but in the daytime they look at the sun and don't have any smell."
"Perhaps the night here scares me,"
she laughed. "Yes, but why not? The smell of the flowers at night may make one feel afraid, but it is a good fear. One likes it, don't you think?"
"I am afraid of fear,"
she said. He laughed shortly. "You speak such English, she said. "Nearly all the Mexicans who speak English speak American English. Even Don Ramon does, rather." "Yes. Don Ramon graduated in Columbia University. But I was sent to England, to school in London and then to Oxford." "Who sent you?" "My godfather. He was an Englishman, Bishop Severn, Bishop of Oaxaca. You have heard of him?" "No," said Kate. "He was a very well-known man. He died only about 10 years ago. He was very rich, too, before the Revolution. He had a big hacienda in Oaxaca with a very fine library. But they took it away from him in the Revolution, and they sold the things or broke them. They didn't know the value of them, of course." "And did he adopt you?" "Yes, in a way. My father was one of the overseers on the hacienda. When I was a little boy, I came running to my father when the bishop was there with something in my hands. So, and he made a cup of his hand. I don't remember. This is what they tell me. I was a small child, 3 or 4 years of age, somewhere there. What I had in my hands was a yellow scorpion, one of the small ones, very poisonous, no?" And he lifted the cup of his small, slender, dark hands, as if to show Kate the creature. "Well, the bishop was talking to my father, and he saw what I had got before my father did. So he told me at once to put the scorpion in his hat. The bishop's hat, no? Of course I did what he told me, and I put the scorpion in his hat, and it did not bite me. If it had stung me, I should have died, of course. But I didn't know, so I suppose the alacran was not interested. The bishop was a very good man, very kind. He liked my father, so he became my godfather. Then he always took an interest in me, and he sent me to school and then to England. He hoped I should be a priest. He always said that the one hope for Mexico was if she had really fine native priests." He ended rather wistfully. "And didn't you want to become a priest?" said Kate. "No," he said sadly. "No, not at all?" she asked. "No. When I was in England, it was different from Mexico. Even God was different, and the Blessed Mary. They were changed so much I felt I didn't know them anymore. Then I came to understand better, and when I understood, I didn't believe anymore. I used to think it was the images of Jesus and the Virgin and the saints that were doing everything in the world. And the world seemed to me so strange, no? I couldn't see that it was bad because it was all so very strange and mysterious when I was a child in Mexico. Only in England I learned about the laws of life and some science. And then when I knew why the sun rose and set and how the world really was, I felt quite different." "Was your godfather disappointed?" "A little, perhaps. But he asked me if I would rather be a soldier, so I said I would. Then when the revolution came and I was 22 years old, I had to come back to Mexico. Did you like your godfather?" "Yes, very much. But the revolution carried everything away. I felt I must do what my godfather wished, but I could see that Mexico was not the Mexico he believed in. It was different." He was too English and too good to understand. In the revolutions I tried to help the man I believed was the best man. So you see, I have always been half a priest and half a soldier. You never married. No, I couldn't marry, because I always felt my godfather was there, and I felt I had promised him to be a priest. All those things, you know. When he died, he told me to follow my own conscience, and to remember that Mexico and all the Indians were in the hands of God, and he made me promise never to take sides against God. He was an old man when he died, 75. Kate could see the spell of the old bishop's strong, rather grandiose personality upon the impressionable Indian. She could see the curious recoil into chastity, perhaps characteristic of the savage. And at the same time she felt the intense masculine yearning, coupled with a certain male ferocity, in the man's breast. Your husband was James Joachim Leslie, the famous Irish leader? He asked her and added, You had no children. No. I wanted Joachim's children so much, but I didn't have any. But I have a boy and a girl from my first marriage. My first husband was a lawyer, and I was divorced from him for Joachim. Did you like him, that first one? Yes, I liked him. But I never felt anything very deep for him. I married him when I was young, and he was a good deal older than I. I was fond of him, in a way. But I had never realized that one could be more than fond of a man till I knew Joachim. I thought that was all one could ever expect to feel, that you just liked a man and that he was in love with you. It took me years to understand that a woman can't love a man, at least a woman like I am can't, if he is only the sort of good, decent citizen. With Joachim the first came to realize that a woman like me can only love a man who is fighting to change the world, to make it freer, more alive. Men like my first husband, who are good and trustworthy and who work to keep the world going on well in the same state they found it in, they let you down horribly, somewhere. You feel so terribly sold. Everything is just a cell, it becomes so small. A woman who isn't quite ordinary herself can only love a man who is fighting for something beyond the ordinary life. And your husband fought for Ireland. Yes, for Ireland, and for something he never quite realized. He ruined his health. And when he was dying, he said to me, Kate, perhaps I've let you down. Perhaps I haven't really helped Ireland. But I couldn't help myself. I feel as if I'd brought you to the doors of life and was leaving you there. Kate, don't be disappointed in life because of me. I didn't really get anywhere. I haven't really got anywhere. I feel as if I'd made a mistake, but perhaps when I'm dead I shall be able to do more for you than I have done while I was alive. Say you never feel disappointed. There was a pause. The memory of the dead man was coming over her again, and all her grief. And I don't feel disappointed, she went on, her voice beginning to shake, but I loved him. And it was bitter that he had to die, feeling he hadn't. She put her hands before her face, and the bitter tears came through her fingers. Cipriano sat motionless as a statue, but from his breast came that dark, surging passion of tenderness the Indians are capable of. Perhaps it would pass, leaving him indifferent and fatalistic again. But at any rate, for the moment, he sat in a dark, fiery cloud of passionate male tenderness. He looked at her soft, wet, white hands over her face, and at the one big emerald on her finger, in a sort of wonder. The wonder, the mystery, the magic that used to flood over him as a boy and a youth, when he kneeled before the babyish figure of the Santa Maria de la Soledad, flooded him again. He was in the presence of the goddess, white-handed, mysterious, gleaming with a moon-like power and the intense potency of grief. Then Kate hastily took her hands from her face and with head ducked looked for her handkerchief. Of course she hadn't got one. Cipriano lent her his, nicely folded. She took it without a word and rubbed her face and blew her nose. "I want to go and look at the flowers," she said in a strangled voice. and she dashed into the garden with his handkerchief in her hand. He stood up and drew aside his chair to let her pass, then stood a moment looking at the garden before he sat down again and lighted a cigarette. Chap 4. To stay or not to stay. Owen had to return to the United States, and he asked Kate whether she wanted to stay on in Mexico. This put her into a quandary. It was not an easy country for a woman to be alone in, and she had been beating her wings in an effort to get away. She felt like a bird round whose body a snake has coiled itself. Mexico was the snake. The curious influence of the country pulling one down, pulling one down. She had heard an old American who had been 40 years in the Republic saying to Owen, "No man who hasn't a strong moral backbone should try to settle in Mexico. If he does, he'll go to pieces, morally and physically, as I've seen hundreds of young Americans do." To pull one down. It was what the country wanted to do all the time, with a slow reptilian insistence to pull one down, to prevent the spirit from soaring, to take away the free, soaring sense of liberty. "There is no such thing as liberty," she heard the quiet, deep, dangerous voice of Don Ramon repeating. "There is no such thing as liberty. The greatest liberators are usually slaves of an idea. The freest people are slaves to convention and public opinion, and more still, slaves to the industrial machine. There is no such thing as liberty. You only change one sort of domination for another. All we can do is to choose our master. But surely that is liberty for the mass of people. They don't choose. They are tricked into a new form of servility, no more. They go from bad to worse." "You yourself, aren't you free?" she asked. "I?" he laughed. "I spent a long time trying to pretend. I thought I could have my own way, till I realized that having my own way meant only running about smelling all the things in the street, like a dog that will pick up something. Of myself I have no way. No man has any way in himself. Every man who goes along a way is led by one of three things: by an appetite, and I class ambition among appetite, or by an idea, or by an inspiration." "I used to think my husband was inspired about Ireland," said Kate doubtfully. "And now?" "Yes, perhaps he put his wine in old rotten bottles that wouldn't hold it. No! Liberty is a rotten old wineskin. It won't hold one's wine of inspiration or passion anymore," she said. "And Mexico," he said. "Mexico is another Ireland. Ah, no, no man can be his own master. If I must serve, I will not serve an idea which cracks and leaks like an old wineskin. I will serve the God that gives me my manhood. There is no liberty for a man apart from the God of his manhood. Free Mexico is a bully, and the old colonial ecclesiastical Mexico was another sort of bully. When man has nothing but his will to assert, even his good will, it is always bullying. Bolshevism is one sort of bullying, capitalism another, and liberty is a change of chains." "Then what's to be done?" said Kate. "Just nothing?" And with her own will she wanted nothing to be done. Let the skies fall. "One is driven, at last, back to the far distance to look for God," said Ramon uneasily. "I rather hate this search for God business and religiosity," said Kate. "I know," he said with a laugh. "I've suffered from would-be cocksure religion myself." "And you can't really find God," she said. "It's a sort of sentimentalism and creeping back into old hollow shells." "No," he said slowly. "I can't find God in the old sense. I know it's a sentimentalism if I pretend to. But I am nauseated with humanity and the human will, even with my own will. I have realized that my will, no matter how intelligent I am, is only another nuisance on the face of the earth once I start exerting it, and other people's wills are even worse." "Oh," "Isn't human life horrible?" she cried. "Every human being exerting his will all the time over other people and over himself, and nearly always self-righteous." Ramon made a grimace of repulsion. "To me," he said, "that is just the weariness of life. For a time, it can be amusing, exerting your own will and resisting all the other people's wills that they try to put over you. But at a certain point, a nausea sets in at the very middle of me. My soul is nauseated. My soul is nauseated, and there is nothing but death ahead, unless I find something else." Kate listened in silence. She knew the road he had gone, but she herself had not yet come to the end of it. As yet she was still strong in the pride of her very own will.
Oh, people are repulsive, she cried.
"My own will becomes even more repulsive at last," he said. "My own will, merely as my own will, is even more distasteful to me than other people's wills. From being the god in my own machine, I must either abdicate or die of disgust, self-disgust at that." "How amusing," she cried. "It is rather funny," he said sardonically. "And then?" she asked, looking at him with a certain malevolent challenge. He looked back at her slowly, with an ironical light in his eyes. "Then," he repeated, "then, I ask, what else is there in the world besides human will, human appetite? Because ideas and ideals are only instruments of human will and appetite." "Not entirely," said Kate. "They may be disinterested." "May they?" "If the appetite isn't interested, the will is."
Why not?
She mocked. "We can't be mere detached blocks. It nauseates me. I look for something else. And what do you find? My own manhood. What does that mean?" she cried, jeering. "If you looked and found your own womanhood, you would know." "But I have my own womanhood," she cried. "And then, when you find your own manhood, your womanhood," he went on, smiling faintly at her, "then you know it is not your own, to do as you like with. You don't have it of your own will. It comes from the middle, from the God. Beyond me, at the middle, is the God. And the God gives me my manhood, then leaves me to it. I have nothing but my manhood. The God gives it me and leaves me to do further." Kate would not hear any more. She broke off into banalities. The immediate question for her was whether she would stay in Mexico or not. She was not really concerned with Don Ramon's soul or even her own. She was concerned with her immediate future. Should she stay in Mexico? Mexico meant the dark-faced men in cotton clothes, big hats, the peasants, peons, pelados, Indians, call them what you will, the mere natives. Those pale-faced Mexicans of the capital, politicians, artists, professionals, and business people, they did not interest her. Neither did the hacendados and the ranch owners, in their tight trousers and weak, soft sensuality, pale victims of their own emotional undiscipline. Mexico still meant the mass of silent peons to her. And she thought of them again, these silent, stiff-backed men driving their strings of asses along the country roads, in the dust of Mexico's infinite dryness, past broken walls, broken houses, broken haciendas, along the endless desolation left by the revolutions, past the vast stretches of maguey, the huge cactus or aloe, with its gigantic rosette of upstarting pointed leaves that in its iron rows covers miles and miles of ground in the Valley of Mexico, cultivated for the making of that bad-smelling drink, pulque. The Mediterranean has the dark grape, old Europe has malted beer, and China has opium from the white poppy. But out of the Mexican soil a bunch of black tarnished swords bursts up, and a great unfolded bud of the once flowering monster begins to thrust at the sky. They cut the great phallic bud and crush out the sperm-like juice for the pulque. Agua miel, pulque. But better pulque than the fiery white brandy distilled from the maguey, mezcal, tequila, or in the lowlands, the hateful sugar-cane brandy, aguardiente. And the Mexican burns out his stomach with those beastly firewaters and cauterizes the hurt with red-hot chili, swallowing one hellfire to put out another. Tall fields of wheat and maize, taller, more brilliant fields of bright green sugarcane, and threading in white cotton clothes, with dark, half-visible face, the eternal peon of Mexico, his great white calico drawers flopping round his ankles as he walks, or rolled up over his dark, handsome legs. The wild, somber, erect men of the North, the too often degenerate men of Mexico Valley, their heads through the middle of their ponchos. The big men in Tlaxcala selling ice cream or huge half-sweetened buns and fancy bread. The quick little Indians, quick as spiders down in Oaxaca. The queer-looking half-Chinese natives towards Vera Cruz, the dark faces and the big black eyes on the coast of Sinaloa, the handsome men of Jalisco with a scarlet blanket folded on one shoulder. They were of many tribes and many languages, and far more alien to one another than Frenchmen, English, and Germans are. Mexico. It is not really even the beginnings of a nation, hence the rabid assertion of nationalism in the few. And it is not a race. Yet it is a people. There is some Indian quality which pervades the whole. Whether it is men in blue overalls and a slouch in Mexico City, or men with handsome legs in skin-tight trousers, or the floppy, white, cotton-clad laborers in the fields, there is something mysteriously in common. The erect, prancing walk, stepping out from the base of the spine with lifted knees and short steps. The jaunty balancing of the huge hats. The thrown-back shoulders with a folded sarape like a royal mantle. And most of them handsome, with dark, warm, bronze skin so smooth and living, their proudly held heads whose black hair gleams like wild, rich feathers. Their big, bright black eyes that look at you wonderingly and have no center to them. Their sudden, charming smile when you smile first. But the eyes unchanged. Yes, and she had to remember, too, a fair proportion of smaller, sometimes insignificant-looking men, some of them scaly with dirt, who looked at you with a cold, mud-like antagonism as they stepped cattishly past. Poisonous, thin, stiff little men, cold and unliving like scorpions, and as dangerous. And then the truly terrible faces of some creatures in the city, slightly swollen with the poison of tequila, and with black, dimmed, swivel eyes swinging in pure evil. Never had she seen such faces of pure, brutish evil, cold and insect-like, as in Mexico City. The country gave her a strange feeling of hopelessness and of dauntlessness. Unbroken, eternally resistant, it was a people that lived without hope and without care. Gay, even, and laughing with indifferent carelessness. They were something like her own Irish, but gone to a much greater length. And also, they did what the self-conscious and pretentious Irish rarely do. They touched her bowels with a strange fire of compassion. At the same time, she feared them. They would pull her down to the dark depths of nothingness. It was the same with the women. In their full, long skirts and bare feet, and with the big, dark blue scarf or shawl called a rebozo over their womanly small heads and tight round their shoulders, they were images of wild submissiveness, the primitive womanliness of the world, that is so touching and so alien. Many women kneeling in a dim church, all hooded in their dark blue rebozos, the pallor of their skirts on the floor, their heads and shoulders wrapped dark and tight as they swayed with devotion of fear and ecstasy. A church full of dark-wrapped women sunk there in wild, humble supplication of dread and of bliss, filled Kate with tenderness and revulsion. They crouched like people not quite created. Their soft, untidy black hair, which they scratched for lice, the round-eyed baby joggling like a pumpkin in the shawl slung over the woman's shoulder, the never-washed feet and ankles, again somewhat reptilian under the long, flounced, soiled cotton skirt, and then, once more, the dark eyes of half-created women, soft, appealing, yet with a queer, void insolence. Something lurking where the womanly center should have been, lurking snake-like. Fear. The fear of not being able to find full creation. And the inevitable mistrust and lurking insolence, insolent against a higher creation, the same thing that is in the striking of a snake. Kate, as a woman, feared the women more than the men. The women were little and insidious, the men were bigger and more reckless, but in the eyes of each the uncreated center where the evil and the insolence lurked. And sometimes she wondered whether America really was the great death continent, the great no to the European and Asiatic and even African yes. Was it really the great melting pot, where men from the creative continents were smelted back again, not to a new creation, but down into the homogeneity of death? Was it the great continent of the undoing, and all its peoples the agents of the mystic destruction, plucking at the created soul in a man, till at last it plucked out the growing germ and left him a creature of mechanism and automatic reaction, with only one inspiration, the desire to pluck the quick out of every living, spontaneous creature? Was that the clue to America, she sometimes wondered? Was it the great death continent, the continent that destroyed again what the other continents had built up? The continent whose spirit of place fought purely to pick the eyes out of the face of God? Was that America? And all the people who went there, Europeans, Negroes, Japanese, Chinese, all the colors and the races, were they the spent people in whom the God impulse had collapsed, so they crossed to the great continent of the negation, where the human will declares itself free, to pull down the soul of the world? Was it so? And did this account for the great drift to the New World, the drift of spent souls passing over to the side of godless democracy, energetic negation? The negation which is the life-breath of materialism. And would the great negative pull of the Americans at last break the heart of the world? This thought would come to her time and again. She herself, what had she come to America for? Because the flow of her life had broken, and she knew she could not restart it in Europe. These handsome natives. Was it because they were death worshippers, Moloch worshippers, that they were so uncowed and handsome? Their pure acknowledgment of death and their undaunted admission of nothingness kept so erect and careless. White men had had a soul and lost it. The pivot of fire had been quenched in them, and their lives had started to spin in the reverse direction, widdershins. That reversed look which is in the eyes of so many white people, the look of nullity and life wheeling in the reverse direction. Widdershins. But the dark-faced natives, with their strange soft flame of life wheeling upon a dark void, were they centerless and widdershins too, as so many white men now are? The strange soft flame of courage in the black Mexican eyes, but still it was not knit to a center, that center which is the soul of a man in a man. And all the efforts of white men to bring the soul of the dark men of Mexico into final clinched being has resulted in nothing but the collapse of the white man. Against the soft, dark flow of the Indian, the white man at last collapses. With his God and his energy he collapses. In attempting to convert the dark man to the white man's way of life, the white man has fallen helplessly down the hole he wanted to fill up. Seeking to save another man's soul, the white man lost his own and collapsed upon himself. Mexico, the great, precipitous, dry, savage country, with a handsome church in every landscape, rising as it were out of nothing. A revolution-broken landscape, with lingering, tall, handsome churches whose domes are like inflations that are going to burst, and whose pinnacles and towers are like the trembling pagodas of an unreal race. gorgeous churches waiting above the huts and straw hovels of the natives, like ghosts to be dismissed, and noble ruined haciendas with ruined avenues approaching their broken splendor. And the cities of Mexico, great and small, that the Spaniards conjured up out of nothing. Stones live and die with the spirit of the builders, and the spirit of Spaniards in Mexico dies, and the very stones in the building die. The natives drift into the center of the plazas again, and in unspeakable empty weariness the Spanish buildings stand around in a sort of dry exhaustion. The conquered race. Cortez came with his iron heel and his iron will, a conqueror. But a conquered race, unless grafted with a new inspiration, slowly sucks the blood of the conquerors in the silence of a strange night and the heaviness of a hopeless will. So that now the race of the conquerors in Mexico is soft and boneless, children crying in helpless hopelessness. Was it the dark negation of the continent? Kate could not look at the stones of the National Museum in Mexico without depression and dread. Snakes coiled like excrement, snakes fanged and feathered beyond all dreams of dread. And that was all. The ponderous pyramids of San Juan Teotihuacan, the house of Quetzalcoatl wreathed with the snake of all snakes, his huge fangs white and pure today as in the lost centuries when his makers were alive. He has not died. He is not so dead as the Spanish churches, this all-enwreathing dragon of the horror of Mexico. Cholula with its church where the altar was, and the same ponderousness, the same unspeakable sense of weight and downward pressure of the blunt pyramid. Down-sinking pressure and depression, and the great marketplace with its lingering dread and fascination. Mitla under its hills in the parched valley where a wind blows the dust and the dead souls of the vanished race in terrible gusts. The carved courts of Mitla with a hard, sharp-angled, intricate fascination, but the fascination of fear and repellence. Hard, four-square, sharp-edged, cutting, zigzagging Mitla, like continual blows of a stone axe, without gentleness or grace or charm. O America, with your unspeakable hard lack of charm, what then is your final meaning? Is it forever the knife of sacrifice as you put out your tongue at the world? Charmless America, with your hard, vindictive beauty, are you waiting forever to smite death? Is the world your everlasting victim, so long as it will let itself be victimized? But yet, the gentle voices of the natives, the voices of the boys, like birds twittering among the trees of the plaza of Tehuacan, the soft touch, the gentleness. Was it the dark-fingered quietness of death, and the music of the presence of death in their voices? She thought again of what Don Ramon had said to her. They pull you down. Mexico pulls you down. The people pull you down like a great weight, but it may be they pull you down as the Earth's pull of gravitation does, that you can balance on your feet. Maybe they draw you down as the earth draws down the roots of a tree, so that it may be clinched deep in soil. Men are still part of the tree of life, and the roots go down to the center of the earth. Loose leaves and aeroplanes blow away on the wind in what they call freedom. But the tree of life has fixed, deep, gripping roots. It may be you need to be drawn down, down, till you send roots into the deep places again. Then you can send up the sap and the leaves back to the sky later. And to me the men in Mexico are like trees, forests that the white men felled in their coming. But the roots of the trees are deep and alive and forever sending up new shoots. And each new shoot that comes up overthrows a Spanish church or an American factory. And soon the dark forest will rise again and shake the Spanish buildings from the face of America. All that matters to me are the roots that reach down beyond all destruction. The roots and the life are there. What else it needs is the word for the forest to begin to rise again. and some man among men must speak the word. The strange doom-like sound of the man's words, but in spite of the sense of doom on her heart, she would not go away yet. She would stay longer in Mexico. Chap V. The lake. Owen left. Villiers stayed on a few days to escort Kate to the lake. If she liked it there and could find a house, she could stay by herself. She knew sufficient people in Mexico and in Guadalajara to prevent her from being lonely. But she still shrank from traveling alone in this country. She wanted to leave the city. The new president had come in quietly enough, but there was an ugly feeling of uppishness in the lower classes, the bottom dog clambering mangily to the top. Kate was no snob. Man or woman, she cared nothing about the social class. But meanness, sordidness she hated. She hated bottom dogs. They all were mangy, they all were full of envy and malice, many had the rabies. Oh no, let us defend ourselves from the bottom dog with its mean growl and its yellow teeth. She had tea with Cipriano before leaving. "How do you get along with the government?" she asked. "I stand for the law and the Constitution," he said. "They know I don't want anything to do with cuartelazos or revolutions. Don Ramon is my chief." "In what way?" "Later you will see." He had a secret important to himself on which he was sitting tight. But he looked at her with shining eyes, as much as to say that soon she would share the secret, and then he would be much happier. He watched her curiously from under his wary black lashes. She was one of the rather plump Irish women with soft brown hair and hazel eyes, and a beautiful, rather distant repose. Her great charm was her soft repose and her gentle, unconscious inaccessibility. She was taller and bigger than Cipriano. He was almost boyishly small. But he was all energy, and his eyebrows tilted black, and with a barbarian conceit above his full, almost insolent black eyes. He watched her continually, with a kind of fascination, the same spell that the absurd little figures of the doll Madonna had cast over him as a boy. She was the mystery, and he the adorer, under the semi-ecstatic spell of the mystery. But once he rose from his knees, he rose in the same strutting conceit of himself as before he knelt, with all his adoration in his pocket again. But he had a good deal of magnetic power. His education had not diminished it. His education lay like a film of white oil on the black lake of his barbarian consciousness. For this reason, the things he said were hardly interesting at all. Only what he was. He made the air around him seem darker but richer and fuller. Sometimes his presence was extraordinarily grateful, like a healing of the blood, and sometimes he was an intolerable weight on her. She gasped to get away from him. "You think a great deal of Don Ramon," she said to him. "Yes," he said, his black eyes watching her. "He is a very fine man." How trivial the word sounded! That was another boring thing about him. His English seemed so trivial. He wasn't really expressing himself. He was only flipping at the white oil that lay on his surface. "You like him better than the bishop, your godfather?" He lifted his shoulders in a twisted, embarrassed shrug.
The same,
he said. "I like him the same." Then he looked away into the distance with a certain hauteur and insolence. "Very different, no?" he said. "But in some ways the same. He knows better what is Mexico. He knows better what I am." Bishop Severn did not know the real Mexico. How could he? He was a sincere Catholic. But Don Ramon knows the real Mexico, no? "And what is the real Mexico?" she asked. "Well, you must ask Don Ramon." "I can't explain." She asked Cipriano about going to the lake. "Yes," he said. "You can go. You will like it. Go first to Orilla, no? You take a ticket on the railway to Ixtlahuacan. And in Orilla is an hotel with a German manager. Then from Orilla you can go in a motorboat, in a few hours, to Sayula, and there you will find a house to live in." He wanted her to do this, she could tell. "How far is Don Ramon's hacienda from Sayula?" she asked. "Near. About an hour in a boat. He is there now. And at the beginning of the month I am going with my division to Guadalajara. Now there is a new governor, so I shall be quite near too." "That will be nice," she said. "You think so?" he asked quickly. "Yes," she said, on her guard, looking at him slowly. "I should be sorry to lose touch with Don Ramon, and you?" He had a little tension on his brow, haughty, unwilling, conceited, and at the same time yearning and desirous. "You like Don Ramon very much?" he said. "You want to know him more?" There was a peculiar anxiety in his voice. "Yes," she said. "One knows so few people in the world nowadays that one can respect and fear a little. I am a little afraid of Don Ramon, and I have the greatest respect for him." She ended on a hot note of sincerity. "It is good," he said. "It is very good." "You may respect him more than any other man in the world." "Perhaps that is true," she said, turning her eyes slowly to his. "Yes, yes," he cried impatiently. "It is true. You will find out later. And Ramon likes you. He told me to ask you to come to the lake. When you come to Sayula, when you are coming, write to him, and no doubt he can tell you about a house and all those things."
"Shall I?"
she said, hesitant.
"Yes, yes."
"Of course, we say what we mean." Curious little man with his odd, inflammable hauteur and conceit, something burning inside him that gave him no peace. He had an almost childish faith in the other man, and yet she was not sure that he did not, in some corner of his soul, resent Ramon somewhat. Kate set off by the night train for the west with Villiers. The one Pullman coach was full, people going to Guadalajara and Colima and the coast. There were 3 military officers, rather shy in their new uniforms and rather swaggering at the same time, making eyes at the empty air, as if they felt they were conspicuous, and sitting quickly in their seats, as if to obliterate themselves. There were 2 country farmers or ranchers, in tight trousers and cartwheel hats stitched with silver. One was a tall man with a big mustache, the other was smaller, gray man. But they both had the handsome, alive legs of the Mexicans, and the rather quenched faces. There was a widow buried in crape, accompanied by a criada, a maid. The rest were townsmen, Mexicans on business, at once shy and fussy, unobtrusive and self-important. The Pullman was clean and neat, with its hot green plush seats, but, full of people, it seemed empty compared with a Pullman in the United States. Everybody was very quiet, very soft and guarded. The farmers folded their beautiful sarapes and laid them carefully on the seats, sitting as if their section were a lonely little place. The officers folded their cloaks and arranged dozens of little parcels, little cardboard hat boxes and heterogeneous bundles under the seats and on the seats. The businessmen had the oddest luggage, canvas hold, alls embroidered in wool, with long, touching mottos. And in all the crowd a sense of guardedness and softness and self-effacement, a curious soft sensibility, touched with fear. It was already a somewhat conspicuous thing to travel in the Pullman. You had to be on your guard. The evening for once was gray, the rainy season really approaching. A sudden wind whirled dust and a few spots of rain. The train drew out of the formless, dry, dust-smitten areas fringing the city, and wound mildly on for a few minutes, only to stop in the main street of Tacubaya, the suburb village. In the gray approach of evening, the train halted heavily in the street, and Kate looked out at the men who stood in groups, with their hats tilted against the wind and their blankets folded over their shoulders and up to their eyes, against the dust, motionless, standing like somber ghosts, only a glint of eyes showing between the dark sarape and the big hat brim, while donkey drivers in a dust cloud ran frantically with uplifted arms like demons, uttering short, sharp cries to prevent their donkeys from poking in between the coaches of the train. Silent dogs trotted in and out under the train. Women, their faces wrapped in their blue rebozos, came to offer tortillas folded in a cloth to keep them warm, or pulque in an earthenware mug, or pieces of chicken smothered in red, thick, oily sauce, or oranges, or bananas, or pitahayas, anything. And when few people bought because of the dust, the women put their wares under their arm, under the blue rebozo, and covered their faces and motionless watched the train. It was about 6 o'clock. The earth was utterly dry and stale. Somebody was kindling charcoal in front of a house. Men were hurrying down the wind, balancing their great hats curiously. Horsemen on quick, fine little horses, guns slung behind, trotted up to the train, lingered, then trotted quickly away again into nowhere. Still the train stood in the street. Kate and Villiers got down. They watched the sparks blowing from the charcoal which a little girl was kindling in the street to cook tortillas. The train had a second-class coach and a first-class. The second class was jam full of peasants, Indians, piled in like chickens with their bundles and baskets and bottles, endless things. One woman had a fine peacock under her arm. She put it down and in vain tried to suppress it beneath her voluminous skirts. It refused to be suppressed. She took it up and balanced it on her knee and looked round again over the medley of jars, baskets, pumpkins, melons, guns, bundles, and human beings. In the front was a steel car with a guard of little scrubby soldiers in their dirty cotton uniforms. Some soldiers were mounted on top of the train with their guns, the lookout. And the whole train, seething with life, was curiously still, subdued. Perhaps it is the perpetual sense of danger which makes the people so hushed, without clamor or stridency, and with an odd, hushed politeness among them, a sort of demon world. At last the train moved on. If it had waited forever, no one would have been deeply surprised, for what might not be ahead? Rebels, bandits, bridges blown up, anything. However, quietly, stealthily, the train moved out and along the great, weary valley. The circling mountains, so relentless, were invisible save near at hand. In a few broken adobe huts, a bit of fire sparked red. The adobe was gray-black of the lava dust, depressing. Into the distance the fields spread dry, with here and there patches of green irrigation. There was a broken hacienda with columns that supported nothing. Darkness was coming. Dust still blew in the shadow. The valley seemed encompassed in a dry, stale, weary gloom. Then there came a heavy shower. The train was passing a pulque hacienda. The rows of the giant maguey stretched bristling their iron-black barbs in the gloom. All at once, the lights came on. The Pullman attendant came swiftly lowering the blinds, so that the brilliance of the window should attract no bullets from the dark outside. There was a poor little meal at exorbitant prices, and when this was cleared away, the attendant came with a clash to make the beds, pulling down the upper berths. It was only 8 o'clock, and the passengers looked up in resentment, but no good. The pug-faced Mexican in charge and his smallpox-pitted assistant insolently came in between the seats, inserted the key overhead, and brought down the berth with a crash. And the Mexican passengers humbly crawled away to the smoking room or the toilet like whipped dogs. At 8:30, everybody was silently and with intense discretion going to bed. None of the collar-stud-snapping bustle and homely familiarity of the United States. Like subdued animals, they all crept in behind their green sarge curtains. Kate hated a Pullman, the discreet indiscretion, the horrible nearness of other people, like so many larvae in so many sections, behind the green serge curtains. Above all, the horrible intimacy of the noise of going to bed. She hated to undress, struggling in the oven of her berth with her elbow butting into the stomach of the attendant who was buttoning up the green curtain outside. And yet, once she was in bed and could put out her light and raise the window blind, she had to admit it was better than a wagon lit in Europe, and perhaps the best that can be done for people who must travel through the night in trains. There was a rather cold wind after the rain, up there on that high plateau. The moon had risen. The sky was clear, rocks and tall Oregon cactus and more miles of maguey. Then the train stopped at a dark little station on the rim of the slope, where men swathed in dark sarapes held dusky, ruddy lanterns that lit up no faces at all, only dark gaps. Why did the train stay so long? Was something wrong? At last they were going again. Under the moon she saw beyond her a long downslope of rocks and cactus, and in the distance below the lights of a town. She lay in her berth watching the train wind slowly down the wild, rugged slope. Then she dozed, to wake at a station that looked like a quiet inferno, with dark faces coming near the windows, glittering eyes in the half-light, women in their rebozos running along the train balancing dishes of meat, tamales, tortillas on one hand, black-faced men with fruit and sweets, and all calling in a subdued, intense, hushed hubbub. Strange and glaring, she saw eyes at the dark screen of the Pullman, sudden hands thrusting up something to sell. In fear, Kate dropped her window. The wire screen was not enough. The platform below the Pullman all was dark, but at the back of the train she could see the glare of the first-class windows on the dark station, and a man selling sweetmeats. Cajetas, la de Celaya. She was safe inside the Pullman, with nothing to do but to listen to an occasional cough behind the green curtains, and to feel the faint bristling apprehension of all the Mexicans in their dark berths. The dark Pullman was full of a subdued apprehension, fear lest there might be some attack on the train. She went to sleep and woke at a bright station, probably Querétaro. The green trees looked theatrical in the electric light. "Oh, Blaze!" she heard the men calling softly. If Owen had been there, he would have got up in his pajamas to buy opals. The call would have been too strong. She slept fitfully in the shaken saloon, vaguely aware of stations and the deep night of the open country. Then she started from a complete sleep. The train was dead still, no sound. Then a tremendous jerking as the Pullman was shunted. It must be Irapuato, where they branched to the west. She would arrive at Ixtlahuacan soon after 6 in the morning. The man woke her at daybreak, before the sun had risen. Dry country with mesquite bushes. In the dawn, then green wheat alternating with ripe wheat. And men already in the pale, ripened wheat reaping with sickles, cutting short little handfuls from the short straw. A bright sky with a bluish shadow on earth, parched slopes with ragged maize stubble. Then a forlorn hacienda and a man on horseback, in a blanket, driving a silent flock of cows, sheep, bulls, goats, lambs, rippling a bit ghostly in the dawn, from under a tottering archway. A long canal beside the railway, a long canal paved with bright green leaves from which poked the mauve heads of the lirio, the water hyacinth. The sun was lifting up, red. In a moment, it was the full, dazzling gold of a Mexican morning. Kate was dressed and ready, sitting facing Villiers, when they came to Ixtlahuacan. The man carried out her bags. The train drifted into a desert of a station. They got down. It was a new day. In the powerful light of morning, under a turquoise-blue sky, she gazed at the helpless-looking station, railway lines, some standing trucks, and a remote lifelessness. A boy seized their bags and ran across the lines to the station yard, which was paved with cobblestones, but overgrown with weeds. At one side stood an old tramcar with 2 mules, like a relic. 1 or 2 men swathed up to the eyes in scarlet blankets were crossing on silent white legs. "Adonde?" said the boy, but Kate went to see her big luggage taken out. It was all there. "Orilla Hotel," said Kate. The boy said they must go in the tramcar, so in the tramcar they went. The driver whipped his mules. They rode in the still, heavy morning light away down an uneven, cobbled road with holes in it, between walls with falling mortar and low, black adobe houses, in the peculiar, vacuous depression of a helpless little Mexican town towards the plaza. The strange emptiness, everything empty of life. Occasional men on horseback clattered suddenly by. Occasional big men in scarlet sarapes went noiselessly on their own way under the big hats. A boy on a high mule was delivering milk from red globe-shaped jars slung on either side, his mount. The street was stony, uneven, vacuous, sterile. The stones seemed dead. The town seemed made of dead stone. The human life came with a slow, sterile unwillingness, in spite of the low-hung power of the sun. At length they were in the plaza, where brilliant trees flowered in a blaze of pure scarlet, and some in pure lavender, around the basins of milky-looking water. Milky dim the water bubbled up in the basins, and women, bleary with sleep, uncombed, came from under the dilapidated arches of the portales and across the broken pavement to fill their water jars. The tram stopped and they got down. The boy got down with the bags and told them they must go to the river to take a boat. They followed obediently down the smashed pavements, where every moment you might twist your ankle or break your leg. Everywhere the same weary indifference and brokenness, a sense of dirt and of helplessness, squalor of far-gone indifference, under the perfect morning sky, in the pure sunshine and the pure Mexican air. The sense of life ebbing away, leaving dry ruin. They came to the edge of the town, to a dusty, humped bridge, a broken wall, a pale brown stream flowing full. Below the bridge a cluster of men. Each one wanted her to hire his boat. She demanded a motor boat, the boat from the hotel. They said there wasn't one. She didn't believe it. Then a dark-faced fellow with his black hair down his forehead and a certain intensity in his eyes said, Yes, the hotel had a boat, but it was broken. She must take a row boat. In an hour and a half he would row her there.
How long? Said Kate. An hour and a half.
And I am so hungry, cried Kate. How much do you charge? 2 pesos. He held up 2 fingers. Kate said yes, and he ran down to his boat. Then she noticed he was a cripple with inturned feet, but how quick and strong! She climbed with Villiers down the broken bank to the river, and in a moment they were in the boat. Pale green willow trees fringed from the earthen banks to the fuller flowing, pale brown water. The river was not very wide between deep banks. They slipped under the bridge and passed a funny high barge with rows of seats. The boatman said it went up the river to Jocatlan, and he waved his hand to show the direction. They were slipping downstream between lonely banks of willow trees. The crippled boatman was pulling hard with great strength and energy. When she spoke to him in her bad Spanish and he found it hard to understand, he knitted his brow a little anxiously. And when she laughed, he smiled at her with such a beautiful gentleness, sensitive, wistful, quick. She felt he was naturally honest and truthful and generous. There was a beauty in these men, a wistful beauty and a great physical strength. Why had she felt so bitterly about the country? Morning was still young on the pale Buff River, between the silent earthen banks. There was a blue dimness in the lower air, and black waterfowl ran swiftly, unconcernedly back and forth from the river's edge, on the dry, baked banks that were treeless now and wider. They had entered a wide river from the narrow one. The blueness and moistness of the dissolved night seemed to linger under the scattered pepper trees of the far shore. The boatman rowed short and hard upon the flimsy, soft, sperm-like water, only pausing at moments swiftly to smear the sweat from his face with an old rag he kept on the bench beside him. The sweat ran from his bronze-brown skin like water, and the black hair on his high-domed Indian head smoked with wetness. "There is no hurry," said Kate, smiling to him. "What does the señorita say?" "There is no hurry," she repeated. He paused, smiling, breathing deeply, and explained that now he was rowing against stream. This wider river flowed out of the lake full and heavy. See! Even as he rested a moment, the boat began to turn and drift. He quickly took his oars. The boat moved slowly in the hush of departed night upon the soft, full-flowing buff water that carried little tufts of floating water hyacinth. Some willow trees stood near the edge, and some pepper trees of most delicate green foliage. Beyond the trees and the level of the shores, big hills rose up to high, blunt points baked incredibly dry, like biscuit. The blue sky settled against them nakedly. They were leafless and lifeless save for the iron-green shafts of the organ cactus that glistered blackly yet atmospherically in the ochreous aridity. This was Mexico again, stark, dry, and luminous with powerful light, cruel and unreal. On a flat near the river, a peon, perched on the rump of his ass, was slowly driving 5 luxurious cows towards the water to drink. The big black and white animals stepped in a dream pace past the pepper trees to the bank, like moving pieces of light and shade. The dun cows trailed after, in the incredible silence and brilliance of the morning. Earth, air, water were all silent with new light, the last blue of night dissolving like a breath, no sound, even no life. The great light was stronger than life itself. Only, up in the blue, some turkey buzzards were wheeling with dirty-edged wings, as everywhere in Mexico. "Don't hurry," Kate said again to the boatman, who was again mopping his face while his black hair ran sweat. "We can go slowly." The man smiled deprecatingly. "If the señorita will sit in the back," he said. Kate did not understand his request at first. He had rowed in towards a bend in the right bank, to be out of the current. On the left bank, Kate had noticed some men bathing, men whose wet skins flashed with the beautiful brown rose color and glitter of the naked natives, and one stout man with the curious creamy biscuit skin of the city Mexicans. Low against the water across stream, she watched the glitter of naked men half immersed in the river. She rose to step back into the stern of the boat where Villiers was. As she did so, she saw a dark head and the flashing ruddy shoulders of a man swimming towards the boat. She wavered, and as she was sitting down, the man stood up in the water and was wading near, the water washing at the loose little cloth he had round his loins. He was smooth and wet and of a lovely color, with the rich, smooth, muscled physique of the Indians. He was coming towards the boat, pushing back his hair from his forehead. The boatman watched him, transfixed without surprise, a little subtle half-smile perhaps of mockery round his nose, as if he had expected it. "Where are you going?" asked the man in the water, the brown river running softly at his strong thighs. The boatman waited a moment for his patrons to answer, then, seeing they were silent, replied in a low, unwilling tone, "Orilla." The man in the water took hold of the stern of the boat as the boatman softly touched the water with the oars to keep her straight, and he threw back his longish black hair with a certain effrontery. "Do you know whom the lake belongs to?" he asked with the same effrontery.
"What do you say?"
asked Kate, haughty.
"If you know whom the lake belongs to,"
the young man in the water repeated.
"To whom?"
said Kate, flustered. "To the old gods of Mexico," the stranger said. "You have to make a tribute to Quetzalcoatl if you go on the lake." The strange, calm effrontery of it, but truly Mexican. "How?" said Kate. "You can give me something," he said. "But why should I give something to you if it is a tribute to Quetzalcoatl?" she stammered. "I am Quetzalcoatl's man-eye," he replied with calm effrontery. "And if I don't give you anything," she said. He lifted his shoulders and spread his free hand, staggering a little, losing his footing in the water as he did so. "If you wish to make an enemy of the lake," he said coolly as he recovered his balance, and then for the first time he looked straight at her. And as he did so, the demonish effrontery died down again, and the peculiar American tension slackened and left him. He gave a slight wave of dismissal with his free hand and pushed the boat gently forward. "But it doesn't matter," he said with a slight insolent jerk of his head sideways and a faint, insolent smile. "We will wait till the morning star rises." The boatman softly but powerfully pulled the oars. The man in the water stood with the sun on his powerful chest, looking after the boat in half-seeing abstraction. His eyes had taken again the peculiar gleaming far-awayness suspended between the realities, which, Kate suddenly realized, was the central look in the native eyes. The boatman, rowing away, was glancing back at the man who stood in the water, and his face, too, had the abstracted, transfigured look of a man perfectly suspended between the world's two strenuous wings of energy. A look of extraordinary, arresting beauty, the silent, vulnerable center of all life's quivering, like the nucleus gleaming in tranquil suspense within a cell. "What does he mean," said Kate, "by 'we will wait till the morning star rises'?" The man smiled slowly. "It is a name," he said, and he seemed to know no more. But the symbolism had evidently the power to soothe and sustain him. "Why did he come and speak to us?" asked Kate. "He is one of those of the god Quetzalcoatl, señorita. And you? Are you one too?" "Who knows?" said the man, putting his head on one side. Then he added, "I think so. We are many." He watched Kate's face with that gleaming, intense semi-abstraction, a gleam that hung unwavering in his black eyes, and which suddenly reminded Kate of the morning star, or the evening star, hanging perfect between night and the sun. "You have the morning star in your eyes," she said to the man. He flashed her a smile of extraordinary beauty. "The señorita understands," he said. His face changed again to a dark brown mask, like semi-transparent stone, and he rowed with all his might. Ahead, the river was widening, the banks were growing lower, down to the water's level, like shoals planted with willow trees and with reeds. Above the willow trees, a square white sail was standing, as if erected on the land.
"Is the lake so near?"
said Kate. The man hastily mopped his running wet face.
"Yes, señorita."
"The sailing boats are waiting for the wind to come into the river. We will pass by the canal." He indicated with a backward movement of the head a narrow, twisting passage of water between deep reeds. It made Kate think of the little river Anapo, the same mystery unbroken. The boatman, with creases half of sadness and half of exultation in his bronze, still face, was pulling with all his might. Waterfowl went swimming into the reeds, or rose on wing and wheeled into the blue air. Some willow trees hung a dripping, vivid green in the stark, dry country. The stream was narrow and winding. With a nonchalant motion, first of the right, then of the left hand, Villiers was guiding the boatman to keep him from running aground in the winding, narrow waterway. And this put Villiers at his ease, to have something practical and slightly mechanical to do and to assert. He was striking the American note once more of mechanical dominance. All the other business had left him incomprehending, and when he asked Kate, she had pretended not to hear him. She sensed a certain delicate, tender mystery in the river, in the naked man in the water, in the boatman, and she could not bear to have it subjected to the tough American flippancy. She was weary to death of American automatism and American flippant toughness. It gave her a feeling of nausea. Quite a well-built fellow, that one who laid hold of the boat. What did he want, anyway? Villiers insisted. "Nothing," said Kate. They were slipping out past the clay-colored, loose, stony edges of the land, through a surge of ripples, into the wide, white light of the lake. A breeze was coming from the east, out of the upright morning, and the surface of the shallow, flimsy, dun-colored water was in motion. Shoal water rustled near at hand. Out to the open, large, square white sails were stepping gingerly forward, and beyond the buff-colored, pale desert of water rose far-away blue, sharp hills of the other side, many miles away, pure pale blue with distance, yet sharp-edged and clear in form. "Now," said the boatman, smiling to Kate, "it is easier. Now we are out of the current." He pulled rhythmically through the frail, rippling, sperm-like water with a sense of peace. And for the first time Kate felt she had met the mystery of the natives, the strange and mysterious gentleness between a Scylla and a Charybdis of violence, the small, poised, perfect body of the bird that waves wings of thunder and wings of fire and night in its flight. But central between the flash of day and the black of night, between the flash of lightning and the break of thunder, the still, soft body of the bird poised and soaring forever. The mystery of the evening star, brilliant in silence and distance between the downward surging plunge of the sun and the vast, hollow seething of inpouring night. The magnificence of the watchful morning star that watches between the night and the day, the gleaming clue to the two opposites. This kind of frail, pure sympathy she felt at the moment between herself and the boatman, between herself and the man who had spoken from the water. And she was not going to have it broken by Villiers' American jokes. There was a sound of breaking water. The boatman drew away and pointed across to where a canoe, a native sailing boat, was lying at an angle. She had run aground in a wind, and now must wait till another wind would carry her off the submerged bank again. Another boat was coming down the breeze, steering cautiously among the shoals, for the river outlet. She was piled high with patates, the native leaf mats, above her hollowed black sides. And bare-legged men with loose white drawers rolled up and brown chests showing were running with poles as the shallows heaved up again, pushing her off and balancing their huge hats with small bird-like shakes of the head. Beyond the boats, seawards, were rocks outcropping and strange birds like pelicans standing in silhouette, motionless. They had been crossing a bay of the lake shore and were nearing the hotel. It stood on a parched, dry bank above the pale brown water, a long, low building amid a tender green of bananas and pepper trees. Everywhere the shores rose up pale and cruelly dry, dry to cruelty, and on the little hills the dark statues of the organ cactus poised in nothingness. There was a broken-down landing place and a boathouse in the distance, and someone in white flannel trousers was standing on the broken masonry. Upon the filmy water ducks and black waterfowl bobbed like corks. The bottom was stony. The boatman suddenly backed the boat and pulled round. He pushed up his sleeve and hung over the bows, reaching into the water. With a quick motion he grabbed something and scrambled into the boat again. He was holding in the pale-skinned hollow of his palm a little earthenware pot crusted by the lake deposit. "What is it?" she said. "Olita of the gods," he said. "Of the old dead gods. Take it, señorita." "You must let me pay for it," she said. "No, señorita." "It is yours," said the man, with that sensitive masculine sincerity which comes sometimes so quickly from a native. It was a little, rough, round pot with protuberances. "Look," said the man, reaching again for the little pot. He turned it upside down, and she saw cut-in eyes and the sticking-out ears of an animal's head.
A cat!
She exclaimed. "It is a cat, or a coyote, a coyote." "Let's look," said Villiers. "Why, how awfully interesting. Do you think it's old?" "It is old," Kate asked. "The time of the old gods," said the boatman. Then, with a sudden smile, "The dead gods don't eat much rice. They only want little casseroles while they are bone under the water." And he looked her in the eyes.
"While they are bone,"
she repeated, and she realized he meant the skeletons of gods that cannot die. They were at the landing stage, or rather, at the heap of collapsed masonry which had once been a landing stage. The boatman got out and held the boat steady while Kate and Villiers landed. Then he scrambled up with the bags. The man in white trousers and a mozo appeared. It was the hotel manager. Kate paid the boatman.
"Adios, señorita,"
he said with a smile. "May you go with Quetzalcoatl." "Yes," she cried. "Goodbye." They went up the slope between the tattered bananas, whose ragged leaves were making a hushed, distant patter in the breeze. The green fruit curved out its bristly soft bunch, the purple flower bud depending stiffly. The German manager came to talk to them, a young man of about 40 with his blue eyes going opaque and stony behind his spectacles, though the centers were keen. Evidently a German who had been many years out in Mexico, out in the lonely places. The rather stiff look, the slight look of fear in the soul, not physical fear, and the look of defeat characteristic of the European who has long been subjected to the unbroken spirit of place. But the defeat was in the soul, not the will. He showed Kate to her room in the unfinished quarter, and ordered her breakfast. The hotel consisted of an old, low ranch house with a veranda, and this was the dining room, lounge, kitchen, and office. Then there was a 2-story new wing with a smart bathroom between each 2 bedrooms and almost up-to-date fittings, very incongruous. But the new wing was unfinished, had been unfinished for a dozen years and more, the work abandoned when Porfirio Diaz fled. Now it would probably never be finished. And this is Mexico. Whatever pretentiousness and modern improvements it may have, outside the capital they are either smashed or raw and unfinished, with rusty bones of iron girders sticking out. Kate washed her hands and went down to breakfast. Before the long veranda of the old ranch house, the green pepper trees dropped like green light, and small cardinal birds with scarlet bodies and blazing impertinent heads like poppy buds flashed among the pinkish pepperheads, closing their brown wings upon the audacity of their glowing redness. A train of geese passed in the glaring sun, automatic towards the eternal tremble of pale earth-colored water beyond the stones. It was a place with a strange atmosphere, stony, hard, broken, with round, cruel hills and the many fluted bunches of the organ, cactus behind the old house, and an ancient road trailing past, deep in ancient dust. But touch of mystery and cruelty, the stoniness of fear, a lingering, cruel sacredness. Kate loitered hungrily, and was glad when the Mexican in shirt-sleeves and patched trousers, another lingering remnant of Don Porfirio's day, brought her eggs and coffee. He was muted as everything about the place seemed muted, even the very stones and the water. Only those poppies on wing, the cardinal birds, gave a sense of liveliness, and they were uncanny. So swiftly one's moods changed. In the boat she had glimpsed the superb rich stillness of the morning star, the poignant intermediate flashing its quiet between the energies of the cosmos. She had seen it in the black eyes of the natives, in the sunrise of the man's rich, still body, Indian warm. And now again already the silence was of vacuity, arrest, and cruelty, the uncanny, empty unbearableness of many Mexican mornings. Already she was uneasy, suffering from the malaise which tortures one inwardly in that country of cactuses. She went up to her room, pausing at the corridor window to look out at the savage little hills that stood at the back of the hotel in desiccated heaps, with the dark green bulks of organ cactus sticking up mechanically and sinister, somber in all the glare. Gray ground squirrels like rats slithered ceaselessly around. Sinister, strangely dark and sinister in the great glare of the sun. She went to her room to be alone. Below her window, in the bricks and fallen rubble of unfinished masonry, a huge white turkey cock, dim white, strutted with his brown hens. And sometimes he stretched out his pink wattles and gave vent to fierce, powerful turkey yelps, like some strong dog yelping, or else he ruffled all his feathers like a great soiled white peony and chuffed hissing here and there, raging the metal of his plumage. Below him, the eternal tremble of pale earth, unreal waters, far beyond which rose the stiff resistance of mountains losing their pristine blue. Distinct, frail distances far off on the dry air, dim seeing, yet sharp and edged with menace. Kate took her bath in the filmy water that was hardly like water at all. Then she went and sat on the collapsed masonry in the shade of the boathouse below. Small white ducks bobbed about on the shallow water below her or dived, raising clouds of submarine dust. A canoe came paddling in, a lean fellow with sinewy brown legs. He answered Kate's nod with the aloof promptness of an Indian, made fast his canoe inside the boathouse, and was gone, stepping silent and barefoot over the bright green water stones and leaving a shadow, cold as flint, on the air behind him. No sound on the morning save a faint touching of water and the occasional powerful yelping of the turkey cock. Silence, an aboriginal empty silence as of life withheld. The vacuity of a Mexican morning, resounding sometimes to the turkey cock, and the great lymphatic expanse of water like a sea, trembling, trembling, trembling to a far distance, to the mountains of substantial nothingness. Near at hand, a ragged shifting of banana trees, bare hills with immobile cactus, and to the left, a hacienda with peons' square mud boxes of houses. An occasional ranchero in skin-tight trousers and big hat rode trotting through the dust on a small horse, or peons on the rump of their asses in floppy white cotton, going like ghosts. Always something ghostly. The morning passing all of a piece, empty, vacuous, all sound withheld, all life withheld, everything holding back. The land so dry as to have a quality of invisibility, the water-earth filmy, hardly water at all, the lymphatic milk of fishes, somebody said. Chap 6, the move down the lake. In Porfirio Diaz's day, the lakeside began to be the Riviera of Mexico, and Arilla was to be the Nice, or at least the Mentone of the country. But revolutions started erupting again, and in 1911 Don Porfirio fled to Paris with, it is said, 30 million gold pesos in his pocket, a peso being half a dollar, nearly half a crown. But we need not believe all that is said, especially by a man's enemies. During the subsequent revolutions, Arilla, which had begun to be a winter paradise for the Americans, lapsed back into barbarism and broken brickwork. In 1921, a feeble new start had been made. The place belonged to a German-Mexican family, who also owned the adjacent hacienda. They acquired the property from the American Hotel Company, who had undertaken to develop the lake shore, and who had gone bankrupt during the various revolutions. The German-Mexican owners were not popular with the natives. An angel from heaven would not have been popular these years if he had been known as the owner of property. However, in 1921 the hotel was very modestly opened again, with an American manager. Towards the end of the year, Jose, son of the German-Mexican owner, came to stay with his wife and children in the hotel in the new wing. Jose was a bit of a fool, as most foreigners are, after the Guadalajara to the bank, and returned with 1,000 gold pesos in a bag, keeping the matter, as he thought, a dead secret. Everyone had just gone to bed on a brilliant moonlight night in winter when 2 men appeared in the yard calling for Jose. They had to speak to him. Jose, suspecting nothing, left his wife and 2 children and went down. In a moment he called for the American manager. The manager, thinking it was some bargaining to be done, also came down. As he came out of the door, 2 men seized him by the arms and said, "Don't make a noise. What's amiss?" said Bell, who had built up Arilla and had been 20 years on the lake. Then he noticed that 2 other men had hold of Jose. "Come," they said. There were 5 Mexicans, Indians or half-Indians, and the 2 captives. They went, the captives in slippers and shirt-sleeves, to the little office away at the end of the other part of the hotel, which had been the old ranch house.
"What do you want?"
said Bell. "Give us the money," said the bandits. "Oh, all right," said the American. There were a few pesos only in the safe. He opened, showed them, and they took the money. "Now give us the rest," they said. "There is no more," said the manager in all sincerity, for Jose had not confessed to the 1,000 pesos. The 5 peons then began to search the poor little office. They found a pile of red blankets, which they appropriated, and a few bottles of red wine, which they drank. "Now," they said, "give us the money." "I can't give you what there isn't to give," said the manager. "Good," they said, and pulled out the hideous machetes, the heavy knives of the Mexicans. Jose, intimidated, produced the suitcase with the 1,000 pesos. The money was wrapped up in the corner of a blanket. "Now, come with us," said the bandits. "Where to?" asked the manager, beginning at last to be scared. "Only out onto the hill, where we will leave you, so that you cannot telephone to Ixtlahuacan before we have time to get away," said the Indians. Outside, in the bright moon, the air was chill. The American shivered in his trousers and shirt and a pair of bedroom slippers. "Let me take a coat," he said. "Take a blanket," said the tall Indian. He took a blanket, and with 2 men holding his arms, he followed Jose, who was likewise held captive, out of the little gate, across the dust of the road, and up the steep little round hill on which the Oregon cactus thrust up their sinister clumps like bunches of cruel fingers in the moonlight. The hill was stony and steep, the going slow. Jose, a fat young man of 28, protested in the feeble manner of the well-to-do Mexicans. At last they came to the top of the hill. 3 men took Jose apart, leaving Belle alone near a cactus clump. The moon shone in a perfect Mexican heaven. Below, the big lake glimmered faintly, stretching its length towards the west. The air was so clear, the mountains across, 30 miles away, stood sharp and still in the moonlight. And not a sound nor a motion anywhere. At the foot of the hill was the hacienda, with the peons asleep in their huts. But what help was there in them? Jose and the 3 men had gone behind a cactus tree that stuck up straight like a great black bundle of poles poised on one central foot and cast a sharp iron shadow. The American could hear the voices talking low and rapidly, but could not distinguish the words. His 2 guards drew away from him a little to hear what the others were saying behind the cactus. And the American, who knew the ground he stood on and the sky that hung over him, felt again the black vibration of death in the air, the black thrill of the death lust. Unmistakable, he felt it seething in the air, as any man may feel it, in Mexico, and the strange aboriginal fiendishness awake now in the 5 bandits communicated itself to his blood. Loosening his blanket, he listened tensely in the moonlight, and came the thud, thud, thud of a machete striking with lust in a human body, then the strange voice of Jose. "Perdonim." "Forgive me," the murdered man cried as he fell. The American waited for no more. Dropping his blanket, he jumped for the cactus cover, and stooping, took the downslope like a rabbit. The pistol shots rang out after him, but the Mexicans don't, as a rule, take good aim. His bedroom slippers flew off, and barefoot the man, thin and light, sped down over the stones and the cactus, down to the hotel. When he got down, he found everyone in the hotel awake and shouting. "They are killing Jose," he said, and he rushed to the telephone, expecting every moment the 5 bandits would be on him. The telephone was in the old ranch building, in the dining room. There was no answer, no answer, no answer. In her little bedroom over the kitchen, the cookwoman, the traitress, was yelling. Across in the new wing, a little distance away, Jose's Mexican wife was screaming. One of the servant boys appeared. "Try and get the police in Ixtlahuacan," said the American, and he ran to the new wing to get his gun and to barricade the doors. His daughter, a motherless girl, was crying with Jose's wife. There was no answer on the telephone. At dawn, the cook who said the bandits would not hurt a woman went across to the hacienda to fetch the peons. And when the sun rose, a man was sent for the police. They found the body of Jose pierced with 14 holes. The American was carried to Ixtlahuacan and kept in bed, having cactus spines dug out of his feet by 2 native women. The bandits fled across the marshes. Months later, they were identified by the stolen blankets away in Michoacan and, pursued, one of them betrayed the others. After this, the hotel was closed again and had been reopened only 3 months when Kate arrived. But Villiers came with another story. Last year, the peons had murdered the manager of one of the estates across the lake. They had stripped him and left him naked on his back, with his sexual organs cut off and put into his mouth, his nose slit and pinned back, the 2 halves to his cheeks with long cactus spines. "Tell me no more," said Kate. She felt there was doom written on the very sky, doom and horror. She wrote to Don Ramon in Sayula, saying she wanted to go back to Europe. True, she herself had seen no horrors, apart from the bullfight. And she had had some exquisite moments, as coming to this hotel in the boat. The natives had a certain mystery and beauty to her. But she could not bear the unease and the latest sense of horror. True, the peons were poor. They used to work for 20 cents, American, a day, and now the standard price was 50 cents or 1 peso. But then in the old days they received their wage all the year round. Now, only at harvest time or sowing time, no work, no pay. And in the long dry season, it was mostly no work. "Still," said the German manager of the hotel, a man who had run a rubber plantation in Tabasco, a sugar plantation in the state of Veracruz, and a hacienda growing wheat, maize, oranges in Jalisco, "still, it isn't a question of money with the peons. It doesn't start with the peons. It starts in Mexico City, with a lot of malcontents who want to put their spoke in the wheel and who lay hold of pious catchwords to catch the poor. There's no more in it than that. Then the agitators go round and infect the peons. It is nothing but a sort of infectious disease, like syphilis, all this revolution and socialism." "But why does no one oppose it?" said Kate. "Why don't the hacendados put up a fight, instead of caving in and running away? The Mexican hacendado," the man's German eyes gave out a spark. "The Mexican gentleman is such a brave man, that while the soldier is violating his wife on the bed, he is hiding under the bed and holding his breath so they shan't find him. He's as brave as that." Kate looked away uncomfortably. "They all want the United States to intervene. They hate the Americans, but they want the United States to intervene to save them their money and their property. That's how brave they are. They hate the Americans personally, but they love them because they can look after money and property. So they want the United States to annex Mexico, the beloved patria, leaving the marvelous green and white and red flag, and the eagle with the snake in its claws for the sake of appearances and honor. They're simply bottled full of honor, of that sort. Always the same violence of bitterness, Kate thought to herself, and she was so weary of it. How weary she was of politics, of the very words labor and socialism and all that sort. It suffocated her. "Have you heard of the men of Quetzalcoatl?" asked Kate. "Quetzalcoatl!" exclaimed the manager, giving a little click of the final L in a peculiar native fashion. "That's another try-on of the Bolshevists. They thought socialism needed a god, so they're going to fish him out of this lake. He'll do for another pious catchword in another revolution." The man went away, unable to stand any more. "Oh dear," thought Kate, "it really is hard to bear," but she wanted to hear more of Quetzalcoatl. "Did you know," she said to the man later, showing him the little pot, "that they find those things in the lake? They're common enough," he said. "They used to throw them in the idolatrous days. May still do so, for what I know, then get them out again to sell to tourists. They call them olitas of Quetzalcoatl. That's a new invention." "Why, do you think?" "They're trying to start a new thing, that's all. They've got this society on the lake here of the men of Quetzalcoatl, and they go round singing songs. It's another dodge for National Socialism, that's all. What do, the men of Quetzalcoatl? I can't see they do anything except talk and get excited over their own importance. But what's the idea? I couldn't say. Don't suppose they have any, but if they have, they won't let on to you. You're a gringo or a gringuita at the best, and this is for pure Mexicans, for los señores, the workmen, and los caballeros, the peons. Every peon is a caballero nowadays, and every workman is a señor. So I suppose they're going to get themselves a special god to put the final feather in their caps. Where did it start, the Quetzalcoatl thing? Down in Sayula. They say Don Ramon Carrasco is at the back of it. Maybe he wants to be the next president, or maybe he's aiming higher and wants to be the first Mexican pharaoh. Ah, how tired it made Kate feel, the hopelessness, the ugliness, the cynicism, the emptiness. She felt she could cry aloud for the unknown gods to put the magic back into her life and to save her from the dry rot of the world's sterility. She thought again of going back to Europe. But what was the good? She knew it. It was all politics or jazzing or slushy mysticism or sordid spiritualism, and the magic had gone. The younger generation, so smart and interesting, but so without any mystery, any background. The younger the generation, the flatter and more jazzy, more and more devoid of wonder. No, she could not go back to Europe. And no, she refused to take the hotel manager's estimate of Quetzalcoatl. How should a hotel manager judge, even if he was not really an hotel manager but a ranch overseer? She had seen Ramon Carrasco and Cipriano, and they were men. They wanted something beyond. She would believe in them. Anything, rather than this sterility of nothingness which was the world, and into which her life was drifting. She would send Villiers away too. He was nice, she liked him, but he too was widdershins, unwinding the sensations of disintegration and anti-life. No, she must send him away. She must free herself from these mechanical connections. Every one of them, like Villiers, was like a cogwheel in contact with which all one's workings were reversed. Everything he said, everything he did, reversed her real-life flow, made her go against the sun. And she did not want to go against the sun. After all, in spite of the horrors latent in Mexico when you got these dark-faced people away from wrong contacts like agitators and socialism, they made one feel that life was vast if fearsome and death was fathomless. Horrors might burst out of them, but something must burst out sometimes if men are not machines. No, 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 she cried to her own soul. Let me still believe in some human contact. Let it not be all cut off for me. But she made up her mind to be alone and to cut herself off from all the mechanical Widdershin contacts. Villiers must go back to his United States. She would be alone in her own milieu, not to be touched by any of the mechanical cogwheel people, to be left alone, not to be touched, to hide and be hidden and never really be spoken to. Yet at the same time, with her blood flowing softly sunwise, to let the sunwise sympathy of unknown people steal into her, to shut doors of iron against the mechanical world, but to let the sunwise world steal across to her and add its motion to her, the motion of the stress of life, with the big sun and the stars like a tree holding out its leaves. She wanted an old Spanish house, with its inner patio of flowers and water, turned inwards to the few flowers walled in by shadow, to turn one's back on the cogwheel world, not to look out any more onto that horrible machine of the world, to look at one's own quiet little fountain and one's own little orange trees, with only heaven above. So, having soothed her heart, she wrote Don Ramon again that she was coming to Sayula to look for a house. She sent Villiers away, and the next day she set off with a manservant in the old motorboat of the hotel down to the village of Sayula. It was 35 miles to travel down the long lake, but the moment she set off she felt at peace. A tall, dark-faced fellow sat in the stern of the boat, steering and attending to the motor. She sat on cushions in the middle, and the young manservant perched in the prow. They started before sunrise, when the lake was bathed in motionless light. Odd tufts of water hyacinth were traveling on the soft, spermy water, holding up a green leaf like a little sail of a boat and nodding a delicate mauve-blue flower. "Give me the mystery and let the world live again for me," Kate cried to her own soul, "and deliver me from man's automatism." The sun rose, and a whiteness of light played on the tops of the mountains. The boat hugged the north shore, turning the promontory on which the villas had started so jauntily 20 years ago, but now were lapsing back to wilderness. All was still and motionless in the light. Sometimes, on the little bare patches high up on the dry hills were white specks. Birds? No, men in their white cotton, peons hoeing. They were so tiny and so distinct, they looked like white birds settled. Round the bend were the hot springs, the church, the inaccessible village of the pure Indians who spoke no Spanish. There were some green trees under the precipitous dry mountainside. So on and on, the motorboat chugging incessantly, the man in the bows coiled up like a serpent, watching, the fish-milk water gleaming and throwing off a dense light so that the mountains away across were fused out. And Kate, under the awning, went into a kind of sleep. They were passing the island with its ruins of fortress and prison. It was all rock and dryness, with great broken walls and the shell of a church among its hurtful stones and its dry gray herbage. For a long time the Indians had defended it against the Spaniards. Then the Spaniards used the island as a fortress against the Indians, later as a penal settlement. And now the place was a ruin, repellent, full of scorpions, and otherwise empty of life. Only 1 or 2 fishermen lived in the tiny cove facing the mainland, and a flock of goats, specks of life creeping among the rocks. And an unhappy fellow put there by the government to register the weather. No, Kate did not want to land. The place looked too sinister. She took food from the basket and ate a little lunch and dozed. In this country she was afraid, but it was her soul more than her body that knew fear. She had realized for the first time, with finality and fatality, what was the illusion she labored under. She had thought that each individual had a complete self, a complete soul, an accomplished I, and now she realized as plainly as if she had turned into a new being that this was not so. Men and women had incomplete selves, made up of bits assembled together loosely and somewhat haphazard. Man was not created ready-made. Men today were half-made, and women were half-made. Creatures that existed and functioned with certain regularity, but which ran off into a hopeless jumble of inconsequence. Half-made, like insects that can run fast and be so busy and suddenly grow wings, but which are only winged grubs after all. A world full of half-made creatures on 2 legs, eating food and degrading the one mystery left to them, sex. Spinning a great lot of words, burying themselves inside the cocoons of words and ideas that they spin round themselves, and inside the cocoons, mostly perishing inert and overwhelmed. Half-made creatures, rarely more than half responsible and half accountable, acting in terrible swarms, like locusts. Awful thought. And with a collective insect-like will to avoid the responsibility of achieving any more perfected being or identity. The queer, rabid hate of being urged on into purer self. The morbid fanaticism of the non-integrate. In the great seething light of the lake, with the terrible blue-ribbed mountains of Mexico beyond, she seemed swallowed by some grisly skeleton in the cage of his death anatomy. She was afraid mystically of the man crouching there in the bows with his smooth thighs and supple loins like a snake and his black eyes watching. A Hath-being with a will to disintegration and death. And the tall man behind her at the tiller, he had the curious smoke-gray phosphorus eyes under black lashes sometimes met among the Indians. Handsome he was, and quiet, and seemingly self-contained, but with that peculiar devilish half-smile lurking under his face, the half-jeering look of a part thing which knows its power to destroy the purer thing. And yet, Kate told herself, both these men were manly fellows. They would not molest her unless she communicated the thought to them, and by a certain cowardliness prompted them. Their souls were nascent, there was no fixed evil in them, they could sway both ways. So in her soul she cried aloud to the greater mystery, the higher power that hovered in the interstices of the hot air, rich and potent. It was as if she could lift her hands and clutch the silent, stormless potency that roved everywhere, waiting. "Come, then," she said, drawing a long, slow breath and addressing the silent life-breath which hung unrevealed in the atmosphere, waiting. And as the boat ran on, and her fingers rustled in the warm water of the lake, she felt the fullness descend into her once more, the peace and the power. The fulfillment filling her soul like the fullness of ripe grapes. And she thought to herself, how wrong I have been, not to turn sooner to the other presence, not to take the life-breath sooner. How wrong to be afraid of these two men. She did what she had been half afraid to do before. She offered them the oranges and sandwiches still in the basket, and each of the men looked at her. The smoke-gray eyes looked her in the eyes, and the black eyes looked her in the eyes. And the man with the smoke-gray eyes, who was cunninger than the other man, but also prouder, said to her with his eyes, "We are living. I know your sex, and you know mine. The mystery we are glad not to meddle with. You leave me my natural honor, and I thank you for the grace." In his look, so quick and proud, and in his quiet muchas gracias, she heard the touch of male recognition, a man glad to retain his honor and to feel the communion of grace. Perhaps it was the Spanish word gracias, but in her soul she was thinking of the communion of grace. With the black-eyed man it was the same. He was humbler. But as he peeled his orange and dropped the yellow peel on the water, she could see the stillness, the humility, and the pathos of grace in him, something very beautiful and truly male, and very hard to find in a civilized white man. It was not of the spirit, it was of the dark, strong, unbroken blood, the flowering of the soul. Then she thought to herself, after all, it is good to be here. It is very good to be in this boat on this lake with these two silent, semi-barbarous men. They can receive the gift of grace, and we can share it like a communion, they and I. I am very glad to be here. It is so much better than love, the love I knew with Joachim. This is the fullness of the vine. "Sayula," said the man in the bows, pointing ahead. She saw, away off, a place where there were green trees, where the shore was flat and a biggish building stood out.
"What is the building?" she asked. "The railway station."
She was suitably impressed, for it was a new-looking, imposing structure. A little steamer was smoking, lying off from a wooden jetty in the loneliness, and black-laden boats were poling out to her and merging back to shore. The vessel gave a hoot and slowly yet busily set off on the bosom of the water, heading in a slanting line across the lake to where the tiny, high, white twin towers of Tuliapan showed above the waterline, tiny and far off on the other side. They had passed the jetty, and rounding the shore where the willows grew, she could see Sayula, white-fluted twin towers of the church, obelisk-shaped above the pepper trees. Beyond, a mound of a hill standing alone, dotted with dry bushes, distinct and Japanese-looking. Beyond this, the corrugated, blue-ribbed, flat-flanked mountains of Mexico. It looked peaceful, delicate, almost Japanese. As she drew nearer, she saw the beach with the washings spread on the sand, the fleecy green willow trees and pepper trees, and the villas in foliage and flowers, hanging magenta curtains of bougainvillea, red dots of hibiscus, pink abundance of tall oleander trees, occasional palm trees sticking out. The boat was steering round a stone jetty on which, in black letters, was painted an advertisement for motor car tires. There were a few seats, some deep fleecy trees growing out of the sand, a booth for selling drinks, a little promenade, and white boats on a sandy beach. A few women sitting under parasols, a few bathers in the water, and trees in front of the few villas deep in green or blazing scarlet blossoms. "This is very good," thought Kate. "It is not too savage and not over-civilized. It isn't broken, but it is rather out of repair. It is in contact with the world, but the world has got a very weak grip on it." She went to the hotel as Don Ramon had advised her. "Do you come from Orilla? You are Mrs. Leslie? Don Ramon Carrasco sent us a letter about you. There was a house. Kate paid her boatmen and shook hands with them. She was sorry to be cut off from them again. And they looked at her with a touch of regret as they left. She said to herself, "There is something rich and alive in these people. They want to be able to breathe the great breath. They are like children, helpless, and then they're like demons. But somewhere, I believe, they want the breath of life and the communion of the brave more than anything." She was surprised at herself, suddenly using this language. But her weariness and her sense of devastation had been so complete that the other breath in the air and the bluish dark power in the earth had become, almost suddenly, more real to her than so-called reality. Concrete, jarring, exasperating reality had melted away, and a soft world of potency stood in its place, the velvety dark flux from the earth, the delicate yet supreme life-breath in the inner air. Behind the fierce sun, the dark eyes of a deeper sun were watching, and between the bluish ribs of the mountains, a powerful heart was secretly beating, the heart of the earth. Her house was what she wanted, a low, L-shaped tiled building with rough red floors and deep veranda, and the other two sides of the patio completed by the thick, dark little mango forest outside the low wall. The square of the patio, within the precincts of the house and the mango trees, was gay with oleanders and hibiscus, and there was a basin of water in the seedy grass. The flower pots along the veranda were full of flowering geranium and foreign flowers. At the far end of the patio, the chickens were scratching under the silent motionlessness of ragged banana trees. There she had it, her stone, cool, dark house, every room opening onto the veranda, her deep, shady veranda, or piazza, or corridor, looking out to the brilliant sun, the sparkling flowers and the seed grass, the still water and the yellowing banana trees, the dark splendor of the shadow-dense mango trees. With the house went a Mexican Juana with 2 thick-haired daughters and 1 son. This family lived in a den at the back of the projecting bay of the dining room. There, half-screened, was the well and the toilet, and a little kitchen and a sleeping room where the family slept on mats on the floor. There the paltry chickens paddled, and the banana trees made a chitter as the wind came. Kate had 4 bedrooms to choose from. She chose the one whose low, barred window opened on the rough grass and cobblestone street, closed her doors and windows, and went to sleep, saying to herself as she lay down, "Now I am alone. And now I have only one thing to do, not to get caught up into the world's cogwheels any more, and not to lose my hold on the hidden greater thing." She was tired with a strange weariness, feeling she could make no further effort. She woke up at tea time, but there was no tea. Juana hastened off to the hotel to buy a bit. Juana was a woman of about 40, rather short, with full, dark face, centerless dark eyes, untidy hair, and a limping way of walking. She spoke rapidly, a rather plum-in-the-mouth Spanish, adding nin to all her words, something of a Sloven down to her speech. No, niña, no hey massin, massin instead of mass. And calling Kate in the old Mexican style, niña, which means child. It is the honorable title for a mistress. Juana was going to be a bit of a trial. She was a widow of doubtful antecedents, a creature with passion but not much control, strong with a certain indifference and looseness. The hotel owner assured Kate that she was honest, but that if Kate would rather find another criada, all well and good. There was a bit of a battle to be fought between the two women. Juana was obstinate and reckless. She had not been treated very well by the world, and there was a touch of bottom-dog insolence about her, but also sudden touches of passionate warmth and the peculiar selfless generosity of the natives. She would be honest out of rough defiance and indifference, so long as she was not in a state of antagonism. As yet, however, she was cautiously watching her ground with that black-eyed touch of malice and wariness to be expected, and Kate felt that the cry,
Niña, child,
by which she was addressed held in it a slight note of malevolent mockery, but there was nothing to do but to go ahead and trust the dark-faced, centerless woman. The second day, Kate had the energy to cast out one suite of bent wood and cane furniture from her salon, remove pictures and little stands. If there is one social instinct more dreary than all the other social instincts in the world, it is the Mexican. In the center of Kate's red-tiled salon were two crescents, a black bentwood cane settee flanked on each side by two black bentwood cane chairs, exactly facing a brown bentwood cane settee flanked on each side by two brown bentwood cane chairs. It was as if the two settees and the 8 chairs were occupied by the ghosts of all the Mexican banalties ever uttered, sitting facing one another with their knees towards one another, and their feet on the terrible piece of green with red roses carpet in the weary center of the salon. The very sight of it was frightening. Kate shattered this face-to-face symmetry, and had the two girls, Maria and Concha, assisted by the ironic Juana, carrying off the brown bent-wood chairs and the bamboo stands into one of the spare bedrooms. Juana looked on cynically and assisted officiously. But when Kate had her trunk, and fished out a couple of light rugs and a couple of fine shawls and a few things to make the place human, the criada began to exclaim,
que bonita, niña.
Mir que bonita. Chap 7. The Plaza. Sayula was a little lake resort not for the idle rich, for Mexico has few left, but for tradespeople from Guadalajara and weekenders. Even of these were few. Nevertheless, there were 2 hotels, left over really from the safe, quiet days of Don Porfirio, as were most of the villas. The outlying villas were shut up, some of them abandoned. Those in the village lived in a perpetual quake of fear. There were many terrors, but the 2 regnant were bandits and Bolshevists. Bandits are merely men who, in the outlying villages, having very often no money, no work, and no prospects, take to robbery and murder for a time, occasionally for a lifetime, as a profession. They live in their wild villages until troops are sent after them, when they retire into the savage mountains or the marshes. Bolshevists, somehow, seem to be born on the railway. Wherever the iron rails run, and passengers are hauled back and forth in railway coaches, there the spirit of rootlessness, of transitoriness, of first and demonish panting engines, seems to bring forth the logical children of materialism, the Bolshevists. Sayula had her little branch of railway, her 1 train a day. The railway did not pay and fought with extinction. but it was enough. Sayula also had that real insanity of America, the automobile. As men used to want a horse and a sword, now they want a car. As women used to pine for a home and a box at the theater, now it is a machine. And the poor follow the middle class. There was a perpetual rush of machines, motor cars, and motor buses, called camions, along the one forlorn road coming to Sayula from Guadalajara. One hope, one faith, one destiny, to ride in a camion, to own a car. There was a little bandit scare when Kate arrived in the village, but she did not pay much heed. At evening she went into the plaza to be with the people. The plaza was a square with big trees and a disused bandstand in the center, a little promenade all round, and then the cobbled streets where the donkeys and the camions passed. There was a further little section of real marketplace on the north side. The band played no more in Sayula, and the elegancia strolled no more on the inner pavement around the plaza under the trees. But the pavement was still good, and the benches were still more or less sound. Oh, Don Porfirio's day. And now it was the peons and Indians, in their blankets and white clothes, who filled the benches and monopolized the square. True, the law persisted that the peons must wear trousers in the plaza, and not the loose, great floppy drawers of the fields. But then the peons also wanted to wear trousers, instead of the drawers that were the garb of their humble labor. The plaza now belonged to the peons. They sat thick on the benches, or slowly strolled round in their sandals and blankets. Across the cobbled road on the north side, the little booths selling soup and hot food were crowded with men. After 6 o'clock it was cheaper to eat out, at the end of a day's work. The women at home could eat tortillas, never mind the caldo, the soup, or the meat mess. At the booths which sold tequila, men, women, and boys sat on the benches with their elbows on the board. There was a mild gambling game where the man in the center turned the cards, and the plaza rang to his voice. Cinco de espadas, rey de copas. A large, stout, imperturbable woman with a cigarette on her lip and danger in her lowering black eye sat on into the night selling tequila. The sweetmeat man stood by his board and sold sweets at 1 centavo each. And down on the pavement small tin torch lamps flared upon tiny heaps of mangoes or nauseous tropical red plums, 2 or 3 centavos, the little heap, while the vendor, a woman in the full wave of her skirt, or a man with curious patient humility, squatted waiting for a purchaser, with that strange fatal indifference in that gentle sort of patience so puzzling to a stranger. To have 30 cents worth of little red plums to sell, to pile them on the pavement in tiny pyramids, 5 in a pyramid, and to wait all day and on into the night, squatting on the pavement and looking up from the feet to the far-off face of the passer-by and potential purchaser, this, apparently, is an occupation and a living. At night, by the flare of the tin torch blowing its flame on the wind, usually there would be a couple of smallish young men with guitars of different sizes, standing close up facing one another like 2 fighting cocks that are uttering a long, endless swan song, singing in tense, subdued voices, the eternal ballads, not very musical, mournful, endless, intense, audible only within close range, keeping on till their throats were scraped. And a few tall, dark men in red blankets standing around, listening casually and rarely, very rarely, making a contribution of 1 centavo. In among the food booths would be another trio, this time 2 guitars and a fiddle, and 2 of the musicians blind, the blind ones singing at a high pitch, full speed, yet not very audible. The very singing seemed secretive, the singers pressing close in, face to face, as if to keep the wild, melancholy ballad re-echoing in their private breasts, their backs to the world. And the whole village was in the plaza. It was like a camp, with the low, rapid sound of voices. Rarely, very rarely, a voice rose above the deep murmur of the men, the musical ripple of the women, the twitter of children. Rarely any quick movement, the slow promenade of men in sandals, the sandals called huaracs, making a slight cockroach shuffle on the pavement. Sometimes, darting among the trees, bare-legged boys went skylarking in and out of the shadow, in and out of the quiet people. They were the irrepressible bootblacks who swarm like tiresome flies in a barefooted country. At the south end of the plaza, just across from the trees and cornerwise to the hotel, was a struggling attempt at an outdoor cafe with little tables and chairs on the pavement. Here, on weekdays, the few who dared flaunt their prestige would sit and drink a beer or a glass of tequila. They were mostly strangers. And the peons, sitting immobile on the seats in the background, looked on with basilisk eyes from under the great hats. But on Saturdays and Sundays there was something of a show. Then the camions and motor cars came in lurching and hissing. And, like strange birds alighting, you had slim and charming girls in organdy frocks and face powder and bobbed hair fluttering into the plaza. There they strolled, arm in arm, brilliant in red organdy and blue chiffon and white muslin and pink and mauve and tangerine frail stuffs. Their black hair bobbed out, their dark slim arms interlaced, their dark faces curiously macabre in the heavy makeup, approximating to white, but the white of a clown or a corpse. In a world of big, handsome peon men, these flappers flapped with butterfly brightness and an incongruous shrillness, manless. The supply of fifis, the male young elegants who are supposed to equate the flappers, was small. But still fifis there were, in white flannel trousers and white shoes, dark jackets, correct straw hats, and canes. Fifis far more ladylike than the reckless flappers and far more nervous, wincing. But fifis nonetheless, gallant, smoking a cigarette with an elegant flourish, talking elegant Castilian as near as possible, and looking as if they were going to be sacrificed to some Mexican god within a 12-month when they were properly plumped and perfumed. The sacrificial calves being fattened. On Saturday, the fifis and the flappers and the motorcar people from town, only a forlorn few after all, tried to be butterfly gay in sinister Mexico. They hired the musicians with guitars and fiddle, and the jazz music began to quaver a little too tenderly without enough kick. And on the pavement under the trees of the Alameda, under the trees of the plaza, just near the little tables and chairs of the cafe, the young couples began to gyrate a la mode. The red and the pink and the yellow and the blue organdy frocks were turning sharply with all the white flannel trousers available, and some of the white flannel trousers had smart shoes, white with black strappings or with tan brogue bands. And some of the organdy frocks had green legs and green feet, some had legs à la nature and white feet. And the slim, dark arms went around the dark blue fifi shoulders, or dark blue with a white thread. And the immeasurably soft faces of the males would smile with a self-conscious fatherliness at the whitened, pretty, reckless little faces of the females, soft, fatherly, sensuous smiles, suggestive of a victim's luxuriousness. But they were dancing on the pavement of the plaza, and on this pavement the peons were slowly strolling or standing in groups watching with black, inscrutable eyes the uncanny butterfly twitching of the dancers. Who knows what they thought? Whether they felt any admiration and envy at all, or only just a silent, cold, dark-faced opposition. Opposition there was. The young peons in their little white blouses and the scarlet serape folded jauntily on one shoulder strolled slowly on under their big, heavy, poised hats with a will to ignore the dancers. Slowly, with a heavy, calm balance, they moved irresistibly through the dance, as if the dance did not exist. And the fifis in white trousers with organdy in their arms steered as best they might to avoid the heavy, relentless passage of the young peons, who went on talking to one another, smiling and flashing powerful white teeth in a black, heavy sang-froid that settled like a blight even on the music. The dancers and the passing peons never touched, never jostled. In Mexico, you do not run into people accidentally. But the dance broke against the invisible opposition. The Indians on the seats, they too watched the dancers for a while. Then they turned against them, the heavy negation of indifference like a stone on the spirit. The mysterious faculty of the Indians as they sit there, so quiet and dense, for killing off any ebullient life, for quenching any light and colorful effervescence. There was indeed a little native dance hall, but it was shut apart within 4 walls, and the whole rhythm and meaning was different, heavy, with a touch of violence. And even there the dancers were artisans and mechanics or railway porters, the half-urban people, no peons at all, or practically none. So, before very long, the organdy butterflies and the flannel-trouser fifis gave in, succumbed, crushed once more beneath the stone-heavy passivity of resistance in the demonish peons. The curious, radical opposition of the Indians to the thing we call the spirit. It is spirit which makes the flapper flap her organdy wings like a butterfly. It is spirit which creases the white flannel trousers of the fifi and makes him cut his rather pathetic dash. They try to talk the elegancies and flippancies of the modern spirit. But down on it all like a weight of obsidian comes the passive negation of the Indian. He understands soul, which is of the blood, but spirit, which is superior and is the quality of our civilization, this, in the mass, he darkly and barbarically repudiates. Not until he becomes an artisan or connected with machinery does the modern spirit get him. And perhaps it is this ponderous repudiation of the modern spirit which makes Mexico what it is. But perhaps the automobile will make roads even through the inaccessible soul of the Indian. Kate was rather sad seeing the dance swamped. She had been sitting at a little table with Juana Fordueña, sipping a glass of absinthe. The motor cars returning to town left early, in a little group. If bandits were out, they had best keep together. Even the fifis had a pistol on their hips. But it was Saturday, so some of the young elegance was staying on till the next day to bathe and flutter in the sun. It was Saturday, so the plaza was very full, and along the cobbled streets stretching from the square, many torches fluttered and wavered upon the ground, illuminating a dark salesman and an array of straw hats, or a heap of straw mats called petates, or pyramids of oranges from across the lake. It was Saturday, and Sunday morning was market. So, as it were suddenly, the life in the plaza was dense and heavy with potency. The Indians had come in from all the villages and from far across the lake, and with them they brought the curious heavy potency of life which seems to hum deeper and deeper when they collect together. In the afternoon, with the wind from the south, the big canoas, sailing boats with black hulls and one huge sail, had come drifting across the waters, bringing the market produce and the natives to their gathering ground. All the white specks of villages on the far shore and on the far-off slopes had sent their wild quota to the throng. It was Saturday, and the Indian instinct for living on into the night, once they are gathered together, was now aroused. The people did not go home. Though market would begin at dawn, men had no thought of sleep. At about 9 o'clock, after the fifi dance was shattered, Kate heard a new sound, the sound of a drum, or tom-tom, and saw a drift of the peons away to the dark side of the plaza, where the side market would open tomorrow. Already places had been taken and little stalls set up, and huge egg-shaped baskets big enough to hold 2 men were lolling against the wall. There was a rippling and a pulse-like thudding of the drum, strangely arresting on the night air, then the long note of a flute playing a sort of wild, unemotional melody, with the drum for a syncopated rhythm. Kate, who had listened to the drums and the wild singing of the Red Indians in Arizona and New Mexico, instantly felt that timeless, primeval passion of the prehistoric races, with their intense and complicated religious significance, spreading on the air. She looked inquiringly at Juana, and Juana's black eyes glanced back at her furtively. "What is it?" said Kate. Musicians, singers, said Juana evasively.
But it's different, said Kate.
Yes, it is new. New? Yes, it has only been coming for a short time. Where does it come from?
Who knows, said Juana with an evasive shrug of her shoulders. I want to hear, said Kate.
It's purely men, said Juana. Still, one can stand a little way off. Kate moved towards the dense, silent throng of men in big hats. They all had their backs to her. She stood on the step of one of the houses and saw a little clearing at the center of the dense throng of men, under the stone wall over which bougainvillea and plumbago flowers were hanging, lit up by the small, brilliantly flaring torches of sweet-smelling wood, which a boy held in his 2 hands. The drum was in the center of the clearing, the drummer standing facing the crowd. He was naked from the waist up, wore snow-white cotton drawers, very full, held round the waist by a red sash, and bound at the ankles with red cords. Round his uncovered head was a red cord, with 3 straight scarlet feathers rising from the back of his head, and on his forehead a turquoise ornament, a circle of blue with a round blue stone in the center. The flute player was also naked to the waist, but over his shoulder was folded a fine white sarape with blue and dark edges and fringe. Among the crowd, men with naked shoulders were giving little leaflets to the onlookers. And all the time, high and pure, the queer clay flute was repeating a savage, rather difficult melody, and the drum was giving the blood rhythm. More and more men were drifting in from the plaza. Kate stepped from her perch and went rather shyly forward. She wanted one of the papers. The man gave her one without looking at her. And she went into the light to read. It was a sort of ballad, but without rhyme, in Spanish. At the top of the leaflet was a rough print of an eagle within the ring of a serpent that had its tail in its mouth, a curious deviation from the Mexican emblem, which is an eagle standing on an opal, a cactus with great flat leaves, and holding in its beak and claws a writhing snake. This eagle stood slim upon the serpent, within the circle of the snake, that had black markings round its back, like short black rays pointing inwards. At a little distance the emblem suggested an eye. In the place of the west, in peace beyond the lashing of the sun's bright tail, in the stillness where waters are born, slept I, Quetzalcoatl. In the cave which is called Dark Eye, behind the sun, looking through him as a window, is the place. There the waters rise, there the winds are born. On the waters of the afterlife I rose again, to see a star falling, and feel a breath on my face. The breath said, "Go," and lo, I am coming. The star that was falling was fading, was dying. I heard the star singing like a dying bird, "My name is Jesus, I am Mary's son. I am coming home, my mother. The moon is dark." Oh, brother, Quetzalcoatl, hold back the dragon of the sun, bind him with shadow while I pass homewards. Let me come home. I bound the bright fangs of the sun and held him while Jesus passed into the lidless shade, into the eye of the Father, into the womb of refreshment. And the breath blew upon me again. So I took the sandals of the Savior and started down the long slope past the Mount of the Sun, till I saw beneath me white breast tips of my Mexico, my bride. Jesus the crucified sleeps in the healing waters, the long sleep. Sleep, sleep, my brother, sleep. My bride between the seas is combing her dark hair, saying to herself, "Quetzalcoatl." There was a dense throng of men gathered now, and from the center the ruddy glow of ocote torches rose warm and strong, and the sweet scent of the cedar-like resin was on the air. Kate could see nothing for the mass of men in big hats. The flute had stopped its piping, and the drum was beating a slow, regular thud, acting straight on the blood. The incomprehensible hollow barking of the drum was like a spell on the mind, making the heart burst each stroke and darkening the will. The men in the crowd began to subside, sitting and squatting on the ground with their hats between their knees, And now it was a little sea of dark, proud heads leaning a little forward above the soft, strong male shoulders. Near the wall was a clear circle with the drum in the center. The drummer with the naked torso stood tilting his drum towards him, his shoulders gleaming smooth and ruddy in the flare of light. Beside him stood another man holding a banner that hung from a light rod. On the blue field of the banneret was the yellow sun with a black center, and between the four greater yellow rays, 4 black rays emerging, so that the sun looked like a wheel spinning with a dazzling motion. The crowd having all sat down, the 6 men with naked torsos who had been giving out the leaflets and ordering the crowd now came back and sat down in a ring, of which the drummer, with the drum tilted between his knees as he squatted on the ground, was the key. On his right hand sat the banner-bearer, on his left the flautist. There were 9 men in the ring, the boy who sat apart watching the 2 oak torches which he had laid upon a stone supported on a long cane tripod, being the 10th. The night seemed to have gone still. The curious seed-rattling hum of voices that filled the plaza was hushed. Under the trees, on the pavements, people were still passing unconcerned, but they looked curiously lonely, isolated figures drifting in the twilight of the electric lamps, and going about some exceptional business. They seemed outside the nucleus of life. Away on the north side, the booths were still flaring, people were buying and selling. But this quarter, too, looked lonely, and outside the actual reality, almost like memory. When the men sat down, the women began to drift up shyly and seat themselves on the ground at the outer rim, their full cotton skirts flowering out around them and their dark rebozos drawn tight over their small, round, shy heads as they squatted on the ground. Some, too shy to come right up, lingered on the nearest benches of the plaza, and some had gone away. Indeed, a good many men and women had disappeared as soon as the drum was heard, so that the plaza was curiously void. There was the dense clot of people round the drum, and then the outer world, seeming empty and hostile. Only in the dark little street that gave on to the darkness of the lake, people were standing like ghosts, half lit up, the men with their sarapes over their faces, watching erect and silent and concealed from the shadow. But Kate, standing back in the doorway with Juana sitting on the doorstep at her feet, was fascinated by the silent, half-naked ring of men in the torchlight. Their heads were black, their bodies soft and ruddy with the peculiar Indian beauty that has at the same time something terrible in it. The soft, full, handsome torsos of silent men with heads softly bent a little forward, the soft, easy shoulders that are yet so broad, and which balance upon so powerful a backbone, shoulders drooping a little with the relaxation of slumbering, quiescent power, the beautiful ruddy skin gleaming with a dark fineness, the strong breasts so male and so deep, yet without the muscular hardening that belongs to white men, and the dark, closed faces, closed upon a darkened consciousness, the black mustaches and delicate beards framing the closed silence of the mouth. All this was strangely impressive. Those men who sat there in their dark, physical tenderness, so still and soft, they looked at the same time frightening. Something dark, heavy, and reptilian in their silence and their softness. Their very naked torsos were clothed with a subtle shadow, a certain secret obscurity. White men sitting there would have been strong-muscled and frank, with an openness in their very physique, a certain ostensible presence. But not so these men. Their very nakedness only revealed the soft, heavy depths of their natural secrecy, their eternal invisibility. They did not belong to the realm of that which comes forth. Everybody was quite still. The expectant hush deepened to a kind of dead night silence. The naked-shouldered men sat motionless, sunk into themselves, and listening with the dark ears of the blood. The red sash went tight round their waists. The wide white trousers, starched rather stiff, were bound round the ankles with red cords, and the dark feet in the glare of the torch looked almost black, in huaracs that had red thongs. What did they want then, in life, these men who sat so softly and without any assertion, yet whose weight was so ponderous, arresting? Kate was at once attracted and repelled. She was attracted, almost fascinated by the strange nuclear power of the men in the circle. It was like a darkly glowing, vivid nucleus of new life. Repellent the strange heaviness, the sinking of the spirit into the earth like dark water. Repellent the silent, dense opposition to the pale-faced spiritual direction. Yet here and here alone, it seemed to her, life burned with a deep new fire. The rest of life as she knew it seemed wan, bleached, and sterile, the pallid wanness and weariness of her world. And here, the dark, ruddy figures in the glare of a torch, like the center of the everlasting fire. Surely this was a new kindling of mankind. She knew it was so. Yet she preferred to be on the fringe, sufficiently out of contact. She could not bear to come into actual contact. The man with the banner of the sun lifted his face as if he were going to speak, and yet he did not speak. He was old. In his sparse beard were gray hairs over his thick, dark mouth. And his face had the peculiar thickness, with a few deep-scored lines of the old among these people. Yet his hair rose vigorous and manly from his forehead. His body was smooth and strong. Only, perhaps, a little smoother, heavier, softer than the shoulders of the younger men. His black eyes gazed sightless for some time. Perhaps he was really blind. Perhaps it was a heavy abstraction, a sort of heavy memory working in him, which made his face seem sightless. Then he began in a slow, clear, far-off voice that seemed strangely to echo the vanished barking of the drum. "Listen to me, men. Listen to me, women of these men." A long time ago, the lake started calling for men in the quiet of the night, and there were no men. The little charals were swimming round the shore, looking for something, and the bagari and the other big fish would jump out of the water to look around. But there were no men. So one of the gods with hidden faces walked out of the water and climbed the hill. He pointed with his hand in the night towards the invisible round hill at the back of the village and looked about. He looked up at the sun, and through the sun he saw the dark sun, the same that made the sun and the world, and will swallow it again like a draught of water. He said, "Is it time?" And from behind the bright sun the 4 dark arms of the greater sun shot out, and in the shadow men arose. They could see the 4 dark arms of the sun in the sky, and they started walking. The man on the top of the hill, who was a god, looked at the mountains and the flat places, and saw men very thirsty, their tongues hanging out. So he said to them, "Come, come here. Here is my sweet water." They came like dogs running with their tongues out, and kneeled on the shore of the lake. And the man on the top of the hill heard them panting with having drunk much water. He said to them, "Have you drunk too much into yourselves? Are your bones not dry enough?" The men made houses on the shore, and the man on the hill, who was a god, taught them to sow maize and beans and build boats. But he said to them, "No boat will save you when the dark sun ceases to hold out his dark arms abroad in the sky." The man on the hill said, "I am Quetzalcoatl, who breathed moisture on your dry mouths. I filled your breasts with breath from beyond the sun. I am the wind that whirls from the heart of the earth, the little winds that whirl like snakes round your feet and your legs and your thighs, lifting up the head of the snake of your body, in whom is your power. When the snake of your body lifts its head, beware. It is I, Quetzalcoatl, rearing up in you, rearing up and reaching beyond the bright day to the sun of darkness beyond. Where is your home at last? Save for the dark sun at the back of the day sun, save for the 4 dark arms in the heavens, you were bone, and the stars were bone, and the moon an empty seashell on a dry beach, and the yellow sun were an empty cup like the dry thin bone of a dead coyote's head. So beware. Without me you are nothing. just as I, without the sun that is back of the sun, am nothing. When the yellow sun is high in the sky, then say, Quetzalcoatl will lift his hand and screen me from this, else I shall burn out and the land will wither. For, say I, in the palm of my hand is the water of life, and on the back of my hand is the shadow of death. And when men forget me, I lift the back of my hand, farewell. Farewell, and the shadow of death. But men forgot me, their bones were moist, their hearts weak. When the snake of their body lifted its head, they said, This is the tame snake that does as we wish. And when they could not bear the fire of the sun, they said, The sun is angry, he wants to drink us up, let us give him blood of victims. And so it was. The dark branches of shade were gone from heaven, and Quetzalcoatl mourned and grew old, holding his hand before his face to hide his face from men. He mourned and said, Let me go home. I am old. I am almost bone. Bone triumphs in me. My heart is a dry gourd. I am weary in Mexico. So he cried to the master sun, the dark one of the unuttered name, I am withering white like a perishing gourd vine. I am turning to bone. I am denied of these Mexicans. I am waste and weary and old. Take me away. Take me away. Then the dark sun reached an arm and lifted Quetzalcoatl into the sky. And the dark sun beckoned with a finger and brought white men out of the east. And they came with a dead god on the cross, saying, Lo, this is the Son of God. He is dead, he is bone. Lo, your God is bled and dead, he is bone. Kneel and sorrow for him and weep. For your tears he will give you comfort again from the dead, and a place among the scentless rose trees of the afterlife when you are dead. Lo, his mother weeps, and the waters of the world are in her hands. She will give you drink and heal you, and lead you to the land of God. In the land of God you shall weep no more. Beyond the gates of death, when you have passed from the house of bone into the garden of white roses. So the weeping mother brought her son who was dead on the cross to Mexico to live in the temples, and the people looked up no more, saying, The mother weeps, the son of her womb is bone. Let us hope for the place of the West, where the dead have peace among the scentless rose trees in the paradise of God. For the priests would say, It is beautiful beyond the grave. And then the priests grew old, and the tears of the mother were exhausted, and the son on the cross cried out to the dark sun far beyond the sun, What is this that is done to me? Am I dead forever and only dead? Am I always and only dead, but bone on a cross of bone? So this cry was heard in the world, and beyond the stars of the night and beyond the sun of the day, Jesus said again, Is it time? My mother is old like a sinking moon. The old bone of her can weep no more. Are we perished beyond redeem? Then the greatest of the great sons spoke aloud from the back of the sun. I will take my son to my bosom. I will take his mother on my lap. Like a woman I will put them in my womb. Like a mother I will lay them to sleep. In mercy I will dip them in the bath of forgetting and peace and renewal. That is all. So hear now, you men, and you women of these men. Jesus is going home to the Father, and Mary is going back to sleep in the belly of the Father. And they both will recover from death during the long, long sleep. But the Father will not leave us alone. We are not abandoned. The Father has looked around and has seen the morning star, fearless between the rush of the oncoming yellow sun and the backward reel of the night. So the Great One, whose name has never been spoken, says, Who art thou, bright watchman? And the down star answering, It is I, the morning star, who in Mexico was Quetzalcoatl. It is I who look at the yellow sun from behind, have my eye on the unseen side of the moon. It is I, the star, midway between the darkness and the rolling of the sun. I, called Quetzalcoatl, waiting in the strength of my days. The father answered, "It is well, and again it is time." Thus the big word was spoken behind the back of the world. The nameless said, "It is time." Once more the word has been spoken. It is time. Listen, men and the women of men. It is time. Know now it is time. Those that left us are coming back. Those that came are leaving again. Say welcome, and then farewell. Welcome, farewell. The old man ended with a strong, suppressed cry, as if really calling to the gods, "Bienvenido! Bienvenido! Adios! Adios!" Even Juana, seated at Kate's feet, cried out without knowing what she did, "Bienvenido! Bienvenido! Adios! 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 On the last adios." She trailed out to a natural human N. The drum began to beat with an insistent, intensive rhythm, and the flute or whistle lifted its odd, far-off calling voice. It was playing again and again the peculiar melody Kate had heard at first. Then one of the men in the circle lifted his voice and began to sing the hymn. He sang in the fashion of the old Red Indians, with intensity and restraint, singing inwardly, singing to his own soul, not outward to the world, nor yet even upward to God, as the Christians sing, but with a sort of suppressed, tranced intensity, singing to the inner mystery, singing not into space, but into the other dimension of man's existence, where he finds himself in the infinite room that lies inside the axis of our wheeling space. Space, like the world, cannot but move. And like the world, there is an axis, and the axis of our worldly space, when you enter, is a vastness where even the trees come and go, and the soul is at home in its own dream, noble and unquestioned. The strange, inward pulse of the drum, and the singer singing inwardly, swirled the soul back into the very center of time, which is older than age. He began on a high, remote note, and holding the voice at a distance, ran on in subtle, running rhythms, apparently unmeasured yet pulsed underneath by the drum, and giving throbbing threefold lilts and lurches. For a long time no melody at all was recognizable. It was just a lurching, running, far-off crying, something like the distant faint howling of a coyote. It was really the music of the old American Indian. There was no recognizable rhythm, no recognizable emotion. It was hardly music, rather a far-off perfect crying in the night. But it went straight through to the soul, the most ancient and everlasting soul of all men, where alone can the human family assemble in immediate contact. Kate knew it at once, like a sort of fate. It was no good resisting. There was neither urge nor effort nor any speciality. The sound sounded in the innermost far-off place of the human core, the ever-present, where there is neither hope nor emotion, but passion sits with folded wings on the nest, and faith is a tree of shadow. Like fate, like doom. Faith is the tree of life itself, inevitable, and the apples are upon us like the apples of the eye, the apples of the chin, the apple of the heart, the apples of the breast, the apple of the belly, with its deep core, the apples of the loins, the apples of the knees, the little, side-by-side apples of the toes. What do change and evolution matter? We are the tree with the fruit forever upon it, and we are faith forever. Verbum sat. The one singer had finished, and only the drum kept on, touching the sensitive membrane of the night subtly and knowingly. Then a voice in the circle rose again on the song, and like birds flying from a tree, one after the other, the individual voices arose, till there was a strong, intense, curiously weighty soaring and sweeping of male voices, like a dark flock of birds flying and dipping in unison. And all the dark birds seemed to have launched out of the heart in the inner forest of the masculine chest. And one by one, voices in the crowd broke free like birds launching and coming in from a distance caught by the spell. The words did not matter. Any verse, any words, no words, the song remained the same, a strong, deep wind rushing from the caverns of the breast, from the everlasting soul. Kate herself was too shy and wincing to sing, too blenched with disillusion. But she heard the answer away back in her soul, like a far-off mockingbird at night. And Juana was singing in spite of herself in a crooning feminine voice, making up the words unconsciously. The half-naked men began to reach for their serapes, white serapes, with borders of blue and earth-brown bars and dark fringe. A man rose from the crowd and went towards the lake. He came back with ocote and with faggots that a boat had brought over, and he started a little fire. After a while another man went for fuel and started another fire in the center of the circle in front of the drum. Then one of the women went off soft and barefoot in her full cotton skirt. And she made a little bonfire among the women. The air was bronze with the glow of flame and sweet with smoke like incense. The song rose and fell, then died away, rose and died. The drum ebbed on, faintly touching the dark membrane of the night, then ebbed away. In the absolute silence could be heard the soundless stillness of the dark lake. Then the drum started again with a new, strong pulse. One of the seated men in his white poncho with the dark blackish and blue border got up, taking off his sandals as he did so, and began softly to dance the dance step. Mindless, dancing heavily and with a curious bird-like sensitiveness of the feet, he began to tread the earth with his bare soles, as if treading himself deep into the earth. Alone, with a curious pendulum rhythm, leaning a little forward from a powerful backbone, he trod to the drumbeat, his white knees lifting and lifting alternately against the dark fringe of his blanket with a queer dark splash. And another man put his huarax into the center of the ring near the fire and stood up to dance. The man at the drum lifted up his voice in a wild, blind song. The men were taking off their ponchos, and soon, with the firelight on their breasts and on their darkly abstracted faces, they were all afoot, with bare torsos and bare feet, dancing the savage bird tread. Who sleeps shall wake, who sleeps shall wake. Who treads down the path of the snake in the dust shall arrive at the place, in the path of the dust shall arrive at the place, and be dressed in the skin of the snake, shall be dressed in the skin of the snake of the earth, that is father of stone, that is father of stone, and the timber of earth, of the silver and gold, of the iron, the timber of earth from the bone of the father of earth, of the snake of the world, of the heart of the world, of the heart of the world, that beats as a snake beats the dust in its motion on earth from the heart of the world. Who sleeps shall or wake, who sleeps shall or wake, who sleeps shall or wake in the way of the snake, of the dust of the earth, of the stone of the earth, of the bone of the earth. The song seemed to take new wild flights after it had sunk and rustled to a last ebb. It was like waves that rise out of the invisible and rear up into form, and a flying, disappearing whiteness and a rustle of extinction. And the dancers, after dancing in a circle in a slow, deep absorption, each man changeless in his own place, treading the same dust with the soft churning of bare feet, slowly, slowly began to revolve, till the circle was slowly revolving round the fire, with always the same soft, down-sinking, churning tread. And the drum kept the changeless living beat, like a heart, and the song rose and soared and fell, ebbed and ebbed to a sort of extinction, then heaved up again, till the young peons could stand it no more. They put off their sandals and their hats and their blankets, and shyly, with inexpert feet that yet knew the old echo of the tread, they stood behind the wheeling dancers and danced without changing place. Till soon the revolving circle had a fixed, yet throbbing circle of men outside. Then suddenly one of the naked-shouldered dancers from the inner circle stepped back into the outer circle, and with a slow leaning, slowly started the outer circle revolving in the reverse direction from the inner. So now there were two wheels of the dance, one within the other, and revolving in different directions. They kept on with the drum and the song revolving like wheels of shadow shapes around the fire, till the fire died low, and the drum suddenly stopped, and the men suddenly dispersed, returning to their seats again. There was silence, then the low hum of voices, and the sound of laughter. Kate had thought so often that the laughter of the peons broke from them in a sound almost like pain. But now the laughs came like little invisible flames, suddenly from the embers of the talk. Everybody was waiting, yet nobody moved at once. When the thud of the drum struck again like a summons, they sat still talking, listening with a second consciousness. Then a man arose and threw off his blanket and threw wood on the central fire. Then he walked through the seated men to where the women clustered in the fullness of their skirts. There he waited, smiling with a look of abstraction, till a girl rose and came with utmost shyness towards him, holding her rebozo tight over her lowered head with her right hand, and taking the hand of the man in her left. It was she who lifted the motionless hand of the man in her own, shyly, with a sudden shy snatching. He laughed, and led her through the now risen men, towards the inner fire. She went with dropped head, hiding her face in confusion. But side by side and loosely holding hands, they began to tread the soft, heavy dance step, forming the first small segment of the inner stationary circle. And now all the men were standing facing outwards, waiting to be chosen. And the women quickly, their shawled heads hidden, were slipping in and picking up the loose right hand of the man of their choice. The inner men with the naked shoulders were soon chosen. The inner circle of men and women in pairs, hand in hand, was closing.
"Come, Nina, come,"
said Juana, looking up at Kate with black, gleaming eyes.
"I am afraid,"
said Kate, and she spoke the truth. One of the bare-breasted men had come across the street, out of the crowd, and was standing waiting near the doorway in which Kate stood, silently, with averted face.
Look, Nina.
This master is waiting for you. Then come.
Oh, Nina, come.
The voice of the criada had sunk to the low, crooning, almost magical appeal of the women of the people, and her black eyes glistened strangely, watching Kate's face. Kate, almost mesmerized, took slow, reluctant steps forward, towards the man who was standing with averted face. "Do you mind?" she said in English, in great confusion, and she touched his fingers with her own. His hand, warm and dark and savagely suave, loosely, almost with indifference, and yet with the soft, barbaric nearness, held her fingers, and he led her to the circle. She dropped her head, and longed to be able to veil her face. In her white dress and green straw hat she felt a virgin again, a young virgin. This was the quality these men had been able to give back to her. Shyly, awkwardly, she tried to tread the dance step. But in her shoes she felt inflexible, insulated, and the rhythm was not in her. She moved in confusion. But the man beside her held her hand in the same light, soft grasp, and the slow, pulsing pendulum of his body swayed untrammeled. He took no notice of her, and yet he held her fingers in his soft, light touch. Juana had discarded her boots and stockings, and with her dark, creased face like a mask of obsidian, her eyes gleaming with the timeless female flame, dark and unquenchable, she was treading the step of the dance. As the bird of the sun treads the earth at the dawn of the day, like a brown hen under his feet, like a hen, and the branches of her belly droop with the apples of birth, with the eggs of gold, with the eggs that hide the globe of the sun in the waters of heaven, in the purse of the shell of earth that is white from the fire of the blood, tread the earth, and the earth will conceive like the hen neath the feet of the bird of the sun, neath the feet of the heart, neath the heart's twin feet. Tread the earth that squats as a pullet with wings closed in. The circle began to shift, and Kate was slowly moving round between two silent and absorbed men whose arms touched her arms. And the one held her fingers softly, loosely, but with transcendent nearness. And the wild song rose again like a bird that has alighted for a second, and the drum changed rhythm incomprehensibly. The outer wheel was all men. She seemed to feel the strange dark glow of them upon her back. Men, dark, collective men, non-individual, and herself woman wheeling upon the great wheel of womanhood. Men and women alike danced with faces lowered and expressionless, abstract, gone in the deep absorption of men into the greater manhood, women into the great womanhood. It was sex, but the greater, not the lesser sex. The waters over the earth wheeling upon the waters under the earth, like an eagle silently wheeling above its own shadow. She felt her sex and her womanhood caught up and identified in the slowly revolving ocean of nascent life, the dark sky of the men lowering and wheeling above. She was not herself, she was gone, and her own desires were gone in the ocean of the great desire. As the man whose fingers touched hers was gone in the ocean, that is male, stooping over the face of the waters. The slow, vast, soft-touching revolution of the ocean above upon ocean below, with no vestige of rustling or foam, only the pure sliding conjunction. Herself gone into her greater self, her womanhood consummated in the greater womanhood. And where her fingers touched the fingers of the man, the quiet spark, like the dawn star shining between her and the greater manhood of men. How strange to be merged in desire beyond desire, to be gone in the body beyond the individualism of the body, with the spark of contact lingering like a morning star between her and the man, her woman's greater self and the greater self of man. Even of the two men next to her. What a beautiful, slow wheel of dance, two great streams streaming in contact, in opposite directions. She did not know the face of the man whose fingers she held. Her personal eyes had gone blind. His face was the face of dark heaven, only the touch of his fingers, a star that was both hers and his. Her feet were feeling the way into the dance step. She was beginning to learn softly to loosen her weight, to loosen the uplift of all her life, and let it pour slowly, darkly, with an ebbing gush, rhythmical and soft rhythmic gushes from her feet into the dark body of the earth. Erect, strong like a staff of life, yet to loosen all the sap of her strength and let it flow down into the roots of the earth. She had lost count of time. But the dance of itself seemed to be wheeling to a close, though the rhythm remained exactly the same to the end. The voice finished singing, only the drum kept on. Suddenly the drum gave a rapid little shudder, and there was silence. And immediately the hands were loosened, the dance broke up into fragments. The man gave her a quick, far-off smile and was gone. She would never know him by sight, but by presence she might know him. The women slipped apart, clutching their rebozos tight round their shoulders. The men hid themselves in their blankets, and Kate turned to the darkness of the lake. "Already you are going, Nina?" came Juana's voice of mild, aloof disappointment. "I must go now," said Kate hurriedly. And she hastened towards the dark of the lake, Juana running behind her with shoes and stockings in her hand. Kate wanted to hurry home with her new secret, the strange secret of her greater womanhood that she could not get used to. She would have to sink into this mystery. She hastened along the uneven path of the edge of the lake shore that lay dark in shadow, though the stars gave enough light to show the dark bulks and masts of the sailing canoes against the downy obscurity of the water. Night, timeless, hourless night. She would not look at her watch. She would lay her watch face down to hide its phosphorus figures. She would not be timed. And as she sank into sleep, she could hear the drum again, like a pulse inside a stone beating. Chap 8. Night in the house. Over the gateway of Kate's house was a big tree called a cuenta tree because it dropped its fruits, that were little round, hard balls, like little dark marbles, perfect in shape, for the natives to gather up and string for beads, cuentas, or more particularly for the paternoster beads of the rosary. At night, the little road outside was quite dark, and the dropping of the cuentas startled the silence. The nights, which at first had seemed perfectly friendly, began to be full of terrors. Fear had risen again. A band of robbers had gathered in one of the outlying villages on the lake, a village where the men had bad characters, as being ready to turn bandit at any moment. And this gang, invisible in the daytime, consisting during the day of lake fishermen and laborers on the land, at night would set off on horseback to sack any lonely or insufficiently protected house. Then the fact that a gang of bandits was out always set the isolated thieves and scoundrels in action. Whatever happened, it would be attributed to the bandits. And so many an unsuspected, seemingly honest man with the old lust in his soul would steal out by night with his machete and perhaps a pistol to put his fingers in the pie of the darkness. And again Kate felt the terror clot and thicken in the black silence of the Mexican night, till the sound of a cuenta falling was terrible. She would lie and listen to the thickening darkness. A little way off would sound the long, shrill whistle of the police watch, and in a while the police patrol, on horseback, would go clattering lightly by. But the police in most countries are never present save where there is no trouble. The rainy season was coming, and the night wind rose from the lake, making strange noises in the trees and shaking the many loose doors of the house. The servants were away in their distant recess. And in Mexico, at night, each little distance isolates itself absolutely, like a man in a black cloak turning his back. In the morning, Juana would appear from the plaza, her eyes blob-like and inky, and the old, weary, monkey look of subjection to fear settled on her bronze face. A race old in subjection to fear and unable to shake it off. She would immediately begin to pour forth to Kate, in a babbling, half-intelligent stream, some story of a house broken into and a woman stabbed. And she would say the owner of the hotel had sent word that it was not safe for Kate to sleep alone in the house. She must go to the hotel to sleep. The whole village was in that state of curious reptile apprehension which comes over dark people. A panic fear, a sense of devilment and horror thick in the night air. When blue morning came they would cheer up, but at night, like clotting blood, the air would begin to thicken again. The fear, of course, was communicated from one person to another. Kate was sure that if Juana and her family had not been huddled in reptile terror away at the far end of the house, she herself would have been unafraid. As it was, Juana was like a terror-struck lizard. There was no man about the place. Juana had 2 sons, Jesus, who was about 20, and Ezekiel, about 17. But Jesus, she pronounced it Jesusna, ran the little gasoline motor for the electric light, and he and Ezekiel slept together on the floor of the little engine house. So that Juana huddled with her 2 girls, Concha and Maria, in the den at the end of Kate's house, and seemed to sweat a rank odor of fear. The village was submerged. Usually the plaza kept alive till 10 o'clock, with the charcoal fires burning and the ice cream man going round with his bucket on his head, endlessly crying, "Neve! Neve!" and the people gossiping on the streets or listening to the young men with guitars. Now, by 9 o'clock, the place was deserted, curiously stony and vacuous. And the Jefe sent out the order that anybody in the streets after 10 o'clock would be arrested. Kate hurried to her house and locked herself in. It is not easy to withstand the panic fear of a black-eyed, semi-barbaric people. The thing communicates itself like some drug on the air, wringing the heart and paralyzing the soul with a sense of evil, black, horrible evil. She would lie in her bed in the absolute dark. The electric light was cut off completely everywhere at 10 o'clock, and primitive darkness reigned. And she could feel the demonish breath of evil moving on the air in waves. She thought of the grisly stories of the country which she had heard, and she thought again of the people, outwardly so quiet, so nice, with a gentle smile. But even Humboldt had said of the Mexicans that few people had such a gentle smile, and at the same time such fierce eyes. It was not that their eyes were exactly fierce, but their blackness was inchoate with a dagger of white light in it, and in the inchoate blackness the bloodlust might arise out of the sediment of the uncreated past. Uncreated, half-created, such a people was at the mercy of old black influences that lay in a sediment at the bottom of them. While they were quiet, they were gentle and kindly, with a sort of limpid naivete. But when anything shook them at the depths, the black clouds would arise, and they were gone again in the old grisly passions of death, bloodlust, incarnate hate. A people incomplete and at the mercy of old, upstarting lusts. Somewhere at the bottom of their souls, she felt, was a fathomless resentment, like a raw wound. The heavy, bloody-eyed resentment of men who have never been able to win a soul for themselves, never been able to win themselves a nucleus, an individual integrity out of the chaos of passions and potencies and death. They are caught in the toils of old lusts and old activities, as in the folds of a black serpent that strangles the heart, the heavy, evil-smelling weight of an unconquered past. And under this weight they live and die, not really sorry to die, clogged and tangled in the elements, never able to extricate themselves, blackened under a too strong sun, surcharged with the heavy, sundering electricity of the Mexican air, and tormented by the bubbling of volcanoes away below the feet. The tremendous, potent elements of the American continent that give men powerful bodies but which weigh the soul down and prevent its rising into birth. Or, if a man arrives with a soul, the maleficent elements gradually break it, gradually, till he decomposes into ideas and mechanistic activities, in a body full of mechanical energy, but with his blood-soul dead and putrescent. So, these men, unable to overcome the elements, men held down by the serpent tangle of sun and electricity and volcanic emission, they are subject to an ever-recurring, fathomless lust of resentment, a demonish hatred of life itself. Then, the instriking thud of a heavy knife stabbing into a living body. This is the best. No lust of women can equal that lust. The clutching throb of gratification as the knife strikes in and the blood spurts out. It is the inevitable supreme gratification of a people entangled in the past and unable to extricate itself, a people that has never been redeemed, that has not known a Savior. For Jesus is no Savior to the Mexicans. He is a dead god in their tomb. As a miner who is entombed underground by the collapsing of the earth in the gangways, so do whole nations become entombed under the slow subsidence of their past. Unless there comes some savior, some redeemer to drive a new way out to the sun. But the white men brought no salvation to Mexico. On the contrary, they find themselves at last shut in the tomb along with their dead god and the conquered race, which is the status quo. Kate lay and thought hard in the black night. At the same time, she was listening intensely with a clutch of horror. She could not control her heart. It seemed wrenched out of place and really hurt her. She was, as she had never been before, absolute, physically afraid, blood afraid. Her blood was wrenched in a paralysis of fear. In England, in Ireland, during the war and the revolution, she had known spiritual fear, the ghastly fear of the rabble, and during the war, nations were nearly all rabble. The terror of the rabble that mongrel-like wanted to break the free spirit in individual men and women. It was the cold, collective lust of millions of people to break the spirit in the outstanding individuals. They wanted to break this spirit so that they could start the great downhill rush back to old underworld levels, old gold worship and murder lust. The rabble. In those days, Kate had known the agony of cold social fear, as if a democracy were a huge, huge cold centipede which, if you resisted it, would dig every claw into you. And the flesh would mortify around every claw. That had been her worst agony of fear, and she had survived. Now she knew the real heart-wrench of blood fear. Her heart seemed pulled out of place in a stretched pain. She dozed and wakened suddenly at a small noise. She sat up in bed. Her doors onto the veranda had shutters. The doors themselves were fastened, but the shutters were open for air, leaving the upper space, like the window of the door, open. And against the dark gray of the night she saw what looked like a black cat crouching on the bottom of the panel space. "What is that?" she said automatically. Instantly the thing moved, slid away, and she knew it was the arm of a man that had been reaching inside to pull the bolt of the door. She lay for a second paralyzed, prepared to scream. There was no movement, so she leaned and lit a candle. The curious panic fear was an agony to her. It paralyzed her and wrenched her heart out of place. She lay prostrate in the anguish of night terror. The candle blazed duskily. There was a far-off mutter of thunder. And the night was horrible, horrible. Mexico was ghastly to her beyond description. She could not relax. She could not get her heart into place. Now, she thought to herself, I am at the mercy of this thing, and I have lost myself. And it was a terrible feeling to be lost, scattered as it were from herself in a horror of fear. What can I do, she thought, summoning her spirit. How can I help myself? She knew she was all alone. For a long time she could do nothing. Then a certain relief came to her as she thought, I am believing in evil. I mustn't believe in evil. Panic and murder never start unless the leading people let slip the control. I don't really believe in evil. I don't believe the old pan can wrench us back into the old evil forms of consciousness unless we wish it. I do believe there is a greater power which will give us the greater strength while we keep the faith in it and the spark of contact. Even the man who wanted to break in here, I don't think he really had the power. He was just trying to be mean and wicked, but something in him would have to submit to a greater faith and a greater power. So she reassured herself till she had the courage to get up and fasten her door shutters at the top. After which she went from room to room to see that all was made fast, and she was thankful to realize that she was afraid of scorpions on the floor, as well as of the panic horror. Now she had seen that the 5 doors and the 6 windows of her wing of communicating rooms were fast. She was sealed inside the darkness with her candle. To get to the other part of the house, the dining room and kitchen, she had to go outside on the veranda. She grew quieter, shut up with the dusky glow of her candle. And her heart, still wrenched with the pain of fear, was thinking, Joachim said that evil was the lapsing back to old life modes that have been surpassed in us. This brings murder and lust. But the drums of Saturday night are the old rhythm, and that dancing round the drum is the old savage form of expression, consciously reverting to the savage. So perhaps it is evil. But then again her instinct to believe came up. No, it's not a helpless panic reversal. It is conscious, carefully chosen. We must go back to pick up old threads. We must take up the old broken impulse that will connect us with the mystery of the cosmos again. Now we are at the end of our own tether. We must do it. Don Ramon is right. He must be a great man, really. I thought there were no really great men anymore, only great financiers and great artists and so on, but no great men. He must be a great man. She was again infinitely reassured by this thought. But again, just as she had blown out the candle, vivid flares of white light spurted through all the window cracks, and thunder broke in great round balls, smashing down. The bolts of thunder seemed to fall on her heart. She lay absolutely crushed in a kind of quiescent hysterics, tortured. And the hysterics held her listening and tense and abject until dawn. And then she was a wreck. In the morning came Juana, also looking like a dead insect, with the conventional phrase, "How have you passed the night, Nina?" "Badly," said Kate. Then she told the story of the black cat or the man's arm.
Meyer,
said Juana in a hushed voice,
the poor innocent will be murdered in her bed.
"No, Nina, you must go and sleep in the hotel. No, Nina, you can't leave your window shutter open." No, impossible. See now, will you go to the hotel to sleep? The other senora does it."
"I don't want to,"
said Kate. "You don't want to, Nina. Entonces, Nina, I will tell Ezequiel to sleep here outside your door with his pistol. He has a pistol, and he will sleep outside your door, and you can leave your shutter open for air in the hot night. Nina, we poor women, we need a man and a pistol. We ought not to be left alone all the night. We are afraid. The children are afraid. And imagine it, that there was a robber trying to open the bolt of your door. Imagine it to yourself. No, Nina, we will tell Ezequiel at midday." Ezequiel came striding proudly in at midday. He was a wild, shy youth, very erect and proud and half savage. His voice was breaking and had a queer resonance. He stood shyly while the announcement was being made to him. Then he looked at Kate with flashing black eyes, very much the man to the rescue. Yes, he said. "I will sleep here on the corridor. Don't have any fear. I shall have my pistol." He marched off and returned with the pistol, an old, long-barreled affair. "It has 5 shots, he said, showing the weapon. "If you open the door in the night, you must say a word to me first, because if I see anything move, I shall fire 5 shots. Psst. Psst." She saw by the flash of his eyes what satisfaction it would give him to fire 5 shots at something moving in the night. The thought of shots being fired at him gave him not the least concern. "And Nina," said Juana, "if you come home late after the light is out, you must call Ezequiel, because if not, brum, and who knows who will be killed." Ezequiel slept on a straw mat on the brick veranda outside Kate's door, rolled up in his blanket and with the pistol at his side, so she could leave her shutter open for air. And the first night she was kept awake once more by his fierce snoring. Never had she heard such a tremendous, resonant sound. What a chest that boy must have! It was sound from some strange, savage other world. The noise kept her awake, but there was something in it which she liked. Some sort of wild strength. Chap 9. Casa, D, Ella, C, Uentas. Kate was soon fond of the limping, untidy Juana and of the girls. Concha was 14, a thick, heavy, barbaric girl with a mass of black, waving hair